he stream, take a look at some of his clips on Twitch TV. That's Twitch TV/Hitch. Hitch. Hitch.
Hey, good morning. How's it going? How y'all doing? It's another beautiful day in the neighborhood. Welcome to day 7 of our Grand Slam, part 2 of our Grand Slam tour of Korea. It's 6:34 a.m. We are starting the day. Sarah's finishing the day, we are starting the day. Hope you're all doing well. Let's slowly start putting everything together and get out there. Cool. Gotta put some layers on. Should be about 4 degrees. At least that's what was forecasted to be at this time. I haven't checked if it actually is or not. If I can find the other armhole, that would be ideal. I can't believe we've done this like a few days in a row now. With like I'll stream and then raid Sarah, and then Sarah will stream long enough to raid me in the morning, and then I raided Sarah again yesterday, and now she stayed up enough to raid me again today. It's quite the cycle we have. It's much harder for her to raid me. The time zones work better for me to raid her when I'm finishing at like 9. She's already been streaming a couple hours and stuff like that. But for her, like 6 a.m. for me is 10 p.m. for her, so not exactly the same. Have a good sleep? Yeah, I had a good sleep. It's a nice quiet spot here. I haven't heard anyone walk past. I would expect them to start at this time. It is light out, and we are on a path overlooking the reservoir. So, most people in Korea, like Japan, they get up really early and they just go for walks and stuff, which is good. But they get up really early. Put pants on too. I have cycling shorts on, so it's not. This will look weird, but well, anyway, it's fine. All right. Oh yeah, now I hear people walking by. It's begun. Hey. Oh, I need to find new socks. Well, it's supposed to warm up enough today. So I go barefoot and just start with the old socks today. The hell, Sherman? What, you don't like seeing me put pants on? I got cycling shorts on.
Kai's 536 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Guys, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. Time takes you to fall asleep. Depends how tired I am. Last night, very fast. Pretty much every night on this trip, I've been very tired and I fell asleep very fast. I've slept really well on this trip. No, I'll just keep loading up. Might as well for the start, and then once I'm on the bike, we'll warm up very quickly, but oh, the bike's getting buried. There we go. You know, it's contagious from thousands of miles away via internet. Sorry. Yeah, for that reason I try to actually, if I can hold in a yawn, I try to. So I feel bad. But, sometimes you just gotta let her rip. It's like my snot rockets, you know? You just gotta get it out of you. No rain day, dry day, I checked South Korea weather. Yeah, it should be like sunny and 20 today. It'll be nice. You need to shave? On the contrary, how cycling works for me is on day one of a trip, I shave. And then I never do again until I finish it. I was trying to hold it in. Oops.
Sarah Bridgewater raided my stream with 941 viewers.
What a champion. Look at Sarah go. Look at her go.
Waterford Wizard just subscribed. Thank you.
Waterford Wizard, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the Fish Figures. We got a Sarah raid. Look at all those eggs. So many. It's just like 2 full cycles in a row. I started streaming, I rated Sarah. Then yesterday, I started streaming, Sarah rated me. I streamed all day. Then I rated Sarah. And then Sarah's rating me. I think it's in like 5 streams all connected together with us rating each other back and forth. I thought we were just gonna do it one time. Like, I'd start my stream, I'd raid Sarah, and she'd raid me back once. And that would put it at 24 plus hours of constant bike touring content. But but here we are, 5 cycles in. And with the 18 months there, thank you. 10th to 10th. Oh yeah, and she's in her 10th. It's perfect. Holy moly. Too awkward for you with the 22 gifted subs. And I saw that at the end. Was it you that got Sarah up to her final total there of 222 subs for the day? Thank you very much for the 22 gifted subs. I've got 10% of the daily subs is Sarah. It ended 270? No way. She must have just had a talent, and when I called her, she was at 208. That's gotta be your best day for subs, Sarah. Congrats. Fun safari trip? Yeah, Korea's been really great. It's excellent bike touring. Can strongly recommend it if you're looking to get into bike touring. I don't think you need to be particularly experienced at touring to do a tour in Korea. You don't necessarily have to do it. The Grand Slam tour is pretty involved. There's just a lot of places you gotta go. It's gonna take a lot of time. But like Seoul to Busan or something like that, very manageable. Nice infrastructure. It's a beautiful route following rivers. I think it's a good place to do this. Is wild camping possible in Korea? Based on my experience and everyone I've talked to and read about, you can kind of just publicly camp in Korea and they'll let you get by. No one's really had problems with camping in Korea that I've heard of. You'll see in a second. I'm very, very public. Like I'm not in town, but I'm on a very public path along a very public reservoir. Oh, and that start. Wait, it's a level 5 hype train. Holy.
Cheered 100 bits. Hype train smile.
Thanks for the 100 bits. I guess that makes sense with the 22 gifted subs for 2 for you doing their twos and twos thing. After the other bike passport stamp. Yeah, and that kind of just, they got great infrastructure and then they've got like a fun program to kind of promote it and gamify it. Make it interesting. On the floor again. Okay. Old man noises. Night cold for you? No. It got down to like 4. My gear's rated well below 4 degrees Celsius. Cold is it? Actually, it said it'd only get down to its coldest temperature at 6 a.m. So, well, I can actually just check what it actually is. This is just me looking at the forecast yesterday. It said it would get to 4 degrees at 6 a.m. It is currently, once it loads, hey, 6. That's pretty good. Bike passport thing, how more people cycle. Tina barely see any people all walking nor cycling. I don't know. We'd have to ask. I'm sure they've done some kind of studies on them. They've invested enough in the cycling infrastructure that they probably would like to see what their investment has created as far as a turnout. But I don't think they publicly released that information. Now, like, especially when I was in December cycling, like it's winter. Not many people are doing a bike trip through Korea in the winter. I met some, but it wasn't particularly common.
Brooks gifted a tier 1 sub to Ollie Tiger. They have given 292 gift subs in the channel.
Brooks with the gifted sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You do tandem again? I'm sure we'll do some tandem trips here and there, yeah. It's just tough. We haven't figured out a way to integrate that now that Sarah like streams full time and now that's her job. We can pick a channel and stream on just that channel, but it doesn't really work to have like 2 streams running on the same bike. We've tried doing a short trip where we had the same video feed pushing to both our streams independently, and it just wasn't that great. So, like when we did the tandem trip, Sarah wasn't a streamer yet. I just invited her to come on my trip, and said I'd pay for all her expenses because I'd be working. There it is. Was Sarah before coming a Twitch streamer? No, I only met Sarah in 2020 when I moved to Victoria. We had both actually just moved to Victoria and didn't really know anyone. So we met on Tinder because when you're in a new city, don't know anyone during a pandemic, when you're not really supposed to meet anyone, but you don't know anyone. So like, it seems fine to at least meet like a couple people so you don't are completely socially isolated from anyone. It's a tough time to meet people. Anyway. I can't wait to do this routine in the morning. Sounds like you've got nice conditions at least. You're not getting rained on for once, right? Just gotta put my socks on and then we can get out of here. It's the rain on Sarah in the morning. Is it? Oh no. So yeah, we got good weather today, and then it should be alright. Oh, actually, I just had the weather on. Let's see. I think Wednesday it rains. Yeah, today's really nice. Tomorrow starts nice, and then wow, it gets up to 24 tomorrow, even though it's supposed to be like cloudy. But then might start to rain in the evening. But then Wednesday's like 100% chance of rain, like just rain. So I think we're streaming today, tomorrow, and then we'll take Wednesday off as a rain day. No idea where we'll be then, but somewhere. For breakfast? Yeah, just find a convenience store and load up. Right, no fun, that's cold. Yeah, and like, historically I never really minded the rain that much. It just becomes much more of a complication with streaming. All the tech does not like getting wet. Like, I have a waterproof camera. I used it in our very rainy day we've had so far on this trip, and now it won't turn on. So I don't know if my waterproofing had failed and water ingressed into the ports at the back or something like that. And now it's malfunctioning. When I take a day off, the plan would be to be inside and troubleshoot the issue. Here we Sarah stream on rain. Didn't I just say I streamed in the rain? Just now my camera is broken. That's meant to be streamed in the rain. No one listens. Okay. Oh, it's beautiful. This is very wet though. Wow, it's very, very wet. I'll have a good cold wet tent in the morning. Nice show. What a view to wake up to. How do you say sachet? I think like that. Or like that's how I say it. Now we put the sandals on. You guys, you and Sarah planned this? Well, like kind of. But I thought we were just gonna do it once. Where like I was gonna stream all day, raid Sarah. Sarah's gonna stream all day for her, raid me. But I didn't think we'd keep going because it's actually much harder for Sarah to make it happen than it is for me. What, just sandals? Well, I got socks on. Sandals are the superior cycling footwear. We can have this conversation. This is peak performance. This is what it looks like. Okay. Cold hands. You come here. She was cold in this time. I told her up. Well, she said she was cold. I'm like, why are you in your tent not in your sleeping bag? If it's cooler conditions, as soon as you set up your tent and crawl inside, you should take out your sleeping bag and immediately crawl inside because your body's warm and the sleeping bag will then insulate that warmth and keep you warm. But if you let yourself get cold, like you set up your tent and you just sit and let yourself get cold before you climb the sleeping bag, then it's gonna be a lot harder to warm up because you no longer have any warmth to warm up the inside of the sleeping bag with. So she crawled inside the sleeping bag and immediately felt warm. I think that's a skill issue.
Alexel Pride cheered 100 bits. Sarah was making a pot noodle that comes with a sachet of sauce.
Sachet.
She kept calling it a sachet. It's a French word and I've only ever heard it said as sachet and wanted to see if Sarah or Canada was wrong. Turns out it's Canada. Tongue.
Canada is wrong, even though we're bilingual English-French. But like, we've taken lots of French words and Englishified them, you know? Like, Vermont took Montpellier and went, this town's now called Montpelier. Okay, it's not actually a word, it's a town name, but it's an example. Okay. Oh, there's an island on there. I should have camped on the island. I don't know how we would have gotten there, but we should have tried.
Good morning, Trevor. Good luck on your cycle. Today looks a bit cloudy out there.
No, it's nice out. Look at that blue sky. Look at that. Can like freaking see the moon. They say Illinois. Like that. Do. I see you lying next to me. Cold hands and put gloves on. Oh, who was that? It was Mod King Tim. Thank you for the bits. It's a little chilly to start with. But it says it's 6. 6 isn't bad. 6 is fine. You should moisturize your nose. Who are you, Sarah? Oh, we got a hiker. Ready to leave now? Well, we're packing up. Like, if I could magically just Hermione Granger style, just take this and put it in the bag immediately, then I could leave right now. It just takes a bit to pack up the tent. I don't need my helmet on, it just helps me organize stuff to just have it so I don't include it with the clutter I have. Hey, get. Okay, that works. Okay, you get in the bag. Thanks. Okay. So this one I put the... No, it's that one. Get my bike out. Nope. I do still just feel cold though. Until we get like moving proper, like riding the bike, so I guess we'll just chuck all the layers on. Really beautiful. All right. Okay. I like our camp spot. The one at the mountain was fun to get to. Well, it was hectic to get to. From Canada. Cold, okay. My go-to line. You too. I thought he was going to go mountain biking. He's got a mountain bike. I thought he was going to go up into the trails. As he was walking his mountain bike, and I'm like, oh, the guy doesn't even want to ride on the pavement. He just wants to get onto the single track. But yeah, he just wants to take his bike for a walk. Sun's barely breaking through the trees, but it's not enough to dry the tent fly. So I might pack the tent fly separately on top and then pull it out in the sun here, because it is very wet. Let's put it on the concrete here. Less wet than the grass. Just from like condensation dew. You eat breakfast? Korea's weird for breakfast for me. Like, if I have enough on me to like have a breakfast, I will. But usually what I do is I just ride to the closest convenience store, load up on snacks for breakfast and have a coffee and stuff like that. Because yeah, it's not a big breakfast country. Amazing dinners. Breakfast, not so much. Because yeah, like when I rode my bike across Canada, we got like, every town has like a local diner where I can get a really greasy, fat-filled, protein-filled, calorie-filled, carb-filled breakfast with all the tasty things. And it's just so many calories, and for some people on a bike, that might be like too heavy of a meal, but I loved it. That heavy meal would just like digest slowly, and I'd stay like satiated, like not starvingly hungry for a long time with that. But if I'm mostly just eating carbs for breakfast, it'll work, but I'll just feel hungry very quickly. Scared to tackle that tent. Like, you're not gonna hurt the tent if that's what you're scared of, unless you pack it up and then leave it wet for like a long time. Leaving it wet a day or two is not gonna hurt it. It's designed to get wet. But honestly, probably good to have that fear, because you'll be more likely to. I have 100% packed my tent up wet, finished a trip, forgot it was wet, got home, and just left it and let it get moldy. I had my Z-Packs tent actually, like the zipper being metal rusted, and then next time I tried to use the tent, the zipper broke off, and then I didn't have a closing front zipper on my tent. So I think a healthy fear in that situation is actually a good thing. So it'll stop you from doing what I did. But you got a new tent? That Z-Packs tent I was talking about? We fixed the zipper, but when I got to Nordcap, the tent ripped a hole in the roof. I could see the sky while laying in the tent, which is not ideal, I will say. It's less than ideal. Turn the Z-Packs to repair. For the zipper, yes. For the giant hole in the roof, no. But I don't blame Z-Packs or the tent for ripping after like several years of very hard use. It was like the lightest manufactured tent in the world. And with something being so lightweight, something's gotta give. And although the fabric's made of Dyneema is durable, but like it's only so durable. So I'm not upset. First players always put their sunglasses upside down. Some do. I think it depends on the helmet. Mine, I've tried putting it upside down. It doesn't hold as well upside down. A little bit wet too. That pond, is that pond behind you cold? It's a reservoir for a dam, which makes it kind of like a lake. I presume the water's cold. There might be information on the current reservoir temperature, but our cost tent, if I have my nice used tent, was bar even though it got destroyed eventually. Yeah. But like every single piece of gear I have, my expectation is it will break eventually or become like obsolete due to me getting upgrades or something like that. So like I use stuff knowing that it has an expiration date. The sun's slowly progressing towards me. I'm deciding whether I should just shake out the fly and put it in there. I'll probably just do that. I'm too lazy to like try and get it out in the sun right now. If I stop for a lunch break midday and it's nice out, if it's like 20 degrees and sunny, it'll dry out in like 5 minutes if I get it out. So let's try and do that.
interrupt again.
Yeah.
This morning you were humming a tune and it's stuck in my head, but no idea what song it is. It's an angsty sounding song, but I'm at a loss.
Nothing can ever stop me. What's that song called? From Canada. Yeah. Bicycle, Korea. Got the thumbs up. He's asking if I slept here. I only know because we played charades. He did the hand on his head leaning move. Okay, what's that song? One point goes, I see you lying next to me. Away. Famous last words, I think. I'm like, what was I humming? But you said angsty, so. I think the part I was humming is a different part of the song, though. Ooh, it's dirty. It's camping a random park. Yes! We use my random park for the day. Yeah, I guess it's, well, okay, we don't need My Chemical Romance. It's not, doesn't really fit the vibe right now. But, String on the Chemical. That is a paracord. Is one of the attachment points that holds the pole to the. Ooh, that is barely holding on. It holds the pole to the bike. Just doing some pole surgery. I should brush my teeth and then we can switch to the bike cam, finish the loadout, and get out of here. But before that, is the pullover stamped? No, I got quite a strong, what is it, like it's a steel blend monopod. It's like quite a hardy one. I just like this island here. I find like very, wow, with the cherry blossoms and the little thing coming out on the island. Isn't that nice? Where are we? What are you filming for stream? This is a S24 Ultra currently. Samsung. I heard iPhone's finally getting some decent apps for streaming. I forget what it's called now, but it does a similar thing to the app I use, RL Pro, where it bonds cellular and Wi-Fi together and stuff like that. And iPhones objectively have a very good video camera. Gotta refill my water. What are people asking? They're asking questions, but I was brushing my teeth. I just like brush off the real excess water on the end, and then I put it in a little toothbrush cover. We use Crest White strips. No. My teeth aren't like super white. I have like calcium spots on the front. Just always had those on my adult teeth since they came in. Okay. People looking at me very curiously. I wonder why. Okay. Okay, we're almost ready to go. Just gotta turn a setting on this phone. Turn on my, connect to my Bella box. Oh, I gotta steal the mic. That's what I gotta do. Audio is gonna change. It'll be a lot quieter. I'll probably forget and start talking as if I had the mic on, and anyway, we're switching to the other camera. It's worse. I just saw full water droplets on there. How did it get worse? I'll use some more, but yeah, this thing pushes water around more than it actually like clears it off. Put an ND filter on camera phone? I don't have, like, you need to get like a phone case or some kind of adapter that could hold a lens I could put an ND filter on. I don't know anyone that uses ND filters on their phone streams. But for sure there's times where it could probably benefit from that. Bike is packed. It's fully loaded. Sarah on her bike has even more like carrying capacity because her rear panniers are the ones we used on the tandem, which are designed to be used on the tandem. The capacity between the two of them is 70 liters. The capacity between the two of mine is 40. And then I have very small, like little fork front panniers compared to the full size Word Loop front panniers, which are 20 liters, I think. So there's the full-size fronts and the extra large rears. I have the standard rears and the small fronts. So she's got like a lot of space in there. I need that glove, yeah. But an e-bike? No interest. I like e-bikes, just not for me. A large part of what I get out of touring is the satisfaction of getting myself from point A to point B under my own power. The purpose as I travel isn't to travel the easiest way, the most efficient way, the fastest way. Part of the point is that it's difficult. Well, since the dark shirt, it was as light as the front tip before. Yeah, the leather changes color depending on the moisture. So probably the rear of it's not like soaking wet, but it's got some moisture in it. But that's not to say I think less of someone if they have an e-bike or tour on an e-bike, or they do a tour on an e-bike. Like, I'm not going to tell them they're not doing a bike tour, they're not doing their own pedaling. Except for Rob, I'll make fun of Rob for it. That's the only exception. Oh, wish not any soft elements. So no, just a straight up piece of full grain leather. And that's it. That's the whole shebang. No one tours on e-bike except for Rob and lots of people. You can totally tour on an e-bike. Like a whole classification of touring is called credit card touring. It's just where you like pay for accommodation every night, like hotels. It's a legitimate means of bike touring, and that's exactly how e-bike touring would be. Like the range on e-bikes has gotten quite good. You can easily get an e-bike with 100 plus kilometer range, depending on the power assist level you have on it, which is a solid day of touring. Okay. All right, up the mountain again. I just went this way to get around the rather large curve. E-bike has 160 kilometer range. Whew! That's a lot of range. That's on the lowest like assist setting though, right? Just gotta adjust my shorts. They gotta be all high and up there. Okay, so today, after we get our breakfast, I think we're just riding on the road for the final. Actually, let me check because I did mess with the pole. No, it looks fine. I think the final way to get out to the next checkpoint at that dam is just a roadway the whole way. So we'll see how busy it is. Let me just give a once over on my campsite, actually. Just now I'm staring at it. Make sure I didn't drop anything that I care about or garbage that I don't care about, but whole leave no trace thing. Yeah, looking good. It's like a garbage right there. I can throw out some of this. Tracker work for anything else? The tracker's not on. That's a good reminder. I should turn it on because we're about to start moving. Okay, should be pushing the map. Slept well? Yeah, I slept great. No, I had a really good sleep. Just gonna put my gloves on properly. It does feel a little bit cold. It probably feels actually quite warm once I'm in the sun in 40 meters, but wait, did I not cover the seat last night? Actually, I think I didn't. That's why the leather looks dark. Oh, someone's fishing right there. I didn't even notice that. Crisp and cool this morning, but we should be getting up to 20 today in the sun. Happy days. Oh, look at these cherry trees. It's doing the thing. Spring. Makes me feel more of a Disney princess. All right. Well, that was a nice camp spot. Ranks highly on my list of places I've camped in Korea. Map showing we've checked off already. We don't have like an updated, we just have the overall map. That shows all of the bike certification centers that we have to do. And the only ones remaining are the ones kind of on the, there's kind of like two, like kind of in the southern part of Korea, and then Jeonju, the island. Yeah, Micro is correct there. Those are our sections. GPS? Isn't it on? I turned it on. At least I think I turned it on. It's working? Okay. Did it start at 0 or what kind of distance did we start? I think I ended it at the tent, so it should have been 0. Size batteries do you tour with? I have like 5 approximately 100 watt hour batteries to run the stream and my phones and stuff. Plus 2 smaller 10,000 mAh batteries, just as supplementary ones. Oops. Must be heavy. Yeah, it's part of streaming when you sleep in a bush at night. Solar panel. Yeah, today the solar panel would be great. Most of our days in Korea include both trips together, especially in December. The solar panel will not have accomplished too much to make it worth it. Yeah, then we get to the road and then see a little bit of convenience store in town. GS25, that's one. Oops. Okay, coffee, kimbap, the usual suspects. You guys are kind of staring at the sun. Just photosynthesize for a couple minutes here. We got some food, some snacks for the road. Yeah, right back.
됐습니다. 봉투 하나 주세요. 예, 감사합니다.
완료되었습니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. Offer me a bag. Do 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 do. Got 3 chocolate milks, 3 kimbops, Snickers, and a coffee. The sun's starting to break on this bench, so I might sit here. Is it chilly out? It's like 6 degrees. Just want to see what your guys' view is, because it's probably not the best video. Yeah, I'll spin it around. Hello? Lean on bench. This is a very strange way to do this. Lean. There you go. And now I'm stuck. Why don't I just do it from this side, like a normal person? Alright, that's just a better.
WKS cheered 100 bits. Gorgeous sunny day in Korea. Cherry blossoms like a panacea. Just looking at them we feel better. Attack the day felling unfettered. Spring always raises the spirits. Like a great song with good lyrics.
As for Hawks, we got the daily poetry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The spring poem. I appreciate it. Bread, cheese, and meat for mouse sandwich. It doesn't seem as much a thing. The preserved meat, the cheese isn't really as much of a thing here in Korea. I'm sad. I like cheese. I like meat. I like bread. Also the bread here. They got good pastries, but well, honestly, I haven't sought out bread that much, so maybe they do have good bread here. Okay, should I start with the tube one? I don't know what flavor this is. It's something. Tubes. But it is 394 calories, so that's good. Oh yeah, it's nice and warm. It's bibimbap? Nice. You sure chocolate milk box close? Absolutely. It's the same by this side. Hopefully that's at a decent distance that you can drink it in. They have hot coffee? This is hot coffee. It's in a hot little, the opposite of a cooler, a heater. Don't know why it took me a while to find that word, but anyway. You don't trust that milk, dude? Luckily for you, you don't have to drink it. I do. Looks good. Looks good. Ah, looks spicy. So I got this one. It says bibimbap. I got a fried rice, spam, and tuna kimchi. And I got a kimchi fried rice with spam as well. 2 different brands though. Spam is good. Addicted to chocolate milk. Chocolate milk is a good midday pick-me-up. It's got a good mixture of energy sources between sugar with the sugar and chocolate, protein, some fat, and it's easy to get down. This is a 300 ml carton, so 900 ml total of chocolate milk. It's easy for me to down that much milk and just feel fine, but like, you know, eating that much calories of food takes time and effort. You said tubes. Remind me of a yogurt commercial. That's probably where I got that from. I know exactly what you're talking about. I used to sometimes have those in my lunch in like elementary school. Yogurts, they're literally just called tubes, but they were tubes of yogurt. It's the same things for breakfast that I eat for dinner or lunch. Yeah, that's why I don't like breakfast in Korea. Like, North American style breakfast is like my favorite meal of the day. I can eat breakfast for breakfast for lunch, breakfast for dinner, breakfast anytime. So like when I'm hitchhiking across America at pilot truck stops, there's quite often a Denny's attached, and they do all day breakfast. And like, is Denny's the best food in the world? No, but like after a whole day of hitchhiking, sometimes I just want a Grand Slam. Buy the bike new? I did in 2020. This breakfast isn't bad. It's just not breakfast. I'm having it during breakfast time, but it's not breakfast food. Like, objectively, this tastes good. It's just not what I think of when I think of breakfast. The paint quality in bike frame, like, it's wearing off in a lot of places from abuse. Some people baby their bikes and their cars and their everything in life. I use them. I just makes it. I think it makes. I think the wear and tear makes it look just better. Anyway, like, it's a touring bike. It's meant to be used. It's meant to be toured on. It's meant to go long distances. It's meant to be used in harsh environments. And now this bike looks like it has been used in that. I'm saying how, like, when I buy, like, new panniers or something like that and chuck them on my, like, very used bike, I feel almost embarrassed because, like, a fresh piece of gear on my bike makes it look like I haven't used it. I like things just, like, yeah, used and beat up. They've seen things. There's a story to tell. I think these are empty. Well, maybe not. There's 4 boxes stacked there. It says 400 grams times 4 each. I think it's like officially licensed, like, snacks and chips and stuff like that, that are using, like, a Netflix created show. So it has the Netflix branding on it because the show that it's using, whatever it is, it's licensed by, or it's owned by Netflix.
Marley rated my stream with 147 viewers.
That was popcorn, thank you. Marley, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream out there in New Brunswick, right? Welcome to Korea. We gotta do some road riding today to get to the next official bike tour segment. If you are new here, we're doing called the Grand Slam Bike Tour of Korea. Essentially taking us all over Korea, filling out an official government provided bicycle passport, and if we finish that passport, we get a gold medal. We've done, I think, 60 out of 89 stamps. So we've done the majority, but we still got a long way to go. I think it'd be interesting to see, like, how much of my bike is just, like, you know, built up dirt and there's a bunch of, like, tape residue from, like, strapping on cables and stuff like that. If we, like, properly took all the components off, got the bike down to just the frame, cleaned all the components nice, and really saw what the bike looks like after, like, 25,000 kilometers of touring. Yeah, it's showing a lot of wear and tear now. Again, it's Kermali, like, steel frame bike, like, having nicks and scratches, doesn't care. Bike doesn't look bad? No, I think it looks good. It's got character. Bike back to Seoul, get metal, and go by train. I haven't decided yet, because, yeah, so we'll get our last stamp in Jeonju. Sorry, there's a tractor. We'll get our last stamp in Jeonju, but then we're on an island off the south coast of Korea, and we have to get back to Seoul to actually get our passport verified, which is far in a Korean sense. So I have to decide how to get back. Cycle back. So we took the ferry from Jeonju to Busan. It would be another 600 kilometers back to Seoul. Like, if we're loving the tour, I've already done that entire thing, the Seoul to Busan route. We could do it in reverse. It's something we could do. I guess we'll see how we feel, how the weather is, how much I want to start, like, my next most likely hitchhiking trip. Variety of things. We already have someone tell you that there's popcorn apparently in the boxes. Because we have people here that are Korean, or at least can read Korean, can speak Korean. And they've helped me thoroughly through this trip. Because my knowledge of Korean is, well, about zero. How much sleep do you get usually? When did I have my stream yesterday? Like 9:40. I remember because we were at the restaurant at 8:40 and Sarah was asking how long I was going to stream. Because she was just... Wait. Was she... Oh, it was her morning and she hadn't started her stream yet and she wanted to know how much time before I ended my stream. Because we're kind of trying to do like non-stop 24 hours of bike touring split between me and Sarah back and forth. I told her I'd be ending in an hour at 8:40, and when I actually ended my stream, it was like 9:42 or something like that. I'm like, oh, I nailed that 1 hour thing. It was 1 hour and 2 minutes, but like, that was a good guess. It's like close to the coast. Chile is always close to the coast. It's true. It's a long, skinny country. I met a Chilean cyclist in Portugal, and they said Chile is, in general, good for cycling. Go look at it. I don't know what the cellular network in rural areas is like, though. We still have that limitation. I always press the radio back. It's very easy for me to raid Sarah, usually. Because by the time I'm ending my stream, she 8 hours behind now? She was 9, but now that she took the ferry to Wales, she's 8, I think. So if I'm ending at 9, it's 1 p.m. her time. She should be streaming by that point. It's quite easy to navigate. The issue is the other side. When I'm starting, or like when she's finishing her stream, if it's only 8 hour time difference, when it's 10 p.m. for her, it's 6 a.m. for me. So, like, I started my stream at 6:30 something, I think, today. And it was 10:30 for her, but like, streaming plus 10 p.m. is like getting pretty late. See a South America tour. Hope it'd be safe to do so one day. Safe, but yeah, like, I'm also really, like, how do I stay connected? I'll have to look up more how developed the mobile cellular network is there. Yeah, at some point, Starlink something, just currently not today, would be viable for a bike tour there. So I'd like to, and I think Chile would be a great place to do it. I just need to make sure that I could actually stream there. I know people have streamed in Chile, but they've streamed in cities in Chile. So ever cycled in the Netherlands? Yes, on 2 different trips I've been to the Netherlands. Someone's song wins Momo Kintar being seen as far have I traveled and much have I seen. Maybe I have. I can't think of like the melody, like the tune off the top of my head. Maybe I'll have to listen to it in a bit. Not trying to keep a tight sleep schedule to get up early. Well, it varies. Generally no. And that's why I want to start a second Twitch channel that's not Hitch. That I won't feel like has to be a certain kind of stream. I feel like Hitch is my adventure channel, but I can have a when I'm at home between trips channel, and maybe even set a schedule just to keep me like on some kind of schedule. I think it's good for me. Two cycle trips, 2 Hitch trips in the Netherlands so far for you. Yeah, I end up in the Netherlands quite frequently, which I'm more than happy to because I like it there. Because when I read about people's like experiences doing stuff like hiking the Pacific Crest Trail, it's like 4,000 kilometers from Mexico to Canada, hiking in the wilderness. When you're on the trail, like your day-to-day life has meaning and purpose in so that you have a long-term goal, and it's hard to accomplish, but moment to moment, all you have to do is walk forward, one foot in front of the other, and that's all you have to do to be successful in a day is keep moving forward. And you do that for like 4 months, and you finish the PCT, and you get home, and your day-to-day life is no longer so simple, and it's like a proper thing. It's like post-trail depression where like you don't know what to do with your life. And I feel like I get a minor version of that every time I finish a bigger trip. It's just like every single day during that trip had meaning and purpose. There's something I was trying to accomplish, and then I finish it, and then I don't know what to do with myself. Any plans for Rotterdam? Yeah, I'm planning to go to TwitchCon Rotterdam. It's June 29th. I just don't know what the trip will be leading up to it. I'm assuming tourist visa expires if you don't leave the country, charged with cash penalty. It probably depends on the circumstances, the country you're in, many variables. I have never done that, so I haven't actually experienced what the penalties might be. But maybe someone else knows.
Kirkland Wade just subscribed with Twitch Prime, less than 3.
Kirkland Wait with the 7-month Prime. Thank you very much. Apparently, Ricky Dougie overstayed 3 months and nothing happened. That's nice. Like,
cheered 100 bits.
Blade Wolf, thanks to the 100 bits. I like technically overstayed, but I used like a very specific visa exemption thing in Norway to get around it being an issue. At least that's because when I left, they did ask me how long I've been in Europe, and I was actually technically in Schengen Europe for like, I'm only allowed 90 days. I was like 100 and something, like just over 100. How it worked is, in Schengen Europe, I'm allowed 90 days in the 180-day period, but Norway itself has their own separate visa agreement with Canada that says a Canadian is allowed in Norway for any 90-day period in a row regardless of their other visa status. So essentially, on top of Schengen, Norway has their own separate agreement with Canada, and I like used that when I was getting my customs questioning leaving Norway. Norway is not in Schengen. It is in Schengen. It's not in the EU, but it's in Schengen. Reset time on the Schengen visa. For me as a Canadian, I get 90 days in a 180-day period. So if I went to Europe for 1 day and then left, everything would reset 180 days later.
Extreme just subscribed
If I went there for a
Twitch
month
Prime.
and then left for the next like 5 months, it would reset at 180 days after the first day you arrived. We got Dirt Extreme with the Prime. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. But yeah, whichever I've been, I've enjoyed going to, and I don't really want to upset them enough where they'll like bar me from entry. From what I've heard, overstaying visas and stuff like that, quite often they'll issue you a travel ban for X amount of time, and then even after that you'll most likely be you'll experience enhanced customs interrogation even after that period, because you're no longer a trustworthy traveler. How many days did you use on traveling in Norway from Alta in Norway and think about doing Nordkapp to South Norway this summer? I wish I had a good answer for you off the top of my head, but I do not remember. Also, the trip was broken up in the middle. I made it to Namsos, Norway, and then TwitchCon was like, 9 days later in Paris. So I parked my bike at a viewer's place in Namsos and hitchhiked down to Paris. Went to TwitchCon, went to like a festival in Belgium, and then flew back up to Trondheim, hitchhiked back to Namsos, and then continued my bike trip there. So like my brain's comprehension on how long it took to get through Norway is all like frazzled, because there was a bunch going on in that period. Someone might know better than me. It's like in every bike path in the Netherlands. I feel like that would get boring, because like every road has bike paths. I'd have to be like doing like grids. Well, as I said, 37,000 kilometers. I have toured in my life, including tandem touring. We were estimating close to 30,000 kilometers. So we'd have to do more than I've ever toured just to do all the all the bike paths in the Netherlands, which for a small country, that's an impressive number. Grid roads in the Netherlands. I know, but like I'm in a city, and like you just have to go down every single street, right? That's what I meant by grid. I guess that's not the best word to describe it, though. I eat this Snickers bar, and maybe have some chocolate. Wait, no. The correct strategy is to drink chocolate milk before you have a chocolate bar. If you have a chocolate bar before you have chocolate milk, it makes the chocolate milk just taste like normal milk. I still like normal milk, but I like chocolate milk more. So, we're gonna have chocolate milk first. Because the chocolate bar is just much more chocolatey than the chocolate milk. So, it'll ruin the chocolatey experience of the milk. How's Korean food been so far? Dinners, amazing. Breakfasts, they don't really have breakfast food, so underwhelming as someone that loves like Western breakfast. But some of my dinners here in Korea have been some of my favorite meals I've ever had. Just not last night, the night before, we had like a beef rib stew, but then after that we had a couple orders of like pork belly Korean barbecue, like grilled in front of us, and they brought like 20 side plates, including like a plate of worms, silkworms to eat. And I've never had worms before, but that was cool. But I just like the all the side dishes, and when you're like have like the Korean barbecue with the lettuce, and you put like a little bit of sauce, the meat in there, some garlic, whatever the meat is, and then you like grab some of the random crazy spread of sides and put it in the little lettuce wrap and eat it. It's just it's good. I mean, to be honest, it's just like every bite's different. Like, there's so much variety, and I'm a big variety guy. I like trying different things. And Schengen rules did 30 days. Greece, you could only do 60 in Croatia. There's 9 days reset for Croatia. Yeah, the first one. Because Greece is Schengen, Croatia is Schengen. For all Schengen, it's those days all count up together. But even when you leave Schengen, the timer continues ticking for the 180-day reset. So, let's say you did 30 days in Greece and then went into like Albania, which is not in Schengen, and Montenegro and Bosnia for like a month. That wouldn't count towards your 90 days in Schengen, but that 30 days would count towards your 180-day reset. So after 30 days in Greece and 30 days in those non-Schengen Balkan countries, you would in total have 30 out of 90 days of Schengen time burned, but 60 out of 180 days of reset time burned. And then when you go to Croatia, you'd start adding to your 90-day Schengen time. You go to Jeonju? Yes. In not too long here, we'll be taking the ferry to Jeonju. There's 10 stamps for my bicycle passport on Jeonju, so it should actually be the final stamps we have to get are on Jeonju. Korean chocolate milk. I like it. It's fresh chocolate milk, so it's good. Hello. Canada.
I want to go to Canada.
You want to go to Canada?
Yeah.
You should. It's a beautiful country.
Oh, thank you.
I was saying Canada was, but. I just realized my helmet wasn't done up that entire time I rode here. A helmet is completely useless if you don't do the strap up, because when you fall, the helmet's just going to fall off, probably before you actually impact anything. Yeah, no. He's fully conversation. Well, okay. That was a basic conversation, but me answering about Canada saying it's beautiful and him thinking I'm saying Korea is beautiful is a very minor grammatical misunderstanding, and you can get, if that's the extent of your struggle with English, you'll do just fine. And I am in no position to make fun of someone's English when I can't speak Korean, so some nice places to cycle in Canada. The province of Quebec has invested a bit more in intercity cycling kind of infrastructure and promoting it with their route verts, the green routes. I'd say the province of Quebec in general, following the St. Lawrence River, would be a great choice. Most of Canada for traveling for distance is riding on highways, but if you're not trying to do like huge bike tours, there'd be lots of converted rail trails in a variety of different provinces. Ontario has quite a few, more in southern Ontario. BC has quite a few. Hey, present?
Do you want some meat?
Really?
Oh.
Yeah?
Bye.
감사합니다. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. Bye.
God bless you.
They gave me a very berry strawberry milk from Baskin Robbins and a kicker chocolate bar. The kids are alright. The kids are alright. Yeah, like those are like school-age children. Like, they probably don't have income, so for them to buy me something is very kind of them. I could bike down to and biking across Canada. Love the scenery with the mountain backdrop. Down to or up to? If it was a steep uphill, it was probably Lake Louise that we're talking about. If it was like biking down to, I'd need more. There's lots of lakes we've camped along. Hello.
어디 가? 어디 가?
What a car. I don't speak Korean.
초코파이 먹어? 초코파이?
You want?
어디 쌤? 하나 줘?
Translate.
샌데 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 초코파이 먹어? 초코파이? 그만 초코파이 먹어? 딸기 주스?
Eat chocolate pie?
딸기 주스? 딸기
Do you want
딸기 주스?
this?
하나 줘.
Yeah?
오케이
Yeah?
오케이
Okay.
굿모닝 운동? 운동 가?
I'm from Canada.
캐나다?
Hmm.
오케이
Place is called.
굿모닝 굿모닝 할로
Hello. Yeah.
잉글리시
Englishy. Sorry, I don't speak Korean.
굿모닝 오케이
죄송해요.
죄송해요. 안녕하세요.
못해요.
안녕하세요. 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 죄송해요. 감사합니다. 감사. 한국말로 감사합니다. 오케이. 사랑합니다. 땡큐. 땡큐.
Thank you.
땡큐.
Yeah?
어디 사람? 잉글리시 어디 사람? 대구? 이거 대구? 태국 사람? 대구?
Thai people. Thai?
아이 브릭스.
Hold up.
오케이.
Does anyone know what he's saying?
땡큐. 하이메시
Okay.
어디 사람? 어디?
Howdy? Where am I from?
마이 텍스.
Like from Canada? Canada?
미국? 미국. 한국말. 어디 사람? 캐나다?
Canada.
캐나다. 오케이.
Vancouver.
땡큐. 땡큐. 이거 거시기네? 초코네네?
Chocolate.
초코네 그래.
Chocolate milk.
안 좋아. 초코네.
Cycling makes me very hungry.
운동해 운동.
자전거를 타면
자전거
배가
타면
너무
운동.
고파요.
운동 좋아.
Mm.
담배 안 펴? 담배 안 먹어? 담배 안 먹어?
Smoke? No.
이거 안 먹어? 이것도 안 먹어?
What, like 맥주? 소주?
맥주, 소주. 네 개. 돈 있어? 돈 많이 있어?
What's that?
돈 있어? 돈. 몰라요?
Oh, my. No.
뭐네? 자전거 좋다.
But if you want
낚시?
this,
낚시가? 낚시. 자전거 좋다.
you can have this if you
하나
want.
먹어?
Yeah.
오케이. 하나 먹을게.
Yeah?
그래?
Apple underscore Turtle 2024 just resubscribed for 5
이거
months.
먹상.
Cycling
먹었어?
makes me
먹상.
hungry to serve.
I go
안 돼. 언더네이스. 먹산. 여기 산.
to
언더네이스.
towards Jeju.
서울시. 우남.
Bicycle is Jeju.
마르시카리. 마르시카리.
Motorcycle, no, bicycle.
오케이.
To Jeju.
제주.
Yeah.
오케이.
Yeah.
우남. 땡큐. 어디 여기 산 안 가봤어? 먹산?
Was
자전거 좋다. 자전거 좋아. 여기다 물 갖고 다녀? 물?
pool? Water?
물. 와네. 물. 이렇게.
Yeah. Just
Thank you.
the tap.
물. 한국말로
What is
물.
mul? I don't know. You gotta.
미안. 땡큐.
I don't understand Korean.
물. 이렇게. 물. 마셔. 물. 이렇게 마셔.
Water? I can find water anywhere.
어디서든 물을 찾을 수
No.
있어요.
못 먹어.
I got.
못 먹었어 이거. 못 먹어. 버려버려.
Oh, you don't like spam? It's okay. He doesn't like the kimbap I gave him. He spat it out. Well, that's a waste. It's spam. I like spam.
야, 이거 써라. 발라. 이거 써.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
이거.
I'm Kui Middle
이거
School.
써라.
You what?
Kui Middle School.
Your name? Or
Middle School.
middle school? Oh, okay.
학생.
yeah.
학생. 가방.
Okay, bye bye. Have a nice day.
Handsome.
Handsome, thank you.
영어 잘한다. 영어 잘해. 학생. 가방. 학생. 영어 잘한다.
To school.
영어
School.
잘해.
Yeah.
학생 영어 잘하는 거만. 귀엽다. 귀여워. 학생.
Accent.
학생. 이거 학생. 한국말로 학생.
That doesn't
학생.
help.
오케이, 쌤.
Yeah, okay.
각시 있어? 섹시? 결혼했어? 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 한국말로 결혼.
Hold up. You got speak into this.
야,
What was that?
결혼했어요? 결혼.
You married?
맨 이렇게
Like married?
각시 섹시 있어?
Sexy?
섹시. 한국말로 섹시.
Is
없어?
that what he's saying?
없어?
What is he saying? Can
What is it? 땡큐?
he has single daughter?
각시 섹시 이거.
Am I?
응.
No.
없어? 없어?
어.
총각?
I
너는
have
총각?
I have a girlfriend, but I'm not married.
총각? 총각 없어? 아니 총각.
여자친구가 있지만
여자-
결혼하지는 않았습니다.
여자친구
있어.
있어 결혼 안 했어?
Yeah.
오케이.
Okay.
여자친구 있어 결혼 안 했어? 그래.
Is that what-
결혼해야지. 결혼하세요. 결혼하십시오.
You should. Maybe I will in the future.
아마 앞으로도 그럴 거예요.
오케이.
Okay.
이거 없어? 종교? 할렐루야. 종교. 할렐루야. 크리스찬.
No.
종교. 없어?
No.
이것도 없고?
Non-religious.
렌스.
I'm non-religious.
렌스. 종교 크리스찬.
저는
No.
종교가 없습니다.
저는 종교가 없어요. 말 사람들 무조건 철거 이거
Demolition.
연민센 크리스찬 아니고 거시 이거 철거 건축. 오케이. 이거 선글라스 써볼까? 어우 멋있다.
My sunglasses, yes.
선글라스. 오케이. 조금만 이빨 써가 이빨.
I need food, I'm hungry.
이빨 써가 이빨 안 좋아. 이빨 써가요.
I'll give you a
다
milk
먹었어?
and
다
a
먹었어.
snack.
다 먹었어. 뭐 이렇게 많이 먹으냐? 빵이야? 이건 뭐야? 먹어도 돼? 뭐 이렇게 많이 먹어?
Give him a minute, take a mile. Alright.
아우 짜증. 이빨 안 좋구만. 어디 가? 운동? 몇 개 먹어? 3개?
3 what?
초코바이 3개? 초콜릿
I'm gonna
3개?
go.
갈라고?
Mm,
갈라고? 이거 타고 갈라고?
I don't know, man.
아우 많이 먹어. 이빨 썩어. 이빨 초콜릿 많이 먹어 이빨 썩어. 이빨 안 썩어? 이빨. 예. 여보.
I'm going to start riding my bike now.
이빨 썩어 이빨.
이제 자전거를 타기 시작하겠습니다.
자전거 타고 시작.
Yeah.
오케이.
Okay.
어우. 안 하고. 잘 가.
I hope you have a nice day.
오케이. 잘 가.
좋은 날 되시기 바랍니다.
좋은 날 봐주시. 땡큐.
Thank you, thank you.
땡큐. 많이 먹어. 탈라. 많이 먹어 탈라. 배 아파. 엄마 있어? 엄마. 한국 말로. 엄마. 있어? 없어? 한국으로. 엄마.
No.
엄마.
I gave you food.
땡큐. 가려고? 두 개 갖고 와야지. 안 갖고 와? 이거 안 갖고 와 이거? 이거 갖고 와야지.
You can have this. Yeah?
이거 안 갖고 와?
You don't like this?
땡스. 여기다 넣어. 가봐. 땡스.
No.
여기다 넣어.
Did-
이거 너 갖고 와야지. 갖고 와 먹어. 이렇게. 땡큐. 갖고 와. 이거 안 갖고 와? 갖고 와 이거. 어우 멋있다. 짱이다 짱. 갖고 와. 이거 갖고 와야지. 갖고 와 먹어. 짱이다 짱. 멋있다. 이제 이쪽으로 가. 이렇게. 갖고 와 먹어. 와 그래. 여기다 갖고 넣어. 땡큐.
Thank you.
아우 키 크다. 키가 커. 다 갖고 와 챙겨. 어우 멋있다. 짱이 짱. 짱. 잉글리시 짱. 할로. 굿모닝. 굿모닝. 안녕하세요. 굿모닝아. 안녕하세요. 와. 잘 나가? 이거? 저 쓰레기 버려요. 여기다. 어디 있어 쓰레기. 갖고 와 여기다 쓰레기 버려. 아무데나 버려. 쓰레기 여기 있어 여기다 버려. 쓰레기 여기 편의점. 와 착하다. 착해. 와 착하다. 착한 사람이구만. 어리 사람?
Okay, bye bye.
바이바이. 착하구만. 잘 가.
Bye.
땡큐.
Alright, well, that was an interesting interaction. I'm just like, you know, I can't speak Korean. You're just talking at me. I have to put my stuff away more, but I'm just going to go and walk down the road. I'm offended that I gave him one of my kimbaps. He took a bite, spat it out, then threw it away. But I need to find another garbage because I didn't feel like leaving all my gear with him sitting next to my bike either. So the garbages are inside. Oh, there's 7-Eleven, perfect. I'll buy another kimbap. Like I offered food, he seemed interested in it, and I'm more than happy to give people food if they're hungry. But then, even after he like threw, like spat out the kimbap and stuff like that, he was starting to ask for like more stuff. And I'm like, no, you spat out the last thing I gave you. Alright. You want money? I know. Okay. I need to throw some stuff out, and we're just gonna buy one more kimbap, maybe. Fun to watch though. Like, I wanted to have a conversation with him, but like he wouldn't like let me translate. He just keep talking. I'm like, come on. Anyway, I'll throw these out and grab one more thing. Be right back. 감사합니다. Okay. experience a chat for you about one awkward encounter? All right, every country's got, you know, people there that are, like I have had that experience in many countries, whether I can speak the language or not. Like, with essentially people that have the exact same personality. Of course, well, I was gonna say it's easier to manage a conversation like that if I can actually speak the language. But just being like, I can't understand you. Okay, bye. Thumbs up, happy days, is a pretty easy getaway. Okay, and this one. What did I have? I had one of those, one chocolate milk coffee. Just deciding what I want to have right now. I'll just have this bar. Just back there to get away from the old guy? Yes. I was gonna eat more. But then I decided we weren't having a conversation, he was just talking at me and trying to take all my food and then not even eat it. So never had this candy bar before. First time someone asked for food? In Korea, yeah. For me. In ever? No, I'm a hitchhiker usually, so I'm running into people that have less access to finances all the time. Some people see snipers in the hills. Yeah, we have one in Northern California on the Streamer Awards trip. Guy, like, not in his right mind. First asked me for money, and I said no. He got a little mad, but then he kind of wandered up a hill, started spinning around. He lost his shoe and was spinning around doing that. And he was saying something about how there's snipers in these hills. Then he wandered off down the hill on the other side, and then he like shuffled back. Yeah, you do the stuff I do, you're gonna in situations where you're just usually not by your choice, but the situations are forced upon you where you will interact with people that are not 100% there. Not your most uncomfortable encounter? No, for sure. That guy was zero threat of anything other than wasting food. But yeah, if I could speak the language, I can handle those social situations a lot better. But it's just like, I don't know how to steer the conversation in a specific way or another if I don't know how to speak to you. Kit Kat Chunky, it's a kicker? I've never had this before. Decent. No, I wouldn't say like a fat Kit Kat. It's got like little like pieces of little like Rice Krispies things in there. I think, isn't it? Like what are those little thinner ones with the crunch? No. But like in a in a a thicker Kit Kat shape. Krispies, is that what it's called? Yeah, remind me more of that, but a very different shape. Yeah, I need to put my food away. Crunch bar? Crunch? Is that what they were called? Isn't it like a blue chocolate bar? Sounds very country. Can confirm. Crunch levels are off the charts. I don't like putting things with a liquid in my pannier, but I don't really have a good alternative at the moment. A great place to strap a high volume of things inside my bag. Wait, I'm almost out of water. Maybe they have a washroom. Might go back to 7-Eleven and try to refill my water bottle. That's tap water there. I got no complaints. It's fine. Can I refill my water bottles? I'm just running off of Wi-Fi on the bike. In there, it might not reach, so I'm just pre-translating. Close that too. Be right back.
물병을 다시 채울 수 있나요?
Is there a cold?
Hot.
Hot. Oh.
Hot.
Do you have cold? No.
Cold.
Oh, okay. Comes with that. Maybe. I'll just buy one, I guess. It's quite cheap. A buck. 감사합니다. Okay, annoyingly I had to buy water. I could have just like found a place eventually to fill up, but I have no water right now, so well, okay, I've got like 100 milliliters. And I was willing to pay $1 for the convenience.
Crazy also 07 cheered 100 bits. Just think, Trevor, you speak English and just had hard time explaining a blue chocolate bar. Now think of an older person with the mind of a child. You did good. He wasn't disrespecting the food you gave him, he was spitting it out like a kid tasting for the first time something new.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks for the 100 bits there, Crazy Horse. Hate buying water. Just so wasteful. Alright, now we got like, how much is this? Like 1.2 liters of water now. Buy water? Yeah, I went in there, I asked if I could refill my water bottles, and she showed me the hot water tap that you can like put your hot water in your noodles to cook them. And I'm like, do you have cold? And they're like, no cold, because they don't have a washroom or anything like that, so there's no tap, I guess. If there was like a freshwater tap right there, I'd feel dumb. So it was 1,400 won, so like $1 US. I was willing to pay $1 for the convenience. Still annoys me though. Alright, I just gotta sort my battery situation as my phone's getting low, and then we'll be out of here and start riding. I'm gonna take some layers off too, because we're a little overdressed. Okay, this one's pretty much dead. That'll work. I'm saying over here, chocolate milk will rot your teeth. Rip my teeth then. Sad. I was kind of excited to try that Baskin Robbins strawberry something, but he drank it. Also, he dripped it all over my bike and the table. The ones the kids gave me. But in general, like, I'm lucky enough to have no worry about getting enough food. So if someone comes up and they're just like, I'm hungry, can you give me that? I'm like, sure, yeah. You can. Very Korea give, Korea take it away moment. It was kind of funny, the contrast between the two. One moment I'm receiving gifts, and the next I'm having them taken away. jacket just gets tears in it with very thin face fabric, and I just like tape it up. I just got a new one. I just happened in the past couple days. I had to tape it up. Mike. Oh yeah, I haven't put it back on my collar yet. Sorry. I feel like it's like already quite warm. I need to take off my buff too. I'll probably end up going down to like full base layer and shorts today. Well, yeah, we're gonna go up to 20 degrees, which is, I think I'll start with this, but I'm gonna have to take this off pretty soon too. Need a needle and a thread. Like, I think the tape works. If it works, it works. I should put some sunscreen on now too, as the sun's getting a little bit more powerful. Nothing duct tape can't do. Duct tape is not the best tape for all situations. On these trips I don't bring duct tape, I bring gaffer tape for all my streaming needs. It leaves no residue behind. Well, it does if you leave it for months and it bakes in the sun, but in general, it is a good tape for securing cables and stuff like that, if you need to move them occasionally. Duct tape, yeah, as Candace says there, it leaves a ton of residue behind. It's horrible on this type of trip. The sunscreen. Yes. Got some Coppertone Sport 50 4-in-1 Performance. Whoo, baby. Airplane fixed with duct tape. Well, they actually use tape for like kind of cosmetic fixes on airplanes, but it's called speed tape and it's special. Isn't it like technically like aluminum tape? But it looks like duct tape. So when you see your plane being, by your eye, being duct taped together, it doesn't really give confidence. Okay. It's like $700 a roll. That's some expensive tape. Surprised, like, you know, the big dog streamers that have like all the monies don't just use speed tape just to flex on people. Get a decent roll for 45-ish of speed tape. It's just not like certified for aviation use. Okay, let's roll. But yeah, generally anything used for aviation, even if it technically isn't that complicated because it has to be certified and there's a bunch of liability for any manufacturer that develops things for aviation use, it makes the price obscene. Okay, I just want to check my cow map. So I think we just ripped down this road for a long time. Yeah. We good. Wait. In 130 meters, turn left? I don't think so. It looks awfully straight to me. Oh, I think it's the roundabout. It means don't turn right. There is only 2 exits. One is right, one is straight. But I guess they're saying it's right. Okay. Just want to get a thing to start our day. local rural road to ride down. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, we don't need to continue. It's a very pink Kia. Nice weather. Yeah, today, high like 20. Sun is shining. It's gonna be a nice day on the road. Total doesn't operate. The total gets updated at the end of the stream for the next day. So if you want to know the actual total distance we've rode, you have to take the total distance counter and then add today's distance. I'm trying to teach people watching the stream math. We're doing like addition today in school. Do you reflate your tires? I say like I'll like give them a little extra juice like once a week-ish. They're at about a week in. And quite often I just like forget about it until I feel like I'm riding slow. And then I'll stop and give him a couple extra squirts of power there, of PSI. And then sometimes I feel a little faster. And I don't know if that's just placebo. Because usually the pressure's fine when I check it. You just give it a little extra. It holds the pressure good. Bike on chain or belt drive? Just chain. Belt drive bikes are a pretty niche thing. It's cool. I'd like to try one. You have to have it with like an internal gear hub where the chain doesn't actually move side to side with a derailleur. It doesn't really work at all. I have a roll-off internal gear hub on my tandem bike, so technically we could probably switch that over to a belt drive if I wanted to. Be neat to try. Gypsies. Change the gearing on the bike, it's just stock. I have changed, I added a little bit of lower range on the gearing when I was in Norway, just for the constant climbs there. So we went to from a 36 to a 34 lowest number of tooth cassette, and we changed the front chainring out as well. I forget what from and to though. Essentially gave me an extra like 2 full gears on the lower end for climbing, which was very useful in His real name's Trevor. It is. Destiny goal each day. We just go as far as we feel like going, and generally, like we kind of like use the whole day. So now I'll ride to around sunset, and that's when we start finding a place to camp, dinner, place to charge. We charge at dinner is the go-to procedure. So as of right now, we've got till about 6:50 till the sun sets, so we got a lot of time. You track your bike maintenance? No. I just do it as needed, and I don't think about it too much. Do you own a house? No. I rent a townhouse with my girlfriend Sarah, who's currently on a bike tour in Wales, in United Kingdom. Next country plan I'm going to? I'm not sure exactly. Next trip will probably be a hitchhiking trip, but I'm not sure where it'll be, what it'll be. I have some ideas, but no exact plans yet. So it's demos, joints fatigue, really sore wrist with my honest. The past 2 trips is my knee. My right knee starts to get aggravated. Start feeling it not yesterday, but the day before. Yesterday I felt it in the morning and then it just kind of went away eventually. I'm feeling it this morning. See if it subsides after a little bit. 100% buy when living like this and rent it out. But what about when I go home? And you assume I just have a down payment for a... Well, in Edmonton, I can get a house for $400,000, or a fixer-upper for $300,000. It's a real simple thing to just be like, just buy a house, bro. Doesn't feel wasteful renting a house? Absolutely. I don't really have a better solution. Do you have a better solution other than buying an asset worth $400,000 at 7% interest? With your parents? Like, my parents would honestly like be fine with me coming back, but like I have a girlfriend and we have like, I'm 30, well, I'm about to turn 30. It would be really tough for me mentally to go back to like, all right, back with the parents. Like, it would save me, whatever, 1,500 times 12. Now we're doing multiplication rather. $18,000 a year. I would love to save an extra $18,000 a year. It's just feels like going backwards in life. Isn't very much a powerful streamer. I appreciate the vote of confidence on my power level. For the size of my stream, this stream is not very well monetized. I know people that average like 200 concurrent viewers that earn much more than me because they monetize it better. I just have never really treated this like a business. I just roll with it. make sure we're staying straight. Yeah. You have a manager? I have an agent. IRL streams are a lot harder to find good, well-paying sponsors for than gaming streams on Twitch. Specific because Twitch is seen as the gaming platform, so all of it, video game companies and computer companies, computer peripherals, all that stuff, they're gaming streamers have sponsors up the hoo-ha, but IRL streamers don't. A single sponsor stream that's like 5K. It's not. Like it can be good pay, but like I have to find sponsors that are willing to sponsor you. I can do mobile game sponsors all the time. Not do a raid sponsor. I get sponsorship opportunities from raid like all the time. It's just like a permanent, open-ended offer. They're just not really relevant to what I do. Using the gaming streamers? Oh yeah. I'd probably, if I had my concurrent viewership, I played games, whatever I earn now, I'd at least double due to just sponsorship opportunities on a month-to-month basis. So I'd have twice the income. Manscaped will sponsor you? Oh, I did Manscaped sponsored stream. So I have done a few sponsors. I've done Manscaped. I've done HelloFresh. That's about it. Is this your main income? Yeah, it is. Right, promo tent the other day. Yeah, like I've played old school RuneScape mobile from my tent. I could play mobile games. It just feels inauthentic, but if I did one of those a month, that would cover a lot of my expenses. Domino's, yeah, I did the Domino's pepperoni stuffed cheesy bread.
Maxwell Melon 69 just subscribed. Thank you.
Maxwell Melon with the
Maxwell
whoa.
Melon 69 just gifted 10 subs to the community.
Whoa. Whoa. Maxwell Melon with the, is that a resub or a, I missed it. No, that's a first time sub and then 10 gifted subs. Hey, I really appreciate it. Let's get some dingers out for Maxwell Melon. That's for the resub. Thank you. That's for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. If you're a gift sub, up to the Twitch baggers. But yeah, very kind of you to gift those subs. Gifting the sub benefits to a big group of people. Very kind.
T just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
And 100T with the Prime. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Twitch backers. Thanks for relaxing, Stream Hitch. Glad you're enjoying the Relaxing by King vibes. Array? 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 This is actually quite a nice road for cycling on. There's some rough sections, but traffic's really sparse, so we're following like a main highway. pretty much directly in parallel, which means all the traffic is going to be on that road rather than this one. The only reason you'd be on here is if you're going to one of these like small local towns. But probably this was the main road. I'm quite sure it was until they opened that highway. But you can see the remnants of essentially towns that were supported by the road passing through here that are now struggling or non-existent, like this gas station. A tale as old as modern infrastructure is concerned is large highways bypassing small towns and essentially killing the town. Where's the blue line? We're no longer on a real bike route. We're just connecting to the next official bike route. For riding local roads, less traffic than bikes pass. Well, I can totally see that. This is really enjoyable. It's good. It's the story of cars. Exactly. Yeah. Uphill or downhill? It's flat right now. I'm just going quite a leisurely touring pace. Kind of nursing my knee, warming up. Do you have a car? I just bought a car for this trip. I bought a Mazda 3 hatchback. Through to the bedroom, have on YouTube, you on the TV all night. Yeah, that's a common one. Like with this stream, a lot of people have the stream up while they're like working on a second or third monitor. Just have it up on the screen while they're, like say they're just parents at home taking care of the kids. They just have it up on the TV somewhere and they kind of just monitor it throughout the day to see the progress. Or yeah, since usually it's quite low key, people just have it up and leave it up as they sleep. Sell my Mazda MX-5, aka Miata. I'd like to have a Miata. I've only drove like a manual transmission car like
once or twice.
My high school girlfriend had a
just resubscribed for 3 months.
this super clean, like I think it was like an 88 Toyota with a manual transmission, white with like red velvet seats. It's quite nice. Anyway, but she taught me how to drive standard, kind of the reverse of how people think of things. Average hikikomori with the 3-month resub. Figure for the 3 months. That's pretty expensive. Then, like Mazda's, like if you get the premium models with the top trim, it can encompass the higher price point. But like a Mazda 3 is the same price as a Toyota Corolla, your most like basic economy car in the world. And I mean that in the best way possible. A Corolla is a great car. It's just like when you think of the most basic sedan in the world, a Toyota Corolla is that.
Alien High Times 1 just resubscribed for 2 months.
And we got Alien High Times with the 2-month resub. Thank you. Mazda 3 sedan, awesome car. Yeah, so I found right now used car prices are still super inflated. They're not quite as bad as they were like a year ago, but they're still really inflated. And like right now, I just wanted to get a Toyota, a car that was reliable. Hey, thanks for the 500 bits too. The resub and the 500 bits. Very kind of you. Alien High Times. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just wanted like a Toyota. Potentially a Corolla. Maybe a Corolla hatchback. Something reliable. But everyone knows Toyotas are reliable. So like, Toyotas are retaining their value on the used market to a silly degree. Like, you can buy a 5-year-old Toyota and it's only depreciated like 15%, it seems, off of new value. But Mazdas are, I don't think quite to the level of Toyota reliability, but they're known for being very reliable. But they don't have that Toyota tax currently, or everyone thinks they're the best thing ever in the world. So you can get a car mine's 5 years old, that's actually appropriately depreciated. Early model Corollas, Mazda 3s on the road. Well, the thing about Mazdas is they've gotten better more recently. Toyotas have been solid for, well, just decades. Like, until early 2010s, Mazda was like built with Ford components, and they also notably had rusting problems. So essentially Mazda was a Ford, and a Ford is not necessarily known for its long-term reliability. But since they switched to essentially being built in, well, not all the components are like designed in-house in Mazda. Generally, it's become much more reliable. I've lost my chat. Is it gonna come back? Doesn't seem to want to. I have to restart the Wi-Fi device that it's running off of. Let's do that here. Don't know why it's been doing this lately. I have to restart it a couple times a day. Okay, I restarted it and it looks like it's working again. I think the stream was still up because we had other networks running the actual... What? Came back and now it's gone again. What the heck? Is it because I'm on... Turned my VPN on again. Says we've joined. Hopefully it sticks around this time. Did we get another link that went through without getting auto-modded? How are links getting through lately? Stream's doing fine. That's good. Oh, it's starting to get warm. Let's take the jacket off. It did catch the link. Oh, it did? Okay. Because it didn't show it getting actually deleted on my end. Usually, like, my app like puts a strike through any message that gets moderated for any reason. Okay. I missed, it's like Gasti vom Asti? Gasti vom Asti? That's kind of a neat name. Anyway, thanks for 200 bits. Small cheer from the lurk. I appreciate that. That was when we were having issues there. Thanks. I didn't actually hear the audible alert for it, but I appreciate it. Make myself disappear. Did use... Wait, exclamation point vanish? Can I actually do that? Tarkov drink sound. I pretty much am a... With this POV and stuff like that too. It's like a video game. Vanish times yourself out for 1 second. That's neat. How did I not know that? Uh-oh, now everyone's timing themselves out. This is how we drive chat engagement. Just get everyone timing themselves out. Oh no. My chat is ruined. What have we done? Because yeah, it's not just gonna delete your message. It's gonna delete like all the messages in this like chat session, right? Like moderate them all, or is it just doing a little block of them? Deletes all from the current stream. Well, there you go. Every message from today until you did the command. But yeah, I guess they're VOD viewers. I'll be having like whole conversations with people that they won't ever see. We never existed. Which, you know, the command is exclamation point vanish, so I guess it's fitting. Are you a fan of ice cream? I like the taste of ice cream, but I'm really bad at cold things. Like, I'm bad at eating ice cream. It's too cold. The only time I like seek out ice cream is when I'm like super overheated, when I'm hitchhiking or biking. When I'm just like really hot and I just need to like dump a ton of heat, and I might grab an ice cream. But I like the flavor. And sometimes I'll have some at home and I'll have like a little bowl and I just take little baby bites. And that seems to work for me. What does this mean? I don't think that means actually stop. Is this the version of like a caution? Flashing red usually like means it's like a stop sign in NA, but that was a different style of them. Sarah's leaked your snacking habits? What has she said my snacking habits are? Sarah's the elite snackist. Am I going on the highway? Let's see. It might be on the busier. Well, okay. I guess busy is subjective. A higher classification of road for a little bit here. Oh, but there's an even higher classification of road next to us on the other side. I thought this is the highway. This is just still a secondary road. Got roads everywhere. Wow, it's quite a serious e-mountain bike that guy's got there. Swoop. Still a blue line? No, we're not on a blue line route right now. We're just on roads connecting to the next official bike route, which actually I meant to check how far it was going to be. Does it say how far till we finish? Oh, just 18 kilometers. 18.7, so no, 19 kilometers left. So yeah, we should in the next like 2 hours, depending on if I stop. If I don't really stop in about an hour. Get our next stamp and be back on track. That's a bad spot to park, I feel like. Just in the shade, on the road, on the shoulder though. So like, when someone's eyes are used to the bright sunny day, they come into the tunnel and they can't really see it that well because, well, they're used to the bright. Used to GPS, Google doesn't work there. I'm using Cacao Maps for bicycle navigation. Because yeah, Korea only lets Korean companies really use their stuff, it seems. It's very like lockdown internet, which, you know, I don't really like. Only one country that does a stamp thing that I know of, yes. When people brought up like, I'd be like, Korea's the only country that does this bicycle passport certification thing. And then people would be like, that's not true. Japan has a passport for train stations. I'm like, well, that's not really what I said. it's a train is not a bicycle. Oof. Encountered water deer this week. We've seen one water deer a few days back. It was just on a field next to me, pretty close. I stopped, tried to point the camera at it. We stared at each other for a bit, and then it bolted. It ran away. Fellow cyclist. I think you might be going fishing though. Bicycle passport funding a requirement. All tourists are required to receive their bicycle passport and go to all bicycle certification centers in Korea. It is a requirement. No, it's just a fun thing to promote bike touring. You can get the bike passport in English or in Korean. So, yeah, as a Canadian, I got it in English. But most people I've seen doing the bike passport stuff here in Korea have been Korean, local cyclists. And they don't generally do it in like one big trip. At least when I was talking to people
when I was here last in December, like a lot of them would like, they have like a holiday week or something like that, and they do like one of the routes, and then the next year they'd have some time off and they do another one of the routes. They do it over like usually several years and eventually complete it over time. Most bikers are from old train tracks. Some certainly are. I don't know if we could say most. But it's a very common thing to have it'd be converted railway tracks, so rail trail. How long can you stay in South Korea is the limit? As a Canadian, I can come to Korea without applying for a visa and stay here for 6 months. It's actually one of the most relaxed countries in that respect with a Canadian passport. Like I think even US passports, I think only get like 3 months. Like that's still a good amount of time, but like apparently Korea and Canada have good have good relations, which I'm happy for. Passport's fantastic. I should have it on UK Cycle Network. What is this UK Cycle Network like? What comes up every time we talk about bringing something similar to other countries is vandalism. Korea has like a very like non-vandalizing culture, I guess. It's a simple way to say that. You don't see people destroying things just for fun, for the hell of it. So if you transfer this to many other places, you'll get people that are just destroy them. Don't see graffiti. Yeah, the only place I've seen like regular graffiti was like I went to a skate park and they had the worst graffiti I've ever seen, which makes sense because they're not like experienced in, in graffiti art because they don't do it here. I did see one bridge that had also some very basic graffiti, like stick people. You guys thought that was pretty good. Who tends to follow it? All those old rail lines or quiet roads. Okay, yeah, I've never done a bike tour in the UK. I would very much like to. I want to do a Land's End to Jeonju tour at some point. It's quite famous. I don't know how much of that is on, like if that's mostly on, he describes the UK cycle routes or not, but I think that'd be cool. But yeah, we then talked about like how you could put the bicycle certification centers in like in front of government buildings that are just like a bit higher security, or even in certain businesses with good business hours next to landmarks, and then they should be a bit more protected from just getting destroyed. But yeah, you just have them out in the wild, they're gonna get destroyed and peed in. Wild camping in Sligo, Scotland. That's a dark one near me. Wild camping through, like, yeah, through England and stuff like that. When I've been hitchhiking through there, like, I've still done it, but it's hard to find a spot where you're not going to bother anyone. If you're socially adept, one of the recommendations is if you're in rural areas, it's not so much like castle doctrine, stand your ground laws like in America. Like I wouldn't want to be in Texas and knocking on farmers' doors. But in UK, you can probably get by just knocking on the occasional farmer's door and be like, hey, can I camp on the corner of your property? I'll be gone first thing in the morning. And most would probably be fine with that. Sorelli with the Prime, thank you very much. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. There's a big solar panel array covering that building. South Korea with bears. If they do, they don't have many. I want to say no, but inevitably someone will be like, no, there's technically 3 bears in Korea. I don't know. When I was in Norway, it was the same thing. It was just like, yeah, there's no real like predators in Norway, and people were like, you know, at the middle part of Norway, where it gets quite skinny and you're close to Sweden, there's like bears that technically like live in Sweden, but they will like roam into Norway. So technically Norway has bears. They're just kind of like Swedish citizens, and they sometimes go on vacation to Norway. Or are those the wolves? Let me stream, start watching your channel, you're doing the stream awards. Well, glad you're enjoying the streams. And yeah, start watching a good time. The stream awards was a wild time. It was a wild time. But I do appreciate that Prime sub there, Sorelli. You only get one a month, and you chose to use it on me, so thank you very much. Encountered bear, large cat while cycling. No, I've had bears outside my tent at night though. My go-to story is a bear stole a cherry strudel from my pannier in Ontario when I was cycling across Canada, which is awfully rude. So I was looking forward to eating that. Well, the reality is it's my fault. Like, there are a list of proper procedures to have for food in bear country when you're camping, and I was not following any of them. Bear smelled it, bear wanted it, bear took it. Words are so poorly produced, it's embarrassing. Like, on the contrary, I was really impressed with it. You have to realize this is one streamer financing and putting it together, Kitty Cinderella. I had a lot of fun there. I thought the production value was actually really good. Like, this wasn't Twitch putting on the Stream Awards. This wasn't a big organization. This was one streamer doing a community award ceremony. I think we're just straight. I just want to double check. Yeah, we're just straight. Do I got by from a bear attack? No, bears aren't really interested in people. Like, do bears attack people sometimes? Yeah. It's just like a very outlier situation. The pannier wasn't in my tent. My pannier was on my bike, which was like 20 meters from my tent. Specifically because I was lazy, but I knew I had food in my panniers, so I kept my bike far away from my tent for that reason. A bear smelling food and like going for the food does not mean it almost attacked you. In the same way, if you leave some food on a picnic table when you're camping and a raccoon eats it, doesn't mean a raccoon almost attacked you. Oh, barely. Okay, it was a pun. Okay. Could you outbike a bear? Full-grown bear can run like 50k, like 50 kilometers an hour, can it? No. Down a big hill? Sure. On flat? No. Uphill? Definitely no. Although I guess if I'm uphill and I'm a good way up, turning around and bombing down the hill may work. As good as wild boar, a few venomous snakes. Do they? They got boars here? And snakes, okay. Don't make their own streaming awards. I have no idea. I'm sure the proposal has been put out there. I just haven't deemed it worth the expense. Bother you this morning? No, we had, as I was taking down the tent, like 3 or 4 people just walked past. Someone just nodded. One person, like, using charades, like, asked if I slept there. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, cold. I'm like, no, I'm from Canada. I was forged in the freezer. Because I was just right next to a path along the reservoir of the lake there. The time I got stung by a bee when you're turning, yeah, in Newfoundland. That wasn't fun. I was going fast down a hill. Bee smacked off my forehead while riding my bike. Bounced off my forehead and then underneath my sunglasses. Was now trapped there, so stung me. Like an inch away from my right eyeball. And then I had to reach up under there, grab the bee, chuck it away. Right as my mic died. We're sponsored by Twitch or even streamed. Yeah, it was streamed on Kitty Cinderella's channel. And then broadcasters could co-stream it if given permission. Sarah did that, my girlfriend. But yeah, it was, I don't think it was on any official Twitch page or anything. The Stream Awards had many sponsors to help finance it. Because when I was there, I was impressed by just how much production value is going on. Like tons of cameramen, security, just like producers going around like helping like run the show. Like there's all this schedule that they have to follow, and they have a bunch of streamers who are not particularly organized like myself. That they're corralling. Yeah, I thought it was quite impressive. Harry Mack was, yeah, it was really good. I don't know what the cost to put on is, but we're in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's the pre-show interview. Yeah, I did get interviewed, but I didn't get interviewed live. Only a percentage of the interviews were streamed live. country has the best chocolate milk. Norway's is some of the best. New Zealand's some of the best. Since I'm from Canada, I'm partial to Canadian chocolate milk as well. But there's a top tier. Those would be them. Most of like Europe uses like shelf stable chocolate milk that you can just buy at room temperature, but it just doesn't quite hit as good as fresh chocolate milk. We're in the hills now. That was a very extended but gradual climb. I didn't even need to get into like my climbing gear chain. But ups and downs, twists and turns. I like it. Yeah, chocolate milk's good. No lactose. I like lactose. No, it just doesn't bother me, so no need to buy milk where they process the lactose out of it when it doesn't negatively affect me. 200 meters was our elevation there. Nice. And we're on like another lake or potentially reservoir as well. Big dam, yeah, that makes sense. You know about sugars in chocolate milk? No, I want lots of sugar. I'm cycling. Sugar is energy. It's a fast-burning energy that's easy to digest and use in like the short term, like the now. If you're sedentary at home and you're not actually doing anything that would use that energy, yeah, a bunch of sugar is not the best. But if you're burning a few thousand extra calories a day from cardiovascular exercise, then sugar is a very usable energy source. Like at marathons, they'll have like hydration stations or like water and stuff like that, but they'll also just have like glasses of Coca-Cola at that point, flat. Flat's, ideal, so you don't, running and jostling around a bunch of carbonated beverage in your stomach, because it's just sugar and caffeine. UK Channel Islands Gold Top Milk. It kind of sounds familiar. So I might have, but I wouldn't have remembered the moment enough to actually comment on it. I feel like I was somewhere and people were telling me I had to have it. So I feel like we must have sought it out at some point. We got a bit of a town here, maybe. Nothing beats the Dutch chocolate milk. No, I disagree. All Dutch chocolate milk is heat treated and shelf stable. It ain't fresh. It's fine. It's just not in my S tier chocolate milk list. Go stuff like inclination and altitude. So I use a plug-in RTRL, real-time IRL, and it kind of just takes my GPS information and calculates a lot of stuff off of that. Inclination is close usually, at least from a elevation change perspective. But like sometimes we'll be like right above sea level and say we're like under the sea, because that's just based off of a cell phone. It's not the most accurate GPS in the world. But what is often quite inaccurate is the incline percent or decline, because it's also doing that off of your cell phone. And it can sometimes give you a decent ballpark figure, but it's nothing like that I'd trust 100%. I see we're taking this bridge. That's a big bridge. Yeah, we're taking the bridge. Well, it feels like a big bridge for this road being like a smaller local road. There's no fresh chocolate milk, hee. There's no chocolate cow. Well, it just means you take fresh milk and then you add chocolate to it, and then you keep it refrigerated the whole time, and then you sell it. The Dutch milk they do that, but then they do like a high heat treatment and package it at that moment, so it's shelf stable. It keeps for a few months, and you can keep it at room temperature. Yeah, this reservoir is like super calm. You got a pretty decent reflection off there. No one checking out this fresh version too? Do they? Wasn't common though. Must have had it then. What's going on over here? It's like a new washroom and stuff. I'm gonna use the washroom here. There's probably one at the checkpoint. The stamping point, but might as well use one while they're here. What is this building? Packs in the glass bottle. Like you're talking on the fridge? I did, but I'm pretty sure most of the ones still in the cartons in the fridge are the shelf-stable variety. I had lots of chocolate milk. Preserve old broadcast, trying to find the one you're camping on this island. If you go to the videos tab in the channel, it'll be by default just showing VODs, which self-delete after like 60 days or something like that. You have to switch that from VODs to all videos or highlights. And then you should have essentially all my streams for the past 6 years of streaming. Okay, I'll be right back. It's got like a motion sensor classical music feature. Premium. As soon as you walk in, it's just like, let me give you some classical music. But like, there's also like wedding music. It's like do 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 do. And that makes me think of like a wedding. And I don't know, I just feel like that's weird bathroom music. Seongjinggong Dam Water Culture Center. Wait, my next stamp is Seongjinggong Dam. So this must be the reservoir, and then we're getting close to the dam now. Postman's Korea free, or do you pay for it? I have not seen a paid toilet in Korea. I'm second guessing myself. I don't think I have. They're free. Sometimes they're missing amenities such as like toilet paper and soap, but this one's nice. I think it's brand new. That's why I stopped here. For a 10K from the stamp. All right, almost back onto the stamping part of the stream. Take any candy where you're going? Yeah, I'm like a dude that came up earlier, taking all my stuff. $10K easy peasy. Oh yeah, we'll get that, and we should get another like couple stamps or something like that today. We'll see. I have to see how spread out they are. Sometimes they're just like 10 to 20 kilometers away. I say average one's like 20 some odd kilometers from stamp to stamp. So what are we at for distance? Like 15 or something? I don't actually know. $17. So yeah, we'll have done about 27 by the time we get our first stamp. If our history here in Korea on part 2 of this trip is anything to say, then we've got like 80 plus kilometers and that's maybe about 100, which means we'll have another well, like 70 kilometers of routing after we get our first stamp. Ate the food, spit it out, got bit of it. Yeah, until that point I was fine. Like this guy was kind of just being, you know, a little bit of an oddball, but it's fine. I meet lots of oddballs, I'm fine with that. In fact, I find it quite interesting. But when he asked if he could have food, I'm like, yeah, take one of these kimbaps. And he took one, immediately opened it, took a bite and spat it out, and then threw out the rest. I'm just like, no. No more for you. You've lost your food privileges. Oh. Nobody got hurt? No, now it's just an interesting anecdote. At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. It's just like, oh, weird. I think we're good to go. I'm gonna have to take this vest off at some point. I think we're still good with this now, but soon. Do 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 do. Oh yeah. Ooh, a dog. Pat Shuttle Bell Canon in D major. That's probably accurate. Ooh, some nice gazebos down there. Sleep with those. Alright. Is it the Rude Sandstorm? Something like that. Same, but different. It's gorgeous out today. Yeah, this is about as nice as it can get. High today's supposed to be about 20. I say that's kind of like my ideal travel temperature, regardless of hitchhiking or biking. It's just comfortable outside. Not too hot, not too cold, it's just nice. For Korea, this is like a kind of hilly area. I guess like the bike paths generally follow river valleys. And since you follow the river valley, you're following like the low part, you're not going up into the hills. But here we're going off away from the river valleys. So it involves, like Korea in general is quite hilly and mountainous. So we're doing more of that and less of the flat river valleys. Traffic here, really cozy with bird singing and peace. Yeah, no, I've really enjoyed the ride so far this morning. I wasn't sure what the road would be, because like just riding on roads can be hectic at times. But I did look at it yesterday, and it looked like, you know, I saw a main highway, and I saw our road was following that main highway, but not that main highway. That's generally a really good sign that it's not going to have much traffic. Because anyone actually trying to travel anywhere will just take the bigger highway. The only exception to that is if it's like a toll highway and people don't feel like paying, then the secondary roads will get filled up with people avoiding the tolls. But I'm guessing this isn't the toll highway then. Short t-shirts, have your fan on. You put a fan on your bicycle? At 20? Fan on a bicycle is a funny thing to have. The act of riding creates airflow. 20 Celsius at home? That's room temperature. That's 70 Fahrenheit. That's what you set when people set their thermostat to. A whoop, a whoop, a whoop, whoop. Oh, that's a bigger whoop. There's a little woo and there's a big woo. They're harmonizing with different octaves. We got the soprano and the tenor. Is 77 inside? 70, isn't that 20? I thought 70 Fahrenheit was like room temperature. Isn't there a blue line? We're not on an official bike route. We're just connecting to get onto the next official bike route. Decent little climb. Ooh, a nice gazebo. This would be great for camping, actually. It's got a nice view too. I might just show you where we've climbed up to. Oh, I should have camped here. It was too far, but nice. I'm just getting out of the way. Whew. That's not really much of a climb, but we were just down at that little center down there, out to the right. I don't know where elevation gain was, but it wasn't much. But gave us a nice view of the reservoir here. Beep, beep, beep. See this gazebo? And these, I just set up my sleeping pad and quilt right in the middle of them. No tent required. It was buggy, I could just set up the tent body to keep the bugs out. How many seats in the gazebo? This one has this ring of seats around the edge. Little benches. But yeah, in like Canada, they put like a picnic table in them or something, probably. All right, now I think we'll get some downhill here. It's always fun. That's a steep road going up there. For kilometers to the next stop, like 9 kilometers to the next checkpoint, I think, something like that. And we'll start getting stamps today. But yeah, we had a 90-kilometer gap between our last stamp and this one, probably about 110, including the the detour we did yesterday, following a blue line. That some broken glass. Let's avoid that. Conditions are nice. We can get a little speed going. This road looks okay. Never mind. This road does not look good. Right as I was saying. In general, it looks good, but now I don't trust it.
Thank you for the sub. Ow! Fuck. A big bug just smacked into my cheek. Luckily it wasn't in my mouth. My face. The dangers of going fast. Who was that? Womp Southern Line. Thanks for the prime. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. Alright. Bug was out to get me. Oh, there's the police station. I will report that bug to the police. Keep your brakes from squeaking. Oh, they squeak. Especially when they get wet. Topped at 55. Nice. Got a little speed going. It's fun going fast. I like speed. Didn't mean Sarah top 70 going down that hill on NBC there? Minding its own business. Well, it was crossing an active roadway and it clearly didn't look both ways. It was not crossing at a crosswalk. Here on stream now, make a blood curdling noise. Oh, mine do sometimes too. Right. Well, when I was going down that like mountain trail, like the single track rooted trail, my front brakes were starting to get a little screamy. Metric, good to know. Like, there's some possible causes that make it more squeaky, like if you get some like oil or something on the brake discs or calipers. Skirt. Wait, this looks a little steeper. What else have people said when mine have been squeaking? You can like use brake cleaner to clean it off. Anyway, like I don't know how to fix it, but Google would probably give you a couple different things you could potentially try. Because it like, ideally they don't squeak. And that squeak is probably meaning some inefficiencies in the braking. Up we go. That was a bit closer than a while ago. We're always closer than we were before, as long as we're going forward. But, as per usual, I actually like climbing. I find it satisfying, so I don't mind doing this. We go slow, but steady, and we get there eventually.
What's you doing? I feel it, but it's not too bad. So we do for a day off coming up soon. Looks like good weather today, mostly good tomorrow, with rain coming in potentially later in the day, and then Wednesday, the next day, being a full rain day. So probably gonna take Wednesday off and be a sedentary, lazy person for a day. Top of that little hill. Looks nice. That's a really enjoyable road to ride on. Very sparse traffic. Road is in general in decent shape. And then just lots of twists and turns, ups and downs, which I enjoy. Some people hate climbing on a bike. I am a fan myself though. Because flat and straight can just get monotonous. Always that road like straight up in front of us, like doing switchbacks up to, looks like some kind of like temple or something. That looks like a tough climb. I think it's paved too. If I didn't have a sore knee, I'd be tempted to try it. Whoa. First bit looks pretty doable, but a little bit further up there's a section that looks especially rough. Huh. Alright. You sort of just like last time? Yeah, comparable. But then it just kind of sorted itself out, and I don't know what happened last time, but the goal would be it just does it again this time. Now this is the climb? Like, do we go up pretty far through here? Actually, I think my Cacao Maps has an elevation profile thing. Looks like we go up a little bit, but we're almost near the top, I think. I'm getting warm. All the sleeves. Probably take my vest off. Big difference from when we woke up this morning in 4 degrees. I was wearing all my layers. This is a pretty easy climb though. The grade is like very minimal. It's up, it's gradual up, so no reason for it to be difficult to find a decent gear, decent cadence, decent power output, and spin. I've learned, me and Sarah have a pretty different preference on cadence and how fast we pedal. I'm more like a 90, like low 90s kind of cadence guy. Sarah's more like a 75 to 80. It's much slower. Difference between like this and like this. Oh. Skip it. Hello. Thank you. I think I found the probably the reason why. So Sarah has like asthma. So she actually has like, the faster your cadence, the more it's a cardiovascular exercise, a heart and lungs, more than a muscle exercise. And the lower you spin, or the lower your cadence, the more of a muscle exercise it is. So Sarah having asthma and stuff like that, getting up into the high cardiovascular range, it's just harder on her lungs. And you know, she has like an actual medical condition. That means her lungs just don't want to quite function as much as they maybe hopefully would. So then she used lower cadence, which is more muscle based, works the heart and lungs a bit less. Oh yeah, air conditioning. Oh, this is a great downhill. Oh yeah, I can see for miles. Let's go. That's the steepest of it. I haven't been going that fast on this part 2 of this trip, so it's fun to bomb a hill when you can see like the length of the hill and see the condition of the road's good. There's no like real sharp hairpin turns that you're gonna hit going 60 kilometers an hour. And you just let it go. Topped at, what, 61? Nice. That felt good. Bike felt stable at said speed. Touring bikes, like generally if you have it loaded up decent, the panniers are pretty low on the bike, so it gives it a really low center of gravity. So it'll generally feel actually like very stable, especially at any reasonable speed. It's the last part of South Korea today in the mountains. Tour de Korea. Variety, spice of life and all that. Oh, we're still going down. .69 top speed in Norway, yeah. Actually, on our final day in Norway too, to get to Nordkapp, which was a nice, very fitting time to break the speed record. Ah, yeah. Just enjoying the airflow. I should take this vest off. It's warmed up fully, so. Well, maybe not fully. What is it, 1050? Probably still got a couple degrees of temperature increase. Temperature like peaks around like 1, 2 p.m.-ish. So quiet that I got a visit. Yeah, this road we've had like, well, it was very rare that we've had a car pass. Hey, look, a car. Yeah, there just ain't much. It's just me, you guys, and the road, and this here bicycle. All right, we must be getting relatively close to, what does it say, 5 kilometers to our next stamp checkpoint, which is lovely. Do you have a powerful sense of danger? I don't even know how to answer that, to be honest. Like, from hitchhiking, I think I've developed a decent sense of whether I should trust a person or not. I think in situations that can be seen as dangerous, I'm decent at recognizing the risk, and I, to the best of my abilities, try to minimize it. I try not to make unnecessary risks. But, yeah, I don't know. Sensible in the streams I watch. We all have that barrier. I'll take sensible. But yeah, I do things that many people would consider dangerous to their standards of risk. But well, pretty much anything I'm doing, I'm trying to minimize the risk where I can. If there's any reasonable opportunity to minimize the risk I'm putting myself through, I do. But also for a lot of stuff I do, I think people they haven't done any of the stuff. They just assume it's a much higher risk than it is in reality. Got the trailer on this trip? No, not this trip. I would like to do another solar trailer trip, but this is not the one where we have it set up. It's still in Norway, the trailer and solar panel. Spare inner tubes just in case flat tire. Yeah, I carry 2. And if I get a flat and swap out to a new tube, at the next opportunity, next time I see a bike shop, I'll buy 1 more. So I have 2 spares in case you run into a bit of series of bad luck. You just top it back up to 2. I also have a patch kit, but I haven't used it in a long time, as like a backup to the backup. My touring, we've averaged like, I think our flat ratio has really been like 1 flat per 2,000 kilometers. It hasn't really been much. Sometimes we'll go like just so far without one, then we'll have like a period where we might get one every 500 kilometers or something like that. But tires I run are fairly puncture resistant, so it just doesn't come up that much. But what that does mean is I go so long between puncture repairs is I forget all like the little tips and tricks to do it more efficiently. Like the touring tires are just a bit heavier duty tires, so like especially putting the tire back on at the end is a little tight, a little tough. Also just putting the wheel back on my touring bike, it just seems like very like tough as well. On my road bike, taking the rear wheel on and off with the cassette and everything and the chain, it just seems so simple, but on my touring bike still, when I do it, it's just like a huge pain in the butt. Just one budget to do this bike trip. There's so many variables I couldn't tell you. Like, so you're biking, so that's free transportation. But where are you staying at night? Are you staying in motels? Are you camping? If you're camping, are you staying in campgrounds? Are you wild camping every night? So accommodation is super variable. Food is super variable. You could be like buying from supermarkets, like all your own food and cooking it yourself, and never paying for drinks, just drinking water and stuff like that. You could have a very, very cheap food budget, and then you can scale up from there all the way to like eating out for breakfast, lunch, and dinner at nice restaurants and trying nothing but the best that Korea has to offer. And then even with the transportation thing, like the Grand Slam tour involves lots of like disjointed parts of touring that a lot of people will take buses to connect. And when you go out to one bike certification checkpoint that's just isolated, they just take a bus back to get back onto to continue the tour. And for the most part, I don't do that. I just continue riding, and I'll backtrack as needed. But a lot of people have transportation costs because they're biking and then busing whenever it's not required to bike. Kona Sutra, I gotta buy one now. Well, it's a steel frame bike. If I, like, all the components, not all, most of the components have been swapped at some point from just heavy use. Okay, 2.8 kilometers, and this road should take me pretty much right there. Okay. But yeah, chromoly steel, it's tough, it's durable. It does the job. We have a status check? What kind of status? Status is the sun is shining. A beautiful day in a beautiful country on a beautiful bike. Life is good.
For 66 months.
Drewby Ficus, with the 66-month resub. Execute or subscription 66. Thank you very much for the 66 months. Do a 360 trick on your bike. No. My wheels spin 360 degrees. It's kind of a trick.
100 bits. Hey Hitch, you're 7 days in. Weather's good. When's the first day off?
Thanks to the 100 bits later that we've. Looks like we have a rain day coming up on Wednesday. So we're on Monday right now. So should be riding today, tomorrow, and then Wednesday will be my first rest day. That could change, but that's currently what the weather's looking like. Like Wednesday looks like just on my thing it was like 100% precipitation, rain all day. So it'd be a good day to chill and watch Sarah. Those are like $40. That seems pretty typical in non-touristic like rural areas. Like 40,000 won. I think I've gone as low as like 35, so like 35,000 to 45,000 won. And 40,000 won is like $30 US. So pretty cheap. Like when we're in like Seoul or Busan or something like that, it's going to be at a higher price point. But in these rural areas that aren't too busy, it's pretty cheap. Whoa.
136 views.
Oh, we do turn right here. We got Zach. Joel, my man, with the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. Everyone, welcome to Hitch and welcome to South Korea. And she came at a good time. We're about to get back en route where we get stamps in our bicycle passport because the government of Korea has issued me an official bicycle passport from the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Anyway, I'm trying to fill that passport out so they give me a gold medal because at our core, we're very simple beings. I want positive reinforcement. It makes me happy. Actually, I don't know which way to turn in this roundabout. Right. Joel, hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good stream. How's it going, everyone? A rare stream. Yeah, how often do you stream now? Like when was the last time you did? You're a busy boy. So understandable. Your van, oh, you fixed your van on stream? You're having a battery issue, right? Are you driving your van to TwitchCon? Last weekend, so trip soon. Nice, man. Nice. Okay, we get a stamp in 1.2 kilometers. So if you haven't seen that, just a few minutes. Drop the trigger TwitchCon. Nice. What was it? TwitchCon Amsterdam. I got my first tour of it. We hung out in there for a while, drank a beer. In the back of your van. Back on official trail, almost. 1 kilometer. And we're back on official bike touring routes. We actually have to make a navigational decision, I think, today, because what's the command for the official Korean bike trail map? There's kind of like 2 southern bike tour routes that split off in different directions coming up here soon. And there's no way for me to cleanly do them in like one go without doing some very large backtracking. So I have to pick a direction and then backtrack extensively the other way. It's the first stop today. Yeah, this will be our first stamp today. We did 2 yesterday, but there was a 90-kilometer gap between the end of the last official bike tour, or bike route, and the start of the next one, which is we're about to get to. Just up here, in a few hundred meters. Alright, starting the right side, left one should be better for taking the ferry. Is that Mokpo? So do the right one to its terminus and then backtrack and go to the left one to take the ferry to Jeonju. Actually, I gotta check. Yeah, this way. Okay, sometime after this bridge, I presume. Kilometers roughly before the next stamp. 400 meters. 0.4 kilometers, if we're speaking kilometers. We cycle to the UK. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier today. I want to do a Land's End to John O'Groats tour in the not too distant future. So, yeah. Well, I see it. There's actually another cyclist at it. Okay, apparently that was sticking out further than I realized. You guys okay back there? It's actually the first time we've done that. I thought I had the clearance. Oops. Hey, this is what the official bike certification centers look like. They look like red phone booths. Okay. I gotta find my passport now. It's probably gotten a little buried because we haven't had to use it for a while. There it is. Okay. Here is my Korea's cross-country cycling road tour passport from the Ministry of Environment. The Ministry of Interior and Safety. We've done a lot. I have to figure out which one this one's called. Something. Damn. What's that scary looking mosque over there? You see that thing? Got a big booty on it. These are all places we've toured on official routes and got the official stamps at the official checkpoints. We just finished this one yesterday. Is it this one? Is it Yongsangang? I forget now. Damyang? Damn, I gotta look at what this one's called. Because I can't read the sign. Xiamjingang Dam. Okay. Where is the Xiamyingjang? Ah, here we go. Xiamyingjang bicycle path. So Xiamyingjang Dam. That's the one. This next one's Ganggongmuk. Double, triple check. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one right there. New page, new me. This one isn't one of the self-inking ones, so I'll get my ink pad out. There are some ink pads in there, but usually they're kind of like in a state of being all faded and sad. Got my own. It's got to have it the right way up. I can't tell. Which way? Is it this way? It's a very small stamp. I think it's that way. Alright, we're just gonna go for it. It could be upside down. Yeah, it wasn't the best stamp. It was like an old faded one. You could see like there wasn't much like relief between the flat part of the stamp and like the actual lettering and stuff like that on there. Just on paper. Usually I do. I just didn't have paper on hand. Last time I was here, I was using my.
One Mitchie gifted a tier 1 sub to Sarah_scope. They have given 50 gift subs in the channel.
I was using my boarding pass from flying to Korea as my test page. I'm just gonna walk over here for a second, have a little snack. And that was Mitchie. Thanks for the gifted sub. I got some leg press machines. Just gonna set up next to that. I did do it right side up, but yeah, it's a little smudgy looking. Okay, so we are back on a route. I'm curious what this one will look like because now we're in a different region of Korea. And when they developed this official bike route, it was probably done at a different time. It's probably a different construction method. It might just look different than a lot of the other ones. So I'm curious to see what we got. I have a couple of snacks here. I may have some chocolate milk actually. That'll be a good fuel up after the little climbs we've done. I was hoping like at this point we'd be overlooking like a big dam, but I'm not really seeing one. So that's fine. Gonna take the mic off so you guys don't complain about the gulps. Some people love it though. Some people love the gulps. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna have the other one too. So I'll be 600 mils of chocolate milk. This is a little pick me up. I'm just gonna have one of these kimbaps too. We'll have the sure, bacon fried rice. This is Denmark milk, not this one, right? Soul milk since 1937, not Denmark. Why are you so ashamed of your milk gulps? I'm not ashamed of them, but sometimes people moan in chat about hearing the gulps. And, you know, I just get tired of hearing the moaning. Is that a fly or a spider hanging off my helmet? I think it's a fly. Okay. Sometimes, because a lot of my gear is just outside my tent, there'll be like ants and spiders in my stuff in the morning. Which doesn't bother me so much, but I do like, if I'm like hitchhiking, and I throw my bag in there, and I sit in the driver's seat, and then like an ant crawls over my shoulder like down, I'm like, I feel kind of bad. I feel especially dirty at that point. Wow, this one doesn't tear very well. Okay. Get in there. Bacon fried rice, let's go. Ah. No. I'm losing her. I don't like this brand.
Subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Yeah. Terp, thanks for the 3-month Prime. It was falling apart as I was pulling the sides out. Wish there was a garbage here. Lots of trash. Check about reasonably priced in Norway. These are 2,000 won each. Usually, these are buy 2 get 1 free. So I buy 3 for 4,000 won, which is like $3 US. I don't know. At the individual price, I think they're a little steep. At the buy 2 get 1 free price, they're okay. Stayed on this route, took the trail, took Gwangyang, backtracked via Sucheon. After finished Jeju, you can take the HTX train back to Seoul from Mokpo. Be the most efficient way. Let me read this again. This route took the trail to Gwangyang, backtracked via Sucheon. I finished Jeju, take the HTX train back to Seoul from Mokpo. Gwangyang Sucheon. Let's look at the map. Okay, yeah, so the more eastern route first, which is the one we're already kind of on. And then backtrack via Sucheon. So off route, and just kind of go straight west and get back to the top of this one, and then ride that route down to Mokpo, ferry to Jeonju, and then ferry back to Mokpo, ferry, and then train to Seoul. Is that what you're saying? Still get around. Remember when you were in Regina one summer? Was I on a bike? I've hitchhiked through Regina many times, and I've also biked through Regina. Yeah, Regina I actually liked more than I thought. Same with Winnipeg. We'd always make fun of Winnipeg when I was growing up, being essentially the murder capital of Canada and the place you just don't want to be because it's Winnipeg. But when I rode through Winnipeg on my cross-Canada bike trip, I really enjoyed it, actually. Got a lot going on. You live in Sucheon. I might be heading through your territory. We'll see. I don't know if it'd be worth it to just backtrack the actual official bike route and then do it looks like, I don't know, there's like a 20-kilometer gap to get to the one further west, or to just go off route completely. Like if it's on rural roads like what we just rode on, I see no reason to be on the official bike routes to get to the other route I need to do to finish the mainland section of Korea's official certified cycling routes. But yeah, this section in general is just a little awkward. We have like a little map thing here. We're kind of into the southwestern corner of Korea, and there's like 2 different main branches of routes we have to do, and there's no way to do it cleanly. Oh no, it's Lin Cho. Thanks for the raid. How y'all doing? Winnipeg, 9 hours, something like minus 40, something crazy. Like, yeah, it gets cold. I live in Edmonton now. I moved from Vancouver Island to Edmonton. I don't know, I don't really mind like when you get minus 40 and below, it gets a little bit harder. But I still think just with decent gear, you can spend time outside minus 40 and it's fine. I find like minus 20s, minus 30s easier to deal with than like 3 degrees Celsius and blowing and raining, cold Vancouver Island weather. Like when it's just straight up cold out, just wear warm layers and a big jacket and insulated boots and it's fine. Check out Use Trek Domain on Tuesday. Solid bike choice. They come in many different like varieties, both in the material of the frame, like aluminum or carbon, but even within carbon, there's different like levels of carbon frame, different qualities and all that. And then different components, like what's the drive chain on it? Does it have like a Shimano Sora, or does it have a 105 group set or an Ultegra group set? Now, carbon 105 hydraulic disc. That's probably what I would say. I think like from what I've heard, going up to a 105 group set is like a good upgrade from like a cheaper Sora. from like a cheaper one. But once you go up to Altegra, you're just spending a ton more to save a little bit of weight for the same amount of like. It essentially works the same, just weighs less. My road bike is just an aluminum frame. I didn't bother going up to a carbon frame. It's a Canyon Endurance AL7 with a 105 group set. Which I thought was just like, for my uses, although I haven't actually used it for my intended use was to get to that road bike so when I'm back home I can join like a social cycling club and go on group rides. Kind of bike that Sarah uses. She uses, her touring bike is from Decathlon. It's a Riverside Tour 520, which for a new touring specific bike is best bang for your buck. Because my bike now, like if you go to buy one now, it's like 2,700 Canadian. Sarah's is $1,000 Canadian. It's near 1/3 the price. For a reasonably well-equipped touring bike, what we've discovered is like the gear range on it just isn't quite there. Because it's a 1x drivetrain, so it's like 1 gear by 11. It just doesn't quite go low enough. She could change out the front chainring or the cassette to have a little lower range, but since it's a 1x, she'll lose some top end. Like she won't be able to go as fast, and she already spins out. I swore like when I rode it, like at 25 kilometers an hour, you're already like at a pretty high cadence at the highest gear. So you can't really go much faster than that while actually still pedaling your bike. Because ultralight touring bikes are like ultralight backpacking. Start paying a lot more. Yeah, once you get into trying to get a bike with like really lightweight stuff, you start paying a lot more. But yeah, if you're going into lightweight touring, you're no longer on a bike touring setup. It's now called a bike packing setup. And what you're gonna have is, rather than panniers sticking out the side of your bike, you're gonna have a seat post bag coming out the back of your saddle. You're gonna have frame bags between, like, in the inner triangle of your bike frame. You'll have a handlebar bag and maybe like a top tube bag. Essentially, everything is in line. Your aerodynamic profile is not greatly affected. Better sell her bike and get one with a... Yeah, camera? Yeah.
맞춰줘야. 맞춰줘.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
잘났어, 땡큐.
It's okay?
오케이. 자, 그러면 제가 찻집이 있던가. 커피 써줬네.
I got a group photo. I don't know how to count to 3 in Korean. That touring bike packing, the same thing. It's like the same activity with a different loadout. But, and a lot of times, like, a bike packing setup's considered just like more narrow, so like you can take it. In theory, people say more on like more single track kind of like off-road kind of thing, but a bike touring setup works on single track. Like my panniers, although wide, are barely wider than what my handlebars are. 하나, 둘, 셋. Busy spot today. There's a group of 4 cyclists, and now I think another guy just showed up. Now we're gonna have to backtrack. Go to Gwangyang, then from Yosu, catch the ferry there. Jeju, then Jeju, Mokpo, come back towards Gwangju. That could work too. Yeah, like in my head, I'm just like, we finish on Jeju, and that's a nice place to like finish all the stamps, but what you just described is probably technically more efficient. Now we don't always have to go for 100% efficiency, but let's do the eastern route to start with, and then when I get down there, I can decide if I want to do that kind of big backtrack, or if we just go to Jeju from there, and then ferry from Jeju to Mokpo and do that last section. I think that is a good idea, though. How much were you carrying this time? A lot. I never weigh my bags. I should. Like it's a good question, and it's like extremely relevant, and I never have a good answer. I'm like, I usually just say bike plus gear is in 100-pound territory. Okay, double chocolate milk done. Had my little snack. I'll take my vest off. Your Canadian, isn't that OG kilograms? Canadians are weird. In day-to-day usage for things like my weight and weight of that kind of range, we use pounds. We are officially metric. On all my efficient government stuff, like my weight is in kilo, like my driver's license in BC lists my weight and my height. My weight's on my license is in kilos and my height is in centimeters, but I don't actually know my weight in kilos nor my height in centimeters. I say my weight in pounds and I say my height in feet and inches. Canada's this weird cross between imperial and metric. The US influence is strong. You're wearing your license hitch? Why? I don't know. They just do. I don't know if my Alberta one does. Actually, I can check really quick. I'm curious. BC one definitely does. Just do this out of frame. No, it has my weight. It says 68 kilos, height 178. Eyes green, hair brown. I guess it's for, identification. So like say, I got a younger brother who's 17 and wants to go to the bar, and I give him my ID. But my younger brother is yay tall. Person can be like, yeah, that's not you. You're light? Yeah, I weigh about 150 pounds. This is my kind of standard weight. Does that translate? I got up to 180 right before my US bike tour from Florida, from Key West to North Carolina. I was working out with Sarah in the gym in our apartment and eating at a big caloric surplus because I'd never actually been strong upper body wise, and I thought it'd be fun to feel like I have strength in my upper body, and I did feel strong. It was kind of cool. And then we haven't really worked out that much, at least upper body, for a while. Heart rate go up to while riding. I don't wear a heart rate monitor while like touring. I think it'd be interesting to add that stat. My girlfriend Sarah, she's touring in Wales right now and streaming it, and she has that. She has a armband heart rate monitor attached to her stream. So that my only reference for heart rate is when I'm like riding on Zwift at my home trainer at home, because I have a chest heart rate monitor for that. But I don't have a good answer. I don't remember now. Still in the transition phase between BC, MSP, and Alberta healthcare? Yes, I think, well, I forget how long the carryover is, but it bridges directly into the other. No, I think I just got in the mail my my Alberta healthcare number, so I think I'm on Alberta healthcare now. You and Strava? In the past, I'd used it for training between trips. I haven't used it in a couple of years now, though. Just stretching my legs 1 sec. All right. Actually, I should swap. To charging from this phone to this phone. Eh. Yeah. Try skipping meals, fasting, really works. Like, I've always been really skinny, and I always thought I just had like really fast metabolism. But when I was growing up, like, I'd eat meals, but I didn't really snack between. I think I just ate a lot less than I realized, so I stayed skinny. But if I'm actually keeping track, like I am trying to eat a specific amount of calories in a day. Like when I was bulking up and got to 180, is as simple as, am I eating more calories than my body's naturally burning? If yes, weight goes up. Am I not? Weight goes down. And you see it very directly while bike touring, because I'm using so much extra energy. If I'm not eating up to snuff, I'll drop weight like it drops so fast if you're not eating proper. Calories in, calories out. Okay, I just want to look at this map. Now I don't need my hold up, where is it? Other side of that roundabout. Let me go that way. This says that also says the bike certification center is on the other side of this. I wonder if there's another one, but that looks brand new. Maybe the old one was over there. The stamp in there is not brand new. It's not the best stamp, honestly. Out, right, and then we turn left to the roundabout. I don't know if we're riding on the road to start with. We'll see. Seafood diet? Yeah, I am on a seafood I eat it diet. I'll eat anything. And that's one of the nice things about bike touring. If you want to go to a country and experience the culinary delights of that country without having to feel guilty about eating a lot, just bike tour. You can eat as much as you want. And you should eat as much as you want. It's a bonus stamp. If there is one, I'll double stamp it. I think it's probably just that one there. It looked new. It might have just been like Could have been an old one here or something. No, it's just a cafe. Which doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world. Yeah. Just shows it essentially where that cafe is, but it's definitely not a booth there. That's fine. We should ride down here. So this isn't a bike path, it's just a road for now. But it is official route. No blue line though. That's like, you'll see in different parts of the official bike route, they have different levels of infrastructure. I'm just looking in case there's like a bike path just on the other side of these like bushes or something, but I don't think so. And this one in general follows the river valley as well. Yeah. But I don't know if it's got any bonus stamps. Yeah. There's been a couple. There was one at like the top of a climb. It's actually one of my favorite ones. This really big one, but it's not in the certification like passport at all. But there's just like a big empty spot on the page, so we just put that big stamp on that page as just like a little bonus one. There's another cool one that had like an elk or something on it that also just looked cool. That was at a proper booth and stuff like that, but it hasn't been added to the official passport either. So we just added that as a extra bonus stamp on our passport for fun. Heading to bed. Gracie, right? Can't wait to see. We are tomorrow night. See ya, Kathy. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good sleep. Oh yeah, we are at 61 stamps now. We're getting up there. We're getting up there. Should get a few more today, I think. Actually, I didn't look at how far, like how spread out the next ones were. So I don't have a good estimate for how long till our next stamp, but it is 11:40 a.m. Still morning. We got like 7 hours till the sun sets, so lots of time. 10 stamps in one day? No, we were at 49, I think, when we started part 2 of this, like day 1. Now it says day 7. So we would have been at 51 like on day 3 or something, because we got 1 on the first day to bring us to 50, I think, and then we had a couple days with no stamps because it was all kind of backtracked, redoing past we'd already done. Bianchi lookalike. Yeah, so Kona calls this color seafoam green. But it looks awfully close to what Bianchi's, what do they call it? Celeste or something like that? Celeste green? It's a very famous bike color. I do like this color. When I bought this bike, Kona just does, you know, a color per year. This year was this seafoam green. I actually didn't want this color bike, but it was what was available, and I'm like, whatever, it's fine. Serves a purpose. It doesn't have to look pretty. As soon as I bought it, pretty much though, you know, like having it in person, I think it looks really good in person, the color. And it's just more fun than like a standard like blue or red or something like that. It has character. No blue line. I think I see maybe a very, very faded one on the right side of the yellow line. It's faded so much it looks gray. I could be wrong though. Let's keep an eye on it. I'll see if any patches look. I think that is blue line. It just has not been updated for a long time. You can also see the yellow line has not been repainted in a very long time. riding stock tires. This bike's got like 25,000 kilometers on it. I've swapped the tires out several times, but I'm on comparable tires. They come stock with a 40 mil Schwalbe Marathon Mondial touring tire. My fronts are still Mondials. My rear is a Marathon Plus or something like that. Has a slightly less aggressive tread on it than the Mondials. In my opinion, the Kona Sutra comes like pretty well equipped with like a nice touring setup. The tires are very tourable. The seat is like the most recommended touring seat in the world, the Brooks B17 saddle. It's pretty much ready to rock and roll right off from the store. Like, you don't really have to upgrade anything. You can if you have a preference. You just need pedals. Yeah, you're good to go. If you want to run a front rack, then you'll need it doesn't come with a front rack. You'll need a front rack and panniers. And of course you need just panniers in general. But yeah, as far as like swapping things out, like I've broken like a few wheel sets in this time. So the wheels are not stock, tires are not stock. They've been swapped out several times. Pretty much all the components have been swapped out outside the frame, the rear rack, which comes standard. Handlebars have been changed. Like front fork is still fine, it's just chromoly steel, so that's not going to break. Yeah, pretty much everything has been swapped out outside of, oh, and the saddle's still original. Jeonju Sutra had one flat tire, one broken spoke on a 3,500 mile tour grade bike. Yeah, I trust the bike. But yeah, as far as components, what comes stock I think is quality. It will wear out over time. Everything outside of the frame and a few specific things is essentially disposable. Well, not disposable, it's a consumable item. Given enough time, they will just wear out from use. And that's not a bike problem, that's just you're using a piece of equipment and it needs maintenance and repairs. 22 Sutra, what color is the 22? Is that the one that's like black? I'd love to, like, if I was making big streamer bucks, because Sarah's just struggling with her bike, especially the gear ratio. But she's taken my bike on tour and she really likes it actually, even though it's a frame size too big for her. I'd love to just buy a new or a couple years old model Sutra in her size and gift it to her, and we'd have like matching, at least matching in, well, it'd be funny if she got a 2019 in the same color, that'd be cute. Buy her a bike that I know she likes using. But bikes are expensive, so I can't really afford a multi-$1,000 present. Sarah's bike ended up covered in stickers anyway. She only covered it in stickers because she didn't really like the look of her bike. It was just an economical bike to get into touring. Rode a belt drive bike? I haven't. I could probably adapt it onto my tandem bicycle. It has a roll-off internal gear hub. But you couldn't just swap a belt drive onto a derailleur style drivetrain bike. But with the internal gear hub, I could make it work. It looks like we turn left up here. Right, one bike thinks says straight, one bike thinks says left. The one I'm used to, let me just double check. Mine says stay on this side of the river. Blue line says cross. Hey, it looks like there was a path down by the river that I didn't see this whole time. Now mine could be like outdated. It's just a download GPX coordinate. What do you think? We've kind of learned to not trust the blue line. But is that like an actual bike path following the river on that side? It's probably 6 in one, half dozen the other. Like, it doesn't really matter. They both follow the river. But mine has me following this side of the river for a very long time. I'm undecided. I kind of want to. I have an issue with following the blue line. Oh wait, there's a map. Where are we? Is that where I am right now? Was part of this closed? Is that why? Are we there at the bottom, the red dot, and then cross to the left side, do some fancy footwork, then reconnect up there? This one says Jeonju Gang bike trail to the left. Okay, well, let's give it a try. Going straight might be flooded. Oh. Well, anyway, the way on the left looks like this isn't a busy road, but it's, you know, it's a road. This one to the left seems more adventurous. But yeah, it'll probably just reconnect up in not too long. So let's take the adventurous. It is the blue line route, so it's not really that adventurous. It just looks like less of a well-developed road, which I don't know. I like going into the those smaller places. I like this bridge. It's got some ducks. Sorry, but going for a dip. Actually, I should probably have a bath today. That should be good. Well, I'm probably taking the day off Wednesday, which means I'd get a shower tomorrow night, most likely. This looks nice. It's got the pylons up, so there shouldn't really be cars on here either. Back to like independent cycling infrastructure? No way. Oh, these little trees on the right starting to bloom. You've got this trees. I like this. It's nice. It's like a blue line place. Yeah, we are definitely on a blue line route now. Cherry blossoms. Spring. Yes. Yes. Is there anything specific? Official bike route. Not necessarily like one of the certified routes that you get stamps on, but just if it's an officially recognized bike route, it's got blue line on it. Is that it? Now we cross back over? That's the shortest little detour across the river. It was really nice though. I don't even know. I might have not brought my little soap container. I don't even know if I could jump in the river. I don't know if I've got soap. Camped at this tour? Yeah, I've camped every night but one on this tour so far, like this day 7 here, so. I had a really nice camp spot last night, like overlooking this reservoir, so a lake. This is really nice so far. I'm vibing with this new official route we're on. Look at this protected bike lane on this bridge. It's real nice. Did that turn for traffic into a one-way bridge, or is it alternating? No, there's a spot in the middle, so if a car comes the other way, you can pull into the pullout. So I'm guessing it's still a bi-directional car bridge. It's just sees such low traffic, it probably doesn't matter. What trees are these? I haven't started yet. They're still in winter mode. When these start going, this will probably be like an absolutely gorgeous path as well. Well, it already is really nice. It would just be even nicer. Bark is smooth, it's cherry type. I need to see a cherry tree to know what that means. I don't know what smooth bark means. I'll only know if it's a cherry tree for sure if I see it blossoming like a cherry tree. I need to tighten the bolt on my aero bar pad. Definitely camp out on the left side here. Be very easy camping down by the river. Very nice. I saw the sign said these were washrooms, but also a water fountain. I might just already wasted money on I see an outside water fountain. I have to go in the toilet. I might not. I don't see it. I still got lots of water. It's not a big deal. I figure since it's warm out, might as well keep it topped up. But I've got. Drones. You know, I really have not had time to like get the. I should have shut up more before I got here, but it's been busy since I've been in Korea now. I have a day off coming up, so a list of things I want to do is try to fix my waterproof camera because it's currently not powering on, and get the drone properly set up. So that's most likely Wednesday. We're at Monday today, so we got touring today, touring tomorrow. Day off Wednesday. Could change. So we theoretically try to go for a day off once every week or so-ish, just to keep the body healthy. I try to plan it around bad weather. Oof, these are aggressive speed bumps. Jeez. I really feel like I'm out here right now. Like, there's not too much going on. Just a couple small, very like family farms. Steep hillsides, river, valley. A lot of times, like, I feel like I'm in a, like the river valley is quite wide and flat with lots of farming. This is like quite a narrow one without much development going on. It's quite serene, quite nice, peaceful. I really like this stretch, that's beautiful. Maybe something caught in my see it. Let me pull over by this bench here. Pull it out. I'll show you the river. In the meantime, what did I run over? There's a ton of stuff just. It's like I ran over something like sticky, and there's a bunch of just pebbles that are stuck onto my tire and not flicking free. There was what I thought was water on the road, but maybe they were like resealing the road with something. Okay, that looks better. Bedtime for me. See you the weave. Thanks for hanging out again. It's probably some on the rear tires, but they weren't clanging up on the fender or anything. These ones were. Well, actually, no, they weren't clanging on the fender. I could just hear them hitting the road each time, like a pebble hitting the ground. Has an impact sound. We low at 2% decline. It's nice and comfortable, and we get to tour at a little bit of a extra higher pace, and speed is fun. I'll take it. Does anyone know, like, why does like any logical place where it would make sense to swim have signs that say don't swim? Why is Korea so against swimming? The water is polluted? I hope not. It's a beautiful river. Because this is a really slow flowing section. I'm like, this would be a real nice spot to go for a little dip, if I do say so myself. My main method of staying clean in Norway was swimming. So more cherry blossoms. It's great against people thinking I'm so close to swim. No, like onsens are like, you know, like Japan, you get naked, so I feel like they have less of a stigma about nudity. Jay Streezy was even saying that there's a co-ed onsens, same thing, gotta be naked in Korea. So to me that sounds like they're much more relaxed about the whole naked body thing, which most of the world really is. It seems distinctly a North American thing for our human bodies to be so like shamed as inherently sexual, not just your body that you live in. Yeah, Puritans. cover up like crazy in Korea. And then why do they have, why are all the public baths naked? Isn't all public baths naked? That doesn't exist in Canada. Dangerous area. Oh, there's a weir here. You definitely want to swim near that. So that makes sense as far as not swimming. Very dangerous currents. Want to start hitchhiking? What's your best tips? Tip number 1, don't hitchhike. I never streamed hitchhiking with the intention of promoting it and telling people to do it. It's just somehow I stumbled into a method of traveling that I like, and I thought it'd be interesting to share it with people. I think it's a type of traveling that's potentially slightly misunderstood, so I wanted to show what it's like from my perspective. If you take that warning and decide to do it anyway, you are fully responsible for your own safety. If you hitchhike enough, you will have people pull over that for one reason or another you shouldn't ride with them. It is your job when someone pulls over their car for you to assess their state of mind and to make a judgment call on whether that person is safe to ride with. I suggest talking to them, having a conversation with them before you get in the car. If you're the type of person that is unable to, like it feels too socially awkward to say no to someone once they've pulled over for you, like, you know, they already pulled over for me, I might as well just get in the car, then you should not even consider hitchhiking. It's not for you. Yeah. You have to manage your risks. So you have to be capable of being assertive. And not everyone is. I'm gonna have to say no to the ride. Most of the times I say no. It's not for like safety reasons, it's for logistical reasons. They're going, oh, those are kind of funky. It's a campground with like tent cabin things. Most of the time when I say no, it's not because they mean me any harm. It's like in the process of sussing out the person who's pulled over, my line of questioning involves asking where they're going, and sometimes they're turning off the road I'm hitchhiking on in not too long and going in the wrong direction. So even though they could drive me a short distance down the road, where they drop me off wouldn't be a better spot to hitchhike, so I might as well stay there anyway. So most of the time I turn down a ride, it's purely for logistical reasons. How often do I have to reject a ride for non-logistical reasons because someone comes across as dangerous, or a common one is like intoxicated, or this come off like in an aggressive way. It's not that common, but it happens regularly enough that it's something you always should be monitoring. peaceful rest point. There's so many intoxicated people driving. It's one of the reasons I don't hitchhike at night anymore. There are multiple reasons, but you have a higher percentage of people that are drinking into the night, and you know, if someone's intoxicated, their inhibitions are lower and they're more likely to be like, yeah, I'll pick up a hitchhiker. Stream probably has safety too, obvious, I guess. You know, it wasn't obvious to me when I started. Like, I had hitchhiked for 4 years, 25 countries. I think I was about 700 rides before I started streaming it. And the safety factor had never even occurred to me, like the streaming safety factor of it. But it did get described to me, like, it's probably safer to stream hitchhiking because if someone has bad intentions and you tell them you're like live streaming. What is this a dog? It's got quite the coat on it. No, anyway, they find out you're live streaming, they have bad intentions, they're probably not want the camera in there, which makes sense. So yeah, safety increased. It's crazy you went so long without any incidents. Is it? Like, live on stream, I was hitchhiking through Oregon down I-5. I ran into this guy who was, I think he was late 60s. I guess we can go this way. There's both sides. It has blue lines on the road too. I'm like, well, it could go either way. The road's probably smoother. It's asphalt. This is concrete. But anyway, dude had been hitchhiking his whole life pretty much, and he was pushing 70. He didn't live stream that. He couldn't have when he started hitchhiking probably 50 years ago. So me hitchhiking for 4 years without any major incidents isn't really that big of a time period compared to an entire lifetime of hitchhiking. Lose weight on bike tours. Generally I lose weight in the beginning because my appetite hasn't picked up. Once I'm like a couple weeks in, my appetite has picked up to like my cycling appetite, and I just get ravenously hungry and I can eat and eat and eat. Just my body adapting to the environment I'm putting it in on a day-to-day basis. So, and then my weight was stabilized at that point. I don't think I definitely haven't been eating at maintenance calories several of these days. Is this on full brightness? No. Can't watch the hitching content as much as I watch the cycling content. Yeah, different people have preferences. I kind of get annoyed when I'm cycling because no matter how much I do hitchhiking trips, as soon as I start biking, you get the exact same message. It's like,
Patch rated my stream with 214 views.
oh, got a raid. Petch, thank you very much for the raid. And welcome to Hitch, and welcome to South Korea. We're doing what's called the Grand Slam bike tour of South Korea, which takes me all over the country on these official bike routes. You can tell it's an official bike route because of the blue line I'm following here. Anyway, along this official bike route, we've got these bike certification centers with custom stamps in there, and the government of Korea issued me a Korean bicycle passport. And if I fill out that passport at every single bike certification center in the country, they give me a gold medal. So we're going for a gold medal right now. How about Petch? Thanks again for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. How's everyone doing? Although I guess we discovered that the blue line doesn't necessarily mean you're on an official route. like a certified route. It just means you're on a bike route, and that can mean several different things. Big love, brother. Hey, thanks again. Hey, Fair Channel, I want to send some love. Hey, well, I appreciate it. What do you stream, my friend? Out of curiosity. Always trying to expand my network of broadcasters I know. Music streamer, DJ, cool. I hung out with a bunch of DJ streamers at TwitchCon Las Vegas. I had a ton of fun. Were you at Vegas, TwitchCon? On the last day on Sunday. The other days I didn't like party too hard, but on the Sunday I did. And I went to a bunch of different like official parties. And then I ended up at like a Twitch DJ house party, like at the Airbnb in the suburbs of Las Vegas, and was there like having fun dancing with like multiple different DJs taking over till like 7 a.m. It was a good time. First not here's a blast. It was a great time. Don't forget you are a BJ. Yes. I had a server at a restaurant the other day ask, like, BJ? And I didn't even notice, but chat certainly did. It sounded like she was offering or asking about that, which in English is, you know, a rather suggestive thing to ask someone. But in Korean, BJ means broadcast jockey. So, anyway. Anyway, that's just to say I got a very high impression of the Twitch DJ scene, so let me do it while I'm writing. Patch, got it. Let's drop a follow. Search. Pat. It's a good name too, it's clean. There we go. You followed Patch. Anyway, again, appreciate the rate. Another day on the bike. Yeah, we are well over 2,000 kilometers into this Grand Slam tour. It'll be over 3,000 by the time we finish, or should be, I think. Got another, what was it, like 28 stamps to finish my bike passport. We're well into it, but we still got a long way to go. If we weather like this, it's gonna be a wonderful rest of the trip.
Canini rated my stream
Whoa.
with 477 viewers.
There's apparently raid hour here. I'm gonna, oh yeah, they're giving me space. Give me the space. We share the road. Nice, good one, come on. Teamwork. Kaneni, thank you very much for the raid. I never wanted the hitch.
500 bits.
And the 500. that chat, I was talking about the Grand Slam tour and saying hi to the ladies, which is important. My bad. Hey. Yeah, my mic's died about 6 hours. Ooh, a caterpillar. Right when she bit. Oh, that was quite a while ago. Anyway, let's try this again. Can anything much for the raid and the bits? Oh, what an introduction! I gave a whole spiel. And you heard none of it. I just said it into the void. Nowhere, no one heard it. That's okay. We can do a less nice spiel again. the mountains heard you. Maybe this is a beautiful section. I love this. Yeah, thanks again for the raid. Sorry for the lack of audio. We're doing the Grand Slam bike tour of Korea, where the government of Korea issues me a bicycle passport attached to my Canadian passport. It's very official. And there's 89 different certification checkpoints spread throughout the country where you get custom stamps to fill out that passport. If you finish that passport, they give you a gold medal. They have gamified bike touring in Korea. They gave me a carrot to chase, and I'm chasing that freaking carrot. We can see the enthusiasm. There you go. Gotta be enthusiastic, even if you can't hear me. I am excited about it, though. How's everyone doing? We just got 2 raids in a row. Feeling the love today. What was Kanini streaming? As I get rates today, I'm trying to figure out what people are broadcasting before they send their viewers over to see, like, you know, how much of a contrast this content is, but also just expand my horizons, follow some more streamers as we go. Part of South Korean Hitch looks beautiful. I am kind of southeastern. Does anyone in chat know how to describe where I am? I am lost. Like, not really, but like, I don't know, in Canada I can like place where I'm at and be like, I'm this far from this major landmark. Korea, I don't have the same capabilities. Northeast of Jeonju. Yeah, that sounds right. And then we have the live location too, so you can see beyond region, like exactly where I am within a few meters. Oh, this is nice. I really like this section. This section of river we're following is so like isolated and peaceful. Oh, across the bridge, nice. Oh, it's a cool bridge too. Oh, I like this. Backtracking on the trails that don't circle around. Yes. So a lot of people that would be doing like the Grand Slam tour, or just touring extensively, would go out on those trails that kind of just dead end, and they take a bus back, or they take a bus out and then ride back, one of the two. That ain't my style though. So we've just been riding. We came here to ride, so we ride. Ooh, cherry blossoms. I like that bridge a lot. That was a good one. Ninth best bridge this trip, IMO. What was number 1? We're gonna earn the whole gold medal. Yeah. We're going for gold. Wow, it's just lovely. I feel like this is one of my favorite segments, just because, like, I don't know, you should feel out in nature. Like, it's a small town here and stuff like that, but this section of river just feels undeveloped upon. A lot of the river feels like it's dammed a lot, and you don't see like all like the rocks and like the natural river stuff. Hello. She tried to get away and almost like tripped and fell off the trail. I feel bad. How far are we to our next stamp? We're probably not like crazy far. Let's have a Peru. No, we're still. We're very close. Very, very close. If you did just get here, if you wait just a few minutes here, we'll be at Jeonju Certification Center in like a kilometer. So I'll show you my bike passport and how this kind of works and what we're working towards. Oh, it's steep.
Amiable Rogue 12 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Amiable Rogue 12 with the 7-month prime. Thanks for the 7 months. This thing is for you. Well, so if you haven't watched my bike touring, I did a bike tour last summer all the way up through Norway, up the west coast, through all the fjords, towing a trailer with a 225 watt solar panel on it. So just a very heavy setup. So I have like done a lot of hill training. So I've learned to love climbing. I like going up. I also like going down. I just like going, I guess. This would be a good spot to camp. Real nice spot to camp. We're not there yet though. We got another 6 hours till the sun sets. Quite a scenic time to join the stream. Yeah, this is one of my favorite spots we've been at, probably for the whole trip. This river valley we're following in particular just feels a little bit more like natural than a lot of the other ones. And for that reason, I'm just vibing with it. It's really nice. Because I'd say on average, if we're on an official bike route in Korea, we are following a river valley. Not 100% of the time, but it's like 90% of the time. Well, this one feels special. Well, I see the sign for the certification center. We are close. Let's see. What does it say? 50 meters. Oh, I see it. New checkpoint. Here we are. This one has a light inside. This is advanced technology. I was not prepared for that. Huh. Can I charge my batteries in here? Alright, anyway. Let's show you the bike passport. Oh, there's some guys here. They might be going for it. I might let them go first.
안녕하세요.
Hey.
아이고, 수고하십니다.
Hang on, let me go because this is going to take a second. Was there beer here? Okay, no, we don't have beer. So this is my passport, the Korea's cross-country cycling road tour passport from the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Interior and Safety. Government issued. It's connected to my Canadian passport. It's very official. We've done a lot. These are all different ones of these phone book looking booths. I've got the official stamp checkpoint at. This is the unofficial one that I was telling you about, the extra large one, and I just kind of like. Just makes this page look like fun. This one's upside down. That's a nice feature. Anyway, we are on a new page here. This one. This is Ganggeongmak. And then after this one, it'll be another 25K to our next one. So yeah, we should get a couple more today.
이제 하나만 남았어요. 자, 여기 찍어봐. 아니, 그냥 때문에.
Dude, we got like traffic here.
하나 때문에 여기잖아. 다 이렇게 연결이 돼 있네. 그렇지. 아까 우리 거기가 이거 연결이 돼 있는 쪽이야?
I've never had to actually wait. I'm not in a rush. I'm happy to wait. It's good to see people using the infrastructure. I was saying that the other day, especially yesterday. There's a lot of people out just like riding and walking on all the really nice trails that they have in Korea. It's just good.
그러니까 이게 지금 여기서 내려와가지고 이쪽으로서 갈 수 있고 이쪽으로 갈 다리 건널 때 직진하라 했잖아. 우리 우회전구. 근데 그 물이 절로 떨어졌잖아. 하동 쪽으로. 그러니까 이쪽으로도 가고 이쪽으로 색깔. 그러니까 아까 그 사람들 밑에서도 할 때 삼각형이라니까. 말 그대로.
They're all on mountain bikes. I wonder if they're like going off official trail, like because they're pretty much all paved, and going onto like some single track trails. This looks like there'd be some potential for some really nice trails.
아, 그러고 여기 찍어달라고.
Do you want
아니.
all?
그분 이분도 좀 찍어드려. 됐어. 왜 찍어달라고? 오케이.
Do you,
오케이.
One, two, three. All right.
우리 찍어줄게요. 찍어줄게.
No, it's okay.
여기 다 찍고
감사합니다.
유튜브 이렇게 다 찍고 있잖아.
Yeah.
여기 앉아서 찍어야 돼.
All right, let's get the Ganggeongmak stamp here. I'm gonna try their stamp ink. This might be a mistake. Yeah, look, that turned out pretty good. Just make sure I close it so it doesn't dry out. I just have like a black ink pad, but I like it's fun to have a variety of colors. So anyway, stamp get. Still have the terrible red pad? No. I think that got thrown out or disposed of at some point. All right. Let's have a drink of water and keep rolling. Hyanga Park next. Yeah, it said 20 something kilometers for that one, so it'd be like an hour and a half or something like that, depending on the pace and if I stop at all. So that's 62 now, is it? Is that right? Who's counting? Okay. Keep it rolling. Show stamp? I did. Just missed it. Yeah, Twitch is kind of annoying for like quickly rewinding a minute to rewatch something and checking it out. I'm streaming on YouTube as well right now, which is actually better for that. Quickly pull up the YouTube live stream and then just rewind a couple minutes. I think it'd be good to go. This road's getting a little bit away from that river. That last section we just did with that little narrow bridge and the following the river, that specific section was one of my favorite sections I've done in I think the whole country, just for just the vibes. Also now we got the cherry blossoms cranking out at times. Some of them are still bare, but these ones here, they're doing their thing. I took my pants off too. Don't worry, I got shorts on underneath. 'Cause it's a warm day. That's so much better where you can rewind. Yeah, I think there's pros and cons to like Twitch streaming and YouTube live streaming, but the actual player itself and the ability to like rewind just by like clicking once on that bottom bar is objectively better. There's no subjectiveness on that feature. fun rolling hills though. It's nice. Like the bike section looks much rougher than just the paved asphalt section. There's like no traffic, just ride on here. Especially up here. The heck is that? Yeah, we'll just ride out here. Oh, it's the end of that bike section anyway, so. Okay. Alright, just the other way. Have to overtake anyone? Yeah. But like, it depends on the day and where I'm at. Yesterday, it was really busy on the trails, which is nice to see. It was a Sunday, and the weather's nice, so lots of people are out. But like when I was here in December touring, it's really off season. There were days where I saw like maybe like one person riding a bike on the official trail all day. Tried banana milk yet? Yeah, I had some yesterday, I think. I like it. I'm still partial to my chocolate milk though. It's my favorite milk flavor. But yeah, it's easy to find chocolate milk, strawberry milk, banana milk here. Does the air smell the same as Canada? Yes. In general, I'd say yes. Well, I might get, occasional smells that smell a little foreign, but the thing is, like, when you're breathing the same air all day, you get nose blind to anything, right? So it just smells like breathing to me. Seeing any pandas? What, are they just in the wild here? No, no pandas, just water deer, which apparently have fangs. Attack deer. Got chocolate milk with Doraemon on it? What does that mean? Oh, we're crossing. What is that? Well, blue and white cartoon character. Oh, it's like a brand of chocolate milk. I thought like we were adding a topping to our chocolate milk. Ah, blue and white cartoon character. Potentially, but I don't recall off the top of my head. Start snacking on some sweet. Keep my carb intake out, also known as sugar. Rather than waiting until you feel hungry and sluggish, it's good to just keep a fairly steady rate of intake on things that provide energy. Easiest when actively riding is literally just sugar. Easy to digest, very fast burning energy, and feel the effects very quickly. have a snack basket. Yeah, so I call it my snack bag. And I'd say, since I've been touring, adding a snack bag, it's just hanging off my handlebars. It's probably the biggest upgrade I've made to my bike touring setup. Snack bag is the best thing. I strongly recommend anyone interested in bike touring or bike packing to add a snack bag. I'm trying to get my girlfriend to. Keep telling her. She hasn't added one yet. Caffeine a no-no for you? No, I just try not to become like super dependent on it. There's been times on trips where like I started to feel sluggish, so I got like some Red Bulls and use those as a pick-me-up. But then I started to feel like I'd always feel sluggish if I didn't have that like big caffeine taurine dump from something like that. I just prefer to not be reliant on that to feel ready to go. Sarah did her first snot rocket today? Are you serious? Like no bamboozle? That's another one I've been trying to get her to do for a long time. It's like, especially when it's cold out and stuff like that, you just naturally get like sniffly while riding outside in the wind and the cold and stuff like that. And Sarah will sit there like huffing her own snot all day, just going. I'm like, sorry, just let her rip. Just point your nose away, plug a nostril, big exhale, let her go. Release the Kraken. But she refuses. Apparently it's unladylike or something. Whatever. But she's a cyclist now. You just gotta go. Better out than in, that's true. Wise words. Nice, interesting boardwalk. Get a branch. Oh, there's a bit of a drop off there. Whew. Bumpy. So I was riding a lot better than 3 weeks ago. I think, yeah, she's developing really well as a cyclist. I'm so proud of her. Yeah, and it's just especially because when I met her, like, she was technically capable of riding a bike, but she had no confidence to ride a bike, even on separated bike paths. Like, we went for one bike ride together on the bike trails of Victoria, which are beautiful, paved, multi-use paths, no cars, only pedestrians and bikes. And she looked just so uncomfortable and scared the whole time. And now look at her. It's crazy. Nice fitness but confidence. That's what I mean, like, she was perfectly capable of riding a bike back then, but she had no confidence, even on a separated path. To what she's doing now is like, he's big. started, she wouldn't leave the sidewalk. Seems to come a long way. Oh yeah. When she her first solo bike tour was in Japan of all places, which is a tough place to do your first solo bike tour. Very difficult terrain, like very hilly, and then not always like you go around some narrow roads and stuff like that. It's just a great place to bike tour, but for your first one, it's a tough one. And you could see the inexperience there. Oh, she's just killing it. Oh. She still doesn't like climbing though. But she feels good after she does. Like, she'll reference a lot of the toughest climbing days as the most memorable and, like, in a good way kind of days that she's had. But still, when she has a day which has a lot of forecasted climbing, she definitely won't be happy about it. Is Australia her second? Yeah, it was part of the same trip. She toured from Tokyo to Osaka in Japan, then flew to Sydney and rode to Brisbane. Sitting down that big hill, I was feeling for her. In Australia, when the through axle on the bike just came out and her wheel almost fell off while going down a hill, I was real pissed off. Specifically because she put the bike back together herself, but she took it to a bike shop to have them look over the bike to make sure it was mechanically sound. Like, that everything was put together safely, because she didn't have much experience putting together a bike. And they checked over the bike. She paid like, I think it's close to $100 Australian to have them look over the bike. And then the next day, the wheel just fell off. It's very rare that I ever want to like call up a place and give them a piece of my business. And that was about as much as close as I was to like calling across the other side of the world to give them a piece of my business. Because it's not easy for a through axle to come out of a bike. Like, it must have like just been pushed in but not actually threaded in at all. And that might have been Sarah initially putting it in like that. But for them to like pay $100 to check the bike, checking that the through axles are actually screwed on is the most basic of checks you could give. Like, I'm quite sure they just like looked at the bike, they're like, yeah, looks fine. We're gonna pocket $100 and not do anything more than that. Because really all they're gonna do on like a bike check like that is check that all the bolts are torqued. And probably just like run the bike through its gears really quick to make sure the gears are indexed on just like a very basic once over check. That's it. So just didn't do step one. Solution for the through axle afterwards? Just actually screw it in. The wheel is thankfully still on. It's just like wobbling like crazy as the front wheel. Because essentially the through axle pulled out enough that it was only through on one side. So the wheel just went like wild. And then you stop and push it back through. And then properly screw it in and torque it to a decent level. Her through. I don't remember now. I don't think I found out till like the end of the stream or after or something like that, because I was probably on a trip myself or something. So she'd already sorted it out by the time I found out about it. Cherry blossoms. It's happened. Because yeah, I was like, I know this is kind of the time period when they come in. And when I left from Seoul, foliage-wise, it still very much looked like it did when I was riding in December, like full winter, like everything was still dormant for the winter. So it's nice to see the trees come alive here. Trans-Canada ride, chop over tighten your rear axle, out lift back somewhere, yeah, fixed, yeah. Just east of, oh, it was a shop in Winnipeg that did that. Because I had a flat, but I didn't have any of my gear to fix the flat because I left my gear. A viewer let me stay at their apartment. I decided to take a day off of touring and just ride around on my bike around Winnipeg. Just without any of my panniers. So I didn't have the ability to fix a flat, but I had one. Before the stream even started, I just like walked out, I'm like, oh, I got a flat. So I took it to a bike shop and they fixed it. But when they put when they torqued the through axle, they really torqued the heck out of it. So when I got my next flat just east of Kenora, Ontario, when I tried to take the through axle off, I just broke my my whatever, what is it, 6 mil? I don't remember what the size is. I just fully bent it. So yeah, I did get picked up, driven back to Kenora, a bike shop, with, you know, some professional tools got it off. And they did say that thing was on there good. And then we tried again the next day. But yeah, that year was like kind of a tough year to get service if I needed bike service, because it was COVID, and one thing that got crazy busy during COVID, well, was really anything outdoors, and cycling was one of them. So when you went to a bike shop and you're like, hey, can I get a tune-up? They'll be like, yeah, we're booking 3 months in advance. Which doesn't really work if you're just like touring across Canada and you have a mechanical issue that needs to be addressed just while you're riding through town. But I did find this, at least in Canada, if you come there fully rigged up for touring and you've already toured a good chunk of Canada and you're just like, hi, I'm riding my bike across Canada and I have a problem, the shops will generally be like, we're really busy, but because of what you're doing, we'll squeeze you in here today, which was really cool that they'd make an exception, because otherwise I would have been screwed several times. So we're gonna ride together on a trip? Well, now that Sarah's like proficient at solo biking, I think we should do a tour together at some point on our own bikes. Could be fun. Like wrenching on your own bike. I have not put the time into learning bike mechanics beyond just fixing a flat tire pretty much and oiling my chain. So anything much beyond that is just, I need assistance. So bikes still together each day would be fun. Like the only downside, like on this in Korea, be fine. We could ride side by side, so it could be right here by me, and we could be talking conversationally at this level. Sarah's really, 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 really softly spoken. Even when her head was like 1 foot away from me on the tandem, I'd have to ask her to repeat what she was saying all the time. If we ever have to be like in a line, front and rear, I will never hear what she's saying. We'll be riding together, but we won't actually be talking. You guys could hear her much better because she's got, a mic directly on her collar, so she's speaking into the mic. But I'm essentially leaning over her. Her head is a foot away from mine, and I could not hear her. Like, we made it work on the tandem. That's just to say, if we were on separate bikes, we would never be, 1 foot away from each other as far as our faces are concerned. So it'd be a big struggle to actually talk to her. And so you could hear her mic. I'm trying to think. Our wireless mics do have a feature where you can plug in a listening device to hear what the audio is doing, I think. That would maybe potentially be an option. Just think about it. Literally have to get her an intercom to understand her. What was your first touring bike? This one, my Kona Sutra. I had never gone bike touring, and then during the pandemic, I didn't like stream hitchhiking for a living. That was my job, but I couldn't. Hitchhiking is too social during a global pandemic, and I couldn't travel internationally. But I'm like, well, I'm from the second largest country in the world. I could just buy a bike and see if I can ride across Canada. I don't know. Like, I know how to ride a bike, but I'm not proficient. I don't have experience bike touring or anything. And let's just see how it goes. So that was my summer 2020 activity. I rode across Canada with this here bicycle. How about CB radios? That'd be funny. A megaphone. Yeah, just hold it up. Well, I can speak loud enough that Sarah would hear me, but Sarah, yeah, would have to be the holder of the megaphone. Right, down and left says 17%. Oh, baby. Oh, I think I wanted me to go that way, but we're already going this way. Or this way? Oh, it's fine. We handled it just fine. I think we go this way. Let me double check though. Where am I? I'm lost. Here. Yeah. Surprised when you turn up, start Canada, right? The IRL's pretty much dead. Yeah, it was a bad time to be an IRL streamer. It was a good time to be a streamer in general, because a lot of people had a lot of extra time to watch live streams. So a lot of live streams performed really well during that period, and a lot of streamers saw a lot of growth because of the extra eyeballs. But IRL streamers, outside of a few exceptions, we're not one of them. made Rob's career. Yeah, he exploded during that period. There was some great success stories. Find older streams of Lithuania, Latvia. I haven't streamed in Lithuania, Latvia. I've hitchhiked in Lithuania, Latvia, but that was on a 2015 trip. I only started streaming in 2018, so that was pre my streaming era. Well, it was really pre outdoor IRL streaming at all. It wasn't really much of a thing at that point. That was during my, 4 years of 25 countries of hitchhiking, just because I liked it. No camera involved. Need to work through lockdown because it's critical. Yeah. It was a really weird time. It's a very weird time. That's why I can't seem to find it. Yeah. No, sorry. There's like two different country lists. There's a stream country list, and there's a my traveling country list. And they're similar, but there's a few countries that I've hitchhiked through that I have not streamed traveling through. Thanks for so much for the views. I hope that shows through in my stream. Like, if you talk to anyone that knew me pre this, it's a very large surprise to everyone that knew me growing up that this is what I do for work now. I never had like any signs that I was interested in being on camera, the center of attention, or anything like that. I was a very quiet kid. I had my group of friends, but I was not particularly outgoing, particularly loud, or particularly adventurous. Then I found hitchhiking and I liked it, and all I wanted to do is I have a type of traveling that I like doing, and I would like to share it. I think live streaming is the most authentic way to do it, and here we are, almost 6 years later. It'll be 6 years, April 10th. Family feel about this? Like, My mom liked it more once I started streaming it. She hated when I started hitchhiking, like just on my own, as a mom would. But since I was streaming it without requiring me to like call her and check in, she could always tune in and see how I was doing. Well, I feel like I haven't really had much of like a personal talk about what my family thinks about what I'm doing. Ooh. Nice concrete pathways on the textured side. Here's the chat sometimes. My mom? Yeah, Mama Bear 70 is who you're looking out for. Which is the most mom username ever, and I love it. Stream hitchhiking off the 29 TwitchCon. Which 2019 TwitchCon? There's two. Yes, and I was doing a big hitchhiking trip to TwitchCon Amsterdam 2020, which eventually got canceled. But I essentially was streaming hitchhiking right to the point where the government of Canada told me that I needed to head home because the flights were going to be canceled and we weren't going to help you. So the government issued that like March 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th or something like that, 2020. When I was sleeping in my tent in Kosovo on a hitchhiking trip, and I booked my flight home for the next day from North Macedonia. How'd they notify you? How did I get notified? I think they like issued the notification like on the Government of Canada website kind of thing. And then, you know, it probably happened while I was streaming and people were talking about that. And during the stream, I'm usually very much just like, nah, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. And then once I'm offline, I can research things a bit more thoroughly. And I'm like, yeah, okay, things are pretty all right, yeah. It's looking bad for this trip. We should head her home before we can't anymore. Here's where we're in East Coast. Some marina. It's awesome. Well, it was like a bit of a gap because like we were in Italy and I loved my trip to Italy, and that was really when COVID started like bumping off. Like as I was leaving, bumped my speaker on. I was in Venice, having a great time, and as I was leaving, there was like a bunch of articles about how Venice is getting hit with an outbreak of COVID and getting all crazy. And I left, but I went through like Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Montenegro, Albania. Like it was another couple weeks or something before things really started shutting down. way are we going? We got blue lines going both ways. So, I think we're going right. That's the general direction we're going. Well, this looks nice. Some fresh asphalt and a fresh blue line at that. Wait, double check though. Yeah, that is correct. All right, we are, looks like maybe 2/3 from our last checkpoint to our next, approximately. Could be a little bit less. That's not too far. Oh yeah, and a blue railing, look at that, very premium. Very premium. Albania is a beautiful place. Yeah, I really enjoyed my time in Albania. Had some good times. These guys picked me up and they really wanted to treat me to like a nice seafood dinner. It was like a waterfront restaurant thing. And then they continued driving me and they drove me to Kosovo. It's a good time. Have a VODs channel. We had like a few kind of attempts at that, but like mostly just all my VODs are saved as highlights on my Twitch account, including like my very first one in April 2018. So you just go to the videos page, switch from VODs to all videos, should all be there. But also, I think we had Hannibal, he organized the highlights by trip, I think. So I think there's some organization to it too. Yeah, some VODs got lost along the way. Yeah, there it is. Collections. Thank you, Micro. Foey, how's it going? Nice day for a drone. As I've kind of said, it's going to take some like setup time that I don't really want to do midday. I'm taking a day off in the next couple days because we've got a rain day. So we'll probably do it then. I guess we have a nice spot for lunch or something maybe.
Probably just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Bowie, hey, thanks for the Prime. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. This is a really good stretch of road, like it's freshly paved, so it's just real smooth. Nice to ride on. Easy to get some good miles down. Fardo next stamp. It's probably like 10K-ish. Could be a little bit more. Okay, the snack is empty. More snacks required. Let's see what we got in my snack bag. What? Can't watch clips in Korea? Well, they don't let you watch clips? The heck? Have I told you about our Lord and Savior VPN? I really need a VPN sponsor. I've had some issues with like the filtering with like Twitch just being annoying here in Korea. So I spent a lot of time with one of my phones just being on a Japanese VPN. It's the country on my VPN's like country list with the lowest latency. So I'm Japanese, apparently. Get the old Nord sponsorship. Apparently, they're not so much doing too many IRL sponsorships anymore. That's what my agent was saying. And I'm like, hey, this person, I think it was like a Japanese person who was streaming in Japan, and they had a sponsorship. Like, what about them? And apparently, in certain regions, they still are doing them, but I guess for the NA crowd, they're not spending the money like they used to on marketing. Because that's one of the like classics where like I feel like if it was a decent VPN, I'd have no problem like being sponsored by a VPN. I have personally used, like right now I use PIA, private internet access. In the past I've used Nord. I've used one other, I forget which one now. So like, and they all have worked fine. And they do what they're intended to do. Mid-opening this chocolate bar. Let's finish that. No! Ah! My chocolate. No cars. Chocolate. How could you do this? Okay, I guess I'll just open it like a normal person. Okay. Continue riding. It was still in the wrapper. I was trying to open it, but you know, it's safe. Carrying on. Forgot that's happened. Left. Has both straight and left. What does that mean? How do I go left? Oh, there's a little ramp. I didn't see that. Interesting. Oh, am I at? No. I'm like, this could be a certification center. No, we're still far away, I think. I'm guessing we go down here. I don't see a blue line. What this looks like on the map. Oh, I think I see the path up there. Yeah, we're good. There's the blue line. There's a breeze. Wind fighting us a little bit for the first time today. That's fine. Once this is covered in cream, without seeing a bridge. Not very far. It's a good question. Not very far at all. There are bridges everywhere. Especially because we're like usually following a river valley, so we're we're following a body of water that, you know, for infrastructure reasons, they need lots of crossings over. Probably any stretch where we got off a river valley. Or when you do the climb up to 500 meters, you're kind of going over a bigger hill, probably somewhere around there or something. All right, just getting my sugar intake up. All right. Should probably drink some too. It's like interesting. Like this is a old looking, I think, cattle farm. I don't see any cow in there right now. Anyway, but then I got like a huge solar array on the rooftop. Like a mixture of just, I wouldn't say like old, but just like dated with modern. Trail to yourself? I certainly do. Really all to myself. I'll stamp time again. We're getting closer. I think it's still a little bit, but it'll be soon. Let's have some water. when I started touring across Canada, I couldn't even like drink water while riding. I didn't feel like comfortable enough to do that. It's mostly like taking the bottle out and back in. I have to like be like reaching down and searching down back there. Save it next time. It's not 5:36 a.m. Well, hopefully I get it soon. For your sake. No hydration bladder. Like, I could put a hydration like bladder somewhere, but I hate wearing a backpack, so I wouldn't want to wear a hydration like backpack. I could put it like on my front panniers, have like the nozzle come up to my handlebars and just grab the nozzle, but reaching for a water bottle isn't that complicated. Just took me a little bit of time to get comfortable just touring myself. So much Sarah streamed for you. Well, thank you. What would you say, like, there's some of you watching both Sarah and my stream. What would you say is the vibe difference between my bike touring and Sarah's bike touring from like yourself, like someone watching's perspective? Third person is better, IMO. Yeah, you'll get both opinions on that one. I get people all the time saying they like the shoulder camera more. You go faster, I believe. Yeah, I think just naturally it's not really. I have an unfair advantage just being a guy in just the amount of watts I'm able to put out. More tour style stream on our bike tour. That's true, yeah. More gulping, yeah. Shoulder cam, you don't get to see the snot rockets. Big downgrades on that one, right? You guys all want to see the volume and the velocity of the said rockets. Sarah's a cooler helmet. I still find it funny that Sarah has the most like casual city bike helmet for like bike touring, especially when she's like in like hot places. I'm like, that thing has like these like tiny little 3 vents on the top or something like that, and I'm just like, Sarah, get a real helmet. Yes, it looks maybe more fashionable, but like, come on. Bought one for her birthday. We'd have to try some on because I wouldn't just want to buy her a helmet without confirming that she actually likes it. Like, honestly, for Sarah, a very large thing. Blue line goes both ways. Left across the bridge. Yeah. A very large thing about like her enjoyment of things is if she thinks something's cute or aesthetic. If she doesn't like the aesthetic of something, if she has to do it, she will, but she won't be excited about it. Not to say you have to be excited about your helmet, but like, makes a big difference if you, as far as your enjoyment is every time you like look at a crucial piece of gear that you wear all the time, you're happy about it. Do you ever get to shower? No. Yeah, I do. It's just infrequently. Or I'll just bathe in river, lake. So that's what I did for most of Norway. Was just I'd find a nice lake and bathe in there. But I forgot if I brought my camp soap. Don't know. I'll have to check my bag. There's people in the river. Yeah, they're doing some. I don't know what. Short term she's streaming in South Korea. I don't know, she's done really, really well. I definitely agree with that. Let's see, a longer message here. Yeah, straight away I can read this. Sometimes when it's a really long message, it's hard for me to safely read them. Always have a positive attitude. Moments felt unsafe, easy traveling. I see always cool as compared past year's experience. Always have a game plan. Faith in strangers. Any questions? I have evolved that level of comfort through years of experience. Have I ever felt uneasy? Yes. Mostly from hitchhiking, with people's driving abilities. Driving is inherently dangerous and some people are incompetent at it, or the decisions they make are making it dangerous, or they become inebriated and due to their inability to control themselves are now dangerous. There's things outside of that, but it really is just experience. When I first started hitchhiking is when I first started wild camping and sleeping out in the bushes. And when I started doing that in particular, I didn't sleep well. Every time I heard a crack in the woods and stuff like that, I was in Canada, right? So I'm like, it's a bear, it's gonna eat me. It wasn't a bear and it didn't eat me, but it takes time to build up that comfort. And then once I got that comfort, a lot of the things that I got comfortable with, I started to appreciate. And then once I grew that appreciation, it just became my life. Now I love camping. Some of my favorite parts of the day is finding a nice place in the bush and sleeping out there. I love it. Bathing wipes like the hospital uses? Yeah, I usually tour with wet wipes. It gives you if you need to just freshen up a bit, you get the hot spots with the wet wipes. A bear encounters while camping. A bear stole a cherry strudel from me in Ontario. I've had a few bears around my tent. Only one where it was being a real pest and dug into my pannier and stole my pastry. It's awfully rude, but they've been around. I've never had bears around my tent where it's been in grizzly territory, so they're just based off of where we are. It's been black bears every time. But there's a steep little downhill. Is it gonna have a steep little elk though? Kind of, but not too bad. It's steeper the other way. Something about these red downhill sections, they really make them rough. And they always look well maintained, so I'm like, oh, it's gonna be smooth, and it's not.
Baron raided my stream with 31 viewers.
Alright, top of that. The 88th Baron with the raid there. Thank you for the raid. I don't know if the hitch. Actually, came at a good time. We're about to get another stamp in our official Korean bike touring passport issued to me by the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety here in Korea. Let me actually look how. Shit, it's the cops. I actually don't know what the alarm is. Yeah, I think we're about 1 kilometer away. Anyway, thanks again for the rate. And welcome to a large bike tour of Korea. Ooh, I think we gotta climb out of here. I think we just got a lot of climb in general. Nice. So we go up and then we switch back up around that way? Or do we just go that way? What do I do? Right, and then, yeah, left. So we definitely got some climbing. Maybe the thing is on the top of the climb. All right. At least to start with, it doesn't look very steep, but we like climbing here, so let's get into it. App are we doing this adventure? If I need to like get like custom routings for not official routes, I use Kakao Maps for bike navigation. I just used that for an off-route section yesterday, and it was really good actually. But mostly what I'm following are like these official certified bike routes here. They usually have good signage, but beyond that, I downloaded like the GPX coordinates from actually a private website called Korea by Bike, and it just opened up Google Maps and put like essentially colored lines and coordinates for all the different certification centers on my Google Maps. So I use that when I'm en route to just monitor how far it is to my next certification point and to see the inevitable twists and turns and bridge crossings that I have to take while I'm on the official route to kind of get a sense for things before I have to do them.
X_V_I_I_I_ just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
XVII 17? Thanks for the prime. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. I appreciate it. And left. 500 meters. Oh. Wait, we don't go up. That sign says 500 meters to the certification center. We go in a tunnel. No, I thought we had to go up that. We don't. We do it. How far? See if the network pushes through. Some of them do, some of them don't. 384 meter tunnel. All right, in we go. Oh, this one's well lit. Infrastructure. There's like even cool like benches in here. Like custom tiling on it. Looks cool. It's refreshingly cold in here. Telling just for bikes. Well, this would have been a railway, and then when they no longer needed that railway, it was closed, and it's pretty easy to tear out the tracks and just pave some asphalt on it without improving upon it very much. So you'll see that here a lot in Korea, and well, just in other countries too. All right, here we go. I see it. Our next stamp. All right, this is what the stamp booths look like. They are, well, they look like a phone booth, honestly. But if you haven't seen this process before, I do this every time. just to give people a sense. This is what my passport looks like. This is issued by the Ministry of Environment, this Ministry of the Interior and Safety, so like government issued. Korea's cross-country cycle road tour passport. So there's other bikes here. I just want to make sure I'm not blocking the thing. Okay, looks like he maybe wants in. But anyway, I've been doing this a lot. We've got 62 stamps, I think. So here's like what the finished page lists look like. These are all the custom stamps from all the different locations. Anyway, we are on this one. So this should be Hyanga Park. Let me just double check. Ever since I made a mistake and I missed one in Seoul, I kind of check them. Yeah, Hyanga Park. We'll try to use their ink pad just for variety of colors. But let's go stamp this and then we'll talk about it some more. Stamp looks a little worn. There's a big booty wasp in here. Why are you so intimidating looking? Jeez. Alright. Just don't stink. There's also a giant spider in here. Alright, we're not camping in this booth. See, this is why you get your own ink. I'm not sure if you can see it that well. Yeah, I tried to get as much ink on there as possible, but it's just getting a little bit worn out. So I'm gonna stamp it again next to it with my ink, just for clarity's sake. That's fine. Double stamping. Right. Don't kill me, wasp. Ah! I feel like you have a rather aggressive sting if you actually decide to sting, but you're probably not aggressive. You probably like eat something that isn't people. Okay. Yeah, that's more clear. You can actually read it. Sleep in the bush in Korea? Yeah, sometimes bush, sometimes a lot of times park, because sometimes it's hard to find like a straight up bush. But I camp most nights in a variety of places. I'll see if I can get a picture of this wasp thing. See, maybe someone can identify it. All right, land so I can take a picture of you. You scary dude. Oh, you're leaving. It has departed. Oh, but now it's on there. Okay, now it's on the roof. 63. Yeah, I think that's 63. It's gotten 2 today. Wait, I got 3 today, didn't I? Wait, 3. Yeah. There's that one in front of the sports field. And there's that one and that really beautiful river part with that cool single track bridge. And then there's this one. The 61 description. Well, we need to update it. So wait, how many is that actually? Were we at 60 at the start of today? So 63? How many are we at? Wait, the description was started at 61 this morning, right? Plus 3 should be 64 then. As your update to 61? So it was 60 at the start? What's my YouTube title? The YouTube title never gets updated throughout the day. Any YouTubers? It was 60 at the start of stream, so it should be 61, 62, 63. Okay. I'll update to 63. Also, I've been following some of the streams that followed me. Oh, I already follow her. Okay. Twitch. Switching to creator mode. 63. Save. Don't know if Jeonju is accurate. Wait, 60 says YouTube? Fuck, now I don't know. What was the title when we started? I don't know, man. Wait, no, that'd be right. So yeah, 63 if it was 60. Yeah, okay, yeah. Just count them. There's a lot. I don't want it. Don't make me work. Yeah, 63. Yeah. Okay. You still having battery in? No, that's dead. Okay, I need to grab a battery to charge phones. It's gonna confuse myself. Hitch is confused. He heard himself in his confusion. All right. This one's dead too, I think. Yeah. This is charged. Yep, okay, use that. Okay. I really wanted to depart. Is this like a food and drink stand? Is that open? Save location Jeonju, maybe approaching Guangzhou. Yeah. Approaching is a long word. Our title's already very, very long. Is it open? No, the chairs are propped up, so that wouldn't be open. We're just go in the shade for a second here. How's your mic? We changed at 6 hours. What's the uptime right now? Oops. So just an hour and a half into this mic, so we should be fine. There's an amusement park here? Oh, that's cool. I think just to stay on top of my calorie intake, I'll eat that last last little thing here. This guy. Kimchi fried rice with Spam. And then we'll get going again. Kimbap. Ah. Alright, that's a fridge or freezer. Didn't realize that. Good but lack of protein. Well, it's got Spam in it. That is a meat byproduct. Right? A meat adjacent thing. All right. Dig in. Oh, the dude spat out earlier. He had a different. I bought 2 Spam kimbaps because I like Spam. And I gave him 1 because he said he wanted food. I'm like, yeah, you got food. And he took 1 bite and spat it out and threw it away. This is good. So Twitch VODs past trip on YouTube. Like, the vast majority of them are all on Twitch through highlights, and we have them organized by trip now. It's just such a high volume of VODs. Like, we have to download them all and upload them onto YouTube. And that's like, on average, 12-hour streams at, what we usually download them at, like 6,000 bit rate. Just so you can do the math on like how much data that is per stream to download and upload, and then multiply it by, well, 6 years of streaming. Sorry, I didn't realize I sat right next to a freezer, and now the compressor's going off and I'm annoyed. I think we can actually look up. I think some of like the stream tracker websites, the third-party ones, will say like my total hours streamed since the channel has been created. I don't know, we're probably approaching 10,000 hours or something like that.
One Michichi at 200 bits. Okay, can I go to bed now? Too short on beauty sleep.
Let me spit out a piece of rice. Mitchie, yeah. Thanks for the bits. Yeah, you can go to bed. You got permission. Yeah, good night, man. It has been watched on Twitch by 1,493 average viewers, which have generated 102,389 hours watched in the last 30 days. Well, that's just the last 30 days. If anyone's like streamed on Twitch, you might know like Twitch has like an achievement system where it's like, have your first stream, have 5 followers, have 10 average concurrent viewers for one stream. And then one of them is like, I have a certain amount of watch hours. And there's usually like 4 tiers to each achievement. Like, you know, the first one for having a maximum amount of viewers is like, 5 or 10 viewers, and it's like 25, and that's 100, and then the last one's like 1,000 or something like that. There's one, I've done all of them outside of one that's like that watch hours, and it's at the top achievement is 10 million watch hours, and we're at like 9.7 something million watch hours. So after 6 years of streaming, I'm about to get my last Twitch broadcasting achievement. Because pretty much all of them I did within a year. You get an award for it? No, it's like, they're just like personal achievements to track your progress kind of thing. And a lot of the main ones are like tracking your path to partner kind of thing, like your average concurrent viewers to reach like 75 so you can then apply for partnership. Doesn't mean you'll get partnership, but like unlocks applying for it. And yeah, most of the other ones came really quickly, but the watch hours, like, and I stream long hours too, like, when you get to 10 million watch hours, like, you have to pull crazy numbers on Twitch, or you need to stream a lot for a long time. Well, there we go. 9,887 total hours streamed. Yeah, XTC has 21,000 hours streamed. That dude does stream like crazy. But yeah, that's a lot. When did he start streaming? You're going for 10,000 hours? Well, probably on this trip we'll hit 10,000 hours of total stream time. But the achievement's for 10 million hours of watch time, like of viewer watch time. November 2016. That's a lot. Well, I stream a lot when I'm on a trip, but then I don't stream at all when I'm not on a trip. So I guess in the grand scheme of things, if you look at the entire year, well, if you divide, like, let's just say I have 10,000 hours right now, divide it by the 6 years, it's less than 2,000 hours a year. Oh, what would you do for the 10,000 hours? You know, I've never really, even for like stream anniversaries and stuff like the partner anniversaries, like a lot of broadcasters like use it as a reason to do something. I usually just continue doing what I was doing. Good morning from Berlin, Germany. Well, good afternoon from somewhere in South Korea. Ginny is... Really? Ginny has 15,000 hour stream. Huh. I'm slacking. Wait, how long has Ginny streamed? I feel like she's also one of the RL streamers that has like skyrocketed in popularity in the past couple years. And I feel like when I was starting like 2018, 2019, 2020 period, I don't think I knew who she was. Or maybe I did. This is just a long time ago. Early June 2017. Was she an RL streamer back then? Man, that freezer's ASMR. want to get an e-bike, cerebral palsy, you get an e-bike, give me a little help with the e-bike, pedal most of it. Oh yeah, for sure. I think e-bike's great. Like I like riding a manual bike, but I think e-bikes get a ton of people out on bikes that might not otherwise be out on bikes. And I think riding a bike is fun, and I think even with a pedal assist is a great way to just get a bit of exercise and stuff like that. So I think it's awesome. You should. It's not that bad for us to sound? Okay. That's good. Just have a bit of water, then we'll carry on. Might check that building there and just see. I'm not like in dire need of water, but this seems like relatively developed, even though this building's closed. There's another one there. I think it's the washroom. There might be a proper faucet to fill up my water. And then we'll continue touring for distance. There's no prejudice to e-bikes. He would just love to see us all out there. Yes, that's a good way to describe it. But I do make fun of Rob for riding an e-bike. Only Rob, though. You can't just a sleeping bag? I imagine carrying a tent is pretty heavy. I would strongly recommend a sleeping pad along with a sleeping bag. And then at a point, that's what I call cowboy camping. That's just where you're like under the stars. It can be very uncomfortable, depending, like, even on a clear night, like if it's a very like dewy night with lots of condensation, like you're gonna soak your sleeping bag without there being rain. Just, you know, when you see all that, like the grass looks all wet in the morning, yeah, that would be you in the morning. Tents can be light, tents can be heavy. My last tent weighed 450 grams, it's 1 pound. It was the lightest manufactured tent in the world. But I've also had, my current tent's like more like 3 pounds. It really depends. There we go. Mr. Angle is allergic to hills. Yeah, I've heard. He has a special distaste for going up. Do. Oh, right here. Let me see. Is there a sink? I call it a compressor. It's a condenser. Okay, let's see. Because it's going into a bathroom, I'm not going to bring my mic for everyone's sake. Mission accomplished. Rob, his dwarven body is more suited to sprinting than climbing, as your elven frame is natural for climbing. True, true. Wait, is it garbage? Oh, they ran with that garbage and like an umbrella that got put there, so I'm gonna say there's not an actual garbage. We'll hold on to my garbage for now. We got water. All right, I also forgot to check how far to the next stamp checkpoint, but since we still got 4.5 hours just over till the sun sets, I presume we'll get another one. Another one, which will be 4, won't it? Favorite meals you had so far in the past week? Man, that spread we had with the when we had the pork back was crazy, including the silkworms and stuff like that. It's like 20 side dishes, crazy stuff. And then it's just so much fun to mix and match and sample all the flavors. Combine the different things. Yeah, I like it. What's our distance traveled today so far? This is the correct way, right? Sorry, I just don't see the line. Yeah. $65. Okay. Sweet. We're cranking out the distance. Like, the miles are coming easy on this trip so far. Like, especially part 2 here. Cherry blossoms. Which every day we're doing a good job. Oh. On the road again. We're on blue line routes, which is soothing. We like being on blue lines. Although our truss was briefly broken yesterday, when we followed the blue line, that wasn't our blue line, it was a false prophet blue line. But that's okay, it was an adventure. And I did some pull-ups. Some being 2. should have gone down to my shorts probably. Like my legs are just more tolerant to both heat and cold, so I don't really feel that bad. But there's a certain like freeing nature to just have my shorts on. So the blue lines means it means we're on an official bike route. Like this is recognized as a bike route, so we're doing good. Routes are very comfy. Yeah, and like these ones are really easy going. Like we're on like the elevated kind of. Does this one even count as a dike? Probably still next to a river, which is usually like very flat and just follows the natural ebbs and flows of the river. So we turn a little left, turn a little right. Very easy touring. So feels very leisurely. Actually, kind of like the what we had to do yesterday, going off official tour routes and ride on like some small back roads and up and over hills, twists and turns, ups, downs, just for variety. Because these are so nice, but in a way repetitive of following a dike along a river. Some more Buddhist temples down here in the south. Ah, it's more thing in the south. Interesting. This one on a recumbent. Like a solar recumbent? Yeah. I've never ridden one. Don't see why not though. My tandem bike is a semi-recumbent tandem. Hill climb like a recumbent? I've heard like if the climb is within your gear ratio and your strength for normal cycling, it's fine. But if you ever have to like give 100% on a bike, you have like the capability to like use your weight and then pull up on the bars as like a counter thing to like really crank out some extra power. If you need that extra boost, and when you're recumbent with your feet flat in front of you, you don't have that ability. So your max output is reduced if needed. But like it's pretty uncommon that I need that, even for climbs here, as long as you have a good gear ratio on your bike. So what do you get from doing this? Your body adapts. So most people, what they're really curious about is like, does my butt get sore from sitting on a bike saddle all day? And like at the start of a tour, if I haven't been training, I'll have a tender tush for maybe the first week. Right now, like weekends, day 7, and I'd say I was tender the first like maybe 3 days. But I have only on the last time I was in Korea and this time started to get like a bit of a sore right knee, which we've been trying to figure out why. I think that's just an old man thing now though, but so for some days collect a ton of stamps. Guessing there's more after the United States. No, like in the title, how it's like 7 in brackets 26. In total, we've done the 63 stamps in 26 days. This is just part 2, and it was too confusing to people to like. That makes sense. Like, it's kind of weird. We didn't know how to title the stream when this trip's been in 2 parts. We did like half of the stamps in December, and now doing the other half in March, April. Yeah, that should be a good day. I forget what our best day for stamps was. Does anyone remember? Like, we're going for stamp number 4 now, so today's will be pretty prolific. Could even get number 5. I think maybe we've done 5. That might be our max. Right, DMZ, you think it was 5? Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, we pushed late that day because we were gonna have a bunch of rain the next day. So I wanted to finish the East Coast route before the rain came in, which ended up being a good idea because it was miserable the next day. Or for our streaming coming. Well, just the shame about that, like, I did a 24-hour cycling stream in Norway on my birthday, which is June 20th, so close to the summer solstice, because it never got dark. So we could tour all day, tour all night, and still see what's going on. But it wouldn't be the same here. You wouldn't see any of this at night. We'd have my headlight on, and I'd be able to see enough to be safe, but we wouldn't get any of the landscape. And I'm a tourist, I want to see it. I've never been here before. It's all new to me. China is nice. Well, I met those Dutch cyclists. Is that a... That's got to be broken. He looks ancient. I just never see vending machines in Korea here. Oh yeah, the Dutch cyclists, they said they really enjoyed cycling through China. So that piqued my curiosity. Short distance between them on average on the East Coast. Yeah, there was sections that were actually, yeah, quite condensed together. Well, I think one of them was like, today was less than 20. The other ones have been like 20 something. That's on average, they're like 25 kilometers apart. Seems quite standard. Really cool mountain pass coming up soon, Trevor. Am I going over it? We get a good climb? I'm ready, but I might take my pants off. Get full climbing mode. Maybe I'll even put my cycling jersey on. Not this long sleeve shirt. Oh no, the river goes between it. Oh. You got me all hyped up. I'm like, all right, I gotta get into my Norwegian climbing man mode. But I'm down for a steep river valley. Let's take a mountain climb detour. Yeah, just to get my fix. I probably shouldn't with my knee if it's like gets to steepness levels where I gotta like real crank it out. My knee is just being questionable, which is awfully rude of it to be, but it's fine for just casual riding. But like my fear is if I have to give 100%, then I'll just aggravate it. Current t-shirt has one deletion of holy back. I need a few more. There's like a hole on the shoulder up here. There's a hole in the middle of the back. This shirt is blessed. It is holy. There's the jets again. Korea and the jets. See a group of 4 riders up there. Maybe those are those guys I saw at the other checkpoint. They were a group of 4. Keeping close space with them then. A majority military air base in Jeonju. That makes sense. But yeah, a few days ago we had like, they were doing like, I'm guessing training flight operations like all day long. Their fighter jets. South Korea helmet, dangerous as F. I don't think you ever go outside. South Korea is like one of the safest feeling countries I've traveled in. I've done like 40 plus countries. Oh yeah, there's a pretty big solar array over here. Yeah, I'd appreciate borrowing a little bit of their power. Definitely gonna have to charge tonight. But yeah, it's possible to have some complaints about Korea, but I don't think safety is one of them. It's kind of an absurdly safe feeling place. Lots of people out in these little like rest areas along the path, just like hanging out, enjoying the nice day. It'll be a loading screen. Yeah, like there was that cool bridge we went over that just looked like a loading screen. Like just kind of looked like it never ended. It was just we're in this like concrete kind of C-shaped nook, riding over with the slight bend in it that made it look like it never ended. You make fun of Florida? You know, it really surprised me when I went to Florida. I did a bike tour from Key West, Southern Florida, to North Carolina, to Raleigh. Florida had good cycling infrastructure. For the most part, it wasn't always amazing, but like for America, pretty much the whole time I was there was something that was specific for bikes. Sometimes that was just like the road had a bike painted on it and it's like take the lane, which would piss off Floridian drivers a little bit too much for me, but just before that, when I thought of Florida, I thought of like a fairly like conservative state that wouldn't invest in anything as progressive as infrastructure for riding bicycles. Smooth red paint job, yeah. Always the opposite. Florida recently, like the speed, like I was just going up the east coast of Florida, and generally, like there was a shoulder, and like all along the shoulder was like painted like this is a bike, this is meant for bikes thing. Even going through like the Miami area, sometimes you're like, I really didn't like it, but you know, like they had things for bike. It was like 3-lane strode each way, and the furthest right lane would just have every like 100 meters, sorry, yards, America, would have like a like a white bicycle painted on it. Essentially, meaning the rightmost lane can be used for bicycles. But like this is a busy 3-lane each way road, just packed with cars, and I'm like, I don't really want to occupy an entire lane, because yeah, my sense was Floridian drivers ain't mucking about. They got places to be. They ain't waiting for no one. Yeah, I have conflicting opinions about the whole take the lane thing for cycling. I find you piss people off and then they're going to do rather aggressive maneuvers going around you. Potentially choosing to do a pass more dangerously to show their disapproval of you riding a bike and taking said lane. So, like, I've seen people complain about that with, like, Sarah, and that's happened with me, where, like, on some of the more narrow roads, not just occupying the entirety of the lane. But I find it makes people drive much less safe if you take the whole lane from them, because they feel entitled to it. This is interesting. This looks fresh. Issues with the bike on this trip? No. No, bike's been solid so far. Cursed question, yeah. Bad juju. I'm not really a person that believes in that kind of thing, but yeah, historically it's like is there bad luck to ask about like tire punctures and mechanical failures? Oh, we're back to the caution, don't ride your bike into the river when there's a big ass railing preventing you from falling into said river. Nice. This looks straight, but that says right. Let me. Does it cross this? Oh, I think they cross this bridge. Okay. I think I understand what we're doing here now. Yeah. I like these small bridges. Like the pedestrian only ones. Plenty of bicycles on the roads. The bike lanes feel so clean because they couldn't park. Yeah. What I've learned from, like, for a while I had like an editor just posting like clips from, you know, most recent bike trips and hitchhiking trips too, but bike trips, is if you post any kind of cycling content and you're near any kind of road where cars may or may not be driving, people will bitch and moan in the comments that you exist as a cyclist on infrastructure that is also used for cars. Some people just hate bicycles. Like, their existence bothers them. So you dream about biking since you do it so much. I don't remember my dreams, so I don't know. There it is. Trevor, this is a dream. Wake up. Sometimes it feels like it. Grab some cyclists right, stay in tree wide. Use a roadway, can't go over to the side. See, but this is like the whole thing with like the taking the lane thing. Because on a narrow winding road, like with a very narrow lane, if you occupy the lane, then you hold up traffic because they have to stay behind you. So they have to wait for there to be a safe spot to pass, like a straight enough gap, and then if there's a bunch of oncoming traffic, then they can't pass. And like then cars hate you. If you go to the side, then cars can kind of pass you, but they pass close. But they hate you less. And it's just like, if I had a choice, I just wouldn't ride on a road that requires that. But sometimes there really isn't a choice. When you're like on a bike tour, there's just some sections that are inherently uncomfortable to ride, but if you're riding across the country, like there's sections that are like that. Like a single file. But what they're doing is what people are saying you should do on a narrow road, which is like occupying the lane, like the whole lane is theirs, and it's the right to be theirs. I know it's annoying because they're making it impossible to pass without driving fully on the road. But technically on those roads, what they say is safest is whether you're 1 bike, 2 bikes, 3 bikes, 4 bikes, however many bikes, right in the middle of the lane, take the lane. So riding 3 across doesn't really change shit because in theory, if it's just 1 bike, they would be occupying the entire lane because that's what they're supposed to do. And that's why I don't like doing it, because you just piss off a bunch of people, including people that generally don't care about bikes that much because they feel like you're going above and beyond what they think you should be doing as a cyclist as far as occupying the road. And then it makes people do aggressive things that they might not do otherwise. So this is kind of like a perfect conversation of how I don't like doing that. But yeah, Ross is saying Norwegian drivers are very patient. I found Norwegian drivers to be, like really patient. Ooh, that was a very aggressive one. Alright. Nice cherry blossoms. This is nice. Got cherry blossoms, we got other trees here. Worst thing found while biking. Across Canada, there's lots of piss bottles. I don't think I've found anything like exceptionally interesting. I was randomly just like pulled over on the side of like a country road, and there's a flat panel, like modern looking computer monitor just half in the ditch. Oh, the MacBook. Yeah, the MacBook Pro. Actually, no, that's a good answer. I should have come up with that. But thank you for the reminder. Yeah, when I was finishing up riding across Canada, we found like within a couple years old model MacBook Pro, so like still a expensive laptop, just laying on the shoulder of the highway, and it clearly like fell out of a car or was dropped out of a car. It was scratched, but it's aluminum, so I'm like, well, it can still be fine. Anyway, I tried to like turn it on to see if I could find the owner, because I'm like, they probably missed this. Like, my hypothesis at the time was that they were working on their laptop in a cafe and they were getting back in their car, but they had a bunch of stuff in their hands and they put the laptop on the roof of their car while they were getting in, and then forgot about it and started driving, and while they were driving down the highway, it just got blown off. But anyway, I couldn't get it to, well, it looked like it was powering on, but I couldn't get the screen to work, which made sense. It fell off a car at 80 kilometers an hour probably. But anyway, I had a local viewer that said he'd take a look at it and see if he could figure it out. And all he did was like power it on and use a USB to HDMI adapter to hook it up to an external monitor, and it booted right up. And the person's like login name was their full name, and they did like a white pages search, like a person search for St. John's with people with that name, and there was 2 people, and they contacted them and they found the person who had said laptop, and got it back to them. Turns out it was stolen at some point. I don't know why they would have dumped it. Like, they couldn't get in, most likely. So it had no personal use to them, but Mac components are still like valuable on the black market. But yeah, that's definitely the most interesting thing we found on the side of the road, and it ended up being quite an interesting story. Remember white pages? Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty dated term. Like in a phone book, the white page is a person, the yellow pages are the businesses. White pages still exist? Yeah, but do the youth of today know that? Is anyone like 20 or younger? Have you heard of white pages? Don't get them sent to me anymore? No, yeah, exactly. Like, we don't really have physical phone books anymore because you don't really need them because internet. Passing the Rocky Summit trip, the biggest climbs you've ever done. Yeah, there's still to this day the highest elevation I've had to climb up to on a bike tour. Like, objectively, Norway was like harder climbs. They're steeper on average, and I had to do more of them. But the highest we ever got in Norway was like, I think just shy of 500 meters. But like, I think both the Kokhala and Rogers Pass and stuff were a good chunk over a kilometer in elevation. Now, usually the climb wasn't starting from 0 meters. I don't actually know what the climbs start at, but at some point it started at 0 meters because, you know, we started at the ocean as we headed inland into Canada. Hey, it's one of those political advertisement trucks. It just seems like a strange place to have one because there's not much going on here. Did you dirt bike one time? I have. I used to own a dirt bike. I have the scars to show for it. The biggest scar on my body's on my shoulder from the first time I rode my dirt bike. I like the sound of vroom vroom. So first time riding it, you chuck it in first and you go vroom vroom. And all you do is good times. But yeah, I bought a dirt bike for 800 bucks Canadian. It was a very old dirt bike. Because I wanted one. But I didn't have anyone to like ride with, and like I didn't have anywhere to like go with it because like they'd never like loaded up on my dad's truck or something like that and like take it somewhere and then just me ride by myself because like I don't know, I was young. So like my grandma had enough property I could just like ride around her house in like laps. And like that got bored really fast. So that thing didn't get used as much as I intended. This would be great camping spots over here. Ever been to Iceland biking and hitchhiking? Yeah, I did a hitchhiking trip just the south coast of Iceland, from Reykjavik to the southeastern kind of tip of Iceland back in November 2018, actually. It was my first non-North American country I streamed in, was Iceland. It sound like a lawnmower? Well, yeah, it was like a little, I think 80, like a Yamaha 80cc. I think it was a 2-stroke, so yeah, she purrs. That's the cycle route. We'll be over 3,000 kilometers by the end of it. We're at, whatever, 2,200 something. Bumpy. Back to Iceland to bike it. I think it could be amazing or it could be miserable. Like, I met someone bike touring, where was it? I don't remember where I met them. Anyway, they told me like they've done a lot of bike touring. The only place they've like bailed out of on bike touring was in Iceland, because it's like North Atlantic and it's so exposed. They said like every single day they just had the most brutal winds fighting them the entire time. So they just like made no progress and had to try so hard, and it was just not fun. So they eventually tapped out and went somewhere else. But like, you know, we get decent conditions. I'm sure it's lovely. And when I hitchhiked through there, I thought some of the spots in Iceland were like some of those natural, beautiful places you could possibly imagine. I'm sure I'll be up all night, so glad you're streaming. Yeah, I'll be streaming another, well, I think on average we've been streaming till about like 9 something, or 6 hours. I want Sarah to do it. Yeah, where should we send Sarah? Because I think she'd really like, well, she sometimes like sends me like things she'll see on social media of like amazing places that people have posted like on travel social media pages, and a lot of them are from Iceland, and I'll just be like, oh yeah, I was there. Yeah, I was there. I went to that part. And then she would get jealous of that. So she wants to go there. But in good weather, I think she'd love it. In bad weather, I think she'd hate it. But I guess that would be anyone. Ooh. Do it on the tandem. Yeah, one thing about the tandem is like if we're riding into a straight headwind, the tandem actually handles it much better than a solo bike. On the tandem, we have a very similar aerodynamic profile to like a regular bike like this. Like we have to push about the same amount of air, but we've got 2 people's worth of power to do the pushing. So I found when we were riding to headwinds, like we maintained a much higher speed than I would have. I was riding my own bike on my own, pushing into the same wind. Wait, didn't that that island you're talking about skipping and we used to like change ownership of it, like, and they'd leave like we'd leave like a bottle of Canadian whiskey or something like that, and then they'd leave a bottle of like Danish whatever. I thought just very recently they've settled that. Or maybe they, like, it was disputed and now they settled it by splitting it in half. It was disputed territory, so what is the outcome? Did they split it? Yeah, we're getting pretty close to our next stamp. Should be number 4. Ow. Bug hit the bridge of my nose. Denmark got 60% of the island? What the heck? How'd that happen? Your bell? Do you not hear my bell? Clearly she didn't. Even though they're having a conversation. At a level that seemed much quieter than my bell volume, but need a bridge counter. That counter would be very high and frequently used. Those unaware pedestrians. Like, you kind of get that everywhere. Like, when you get like a group of, especially groups, a group of people together, and they're walking down like a multi-use path, and they're all together, so they want to walk side by side and talk, so no one's excluded. And I take the whole thing up, which is fine. So like I get it, but like that's an international thing. My walk to work when I lived in Calgary back 2016, 2017 was along the Bow River Pathway. And it's also a multi-use path. And you'd see that just all day long. There's just people walking. And the Bow River Pathway is really wide, so they'd be walking like 6 wide, just taking up like the whole thing. I haven't been anywhere that has like good multi-use paths that haven't had just constant unaware pedestrians holding everything up. A lot of times if you have completely separated, like a pedestrian one and a separate bike one that's not actually touching the pedestrian one, then it can be pretty clear. And like a lot of times the cyclists will like bully the pedestrians to like not go back there again, just with aggressive dinging. But yeah, if the two infrastructures are touching, like the pedestrian part is connected to the bike part, then yeah, they take over. I can't do this anymore. Ready to book your adventures, go back, visit individual places you like, past trip or both? I don't have a plan. Like, someone's asking me like where I see myself in 10 years, and I'm like, I don't know. And maybe foolishly, but I've really enjoyed my time. Essentially, since I was 19, I started traveling. I haven't really lived for the future me. I've lived for the present me and my experiences. And I've accumulated a ton of interesting experiences in a lot of different places, meeting a lot of different people through that. And maybe older Hitch will regret not making more plans for said older Hitch. But when you hear people talking about their life as they get later on into life looking back, most people don't say, I wish I traveled less. I don't know what I'll do next, but hopefully it'll be fun. Enjoy your adventures. Live vicariously through your thank you. Hey. Well, I couldn't do this to the extent I do this. Like I traveled extensively beforehand, but I'd work, save money, quit my job, travel. Money runs out, go back, get another job, get another life, pretty much. Save money, quit job, travel. Now the travel is the work. I'm able to do this because all of y'all hanging out here, traveling with me. So I'm the one that needs to do the thanking. Used to have direct flight to Edmonton, Iceland. No. Yeah, Edmonton's not the best for like direct international connections. Calgary's substantially better. So yeah, I just kind of expect that I'll have to connect out of Edmonton living there now. Now we must be pretty close. Okay, we do some like swoopy dooping, cross a bridge, cross another bridge, and then we're at another checkpoint. Calgary been improving? Yeah, and then like WestJet's based out of Calgary, and WestJet has recently decided to expand much more aggressively into international flights, like transatlantic flights. Are there any trans-Pacific flights now? because they started flying 787s, so they have the capability. WestJet used to exclusively fly 737s. When I first went to Europe in 2015, WestJet was still 737 only, and they had one route to Europe, and it was from Toronto to Dublin, but it had to do a fuel stop over in St. John's, Newfoundland. And so I hitchhiked to St. John's, Newfoundland. That fuel stopover is also a bookable flight direct from St. John's to Dublin. Summer WestJet flies Calgary to Korea. Oh, they do. Nice. I checked anywhere in Africa. I've never been to Africa. Well, I'm technically connected out of Johannesburg, but I don't say I've ever been anywhere in Africa. And sometimes direct from Whitehorse to Germany. Yes, that is a very obscure routing. I did see that. I use this website called flightconnections.com to just look at, like, out of any airport, what routes are flown direct out of there and with what airlines and with what schedule. It's quite helpful for when I'm planning some of my flight routings. I noticed that one like years back. Anyway, not too long ago, a YouTuber that focuses on aviation. I think they focus on aviation, or they just general travel. I don't know. Anyway, did a YouTube video about that specific flight. It's with... It's like Lufthansa's vacation wing of their airline. What was it called? Ooh, we got birders, I think. Wait, never mind. Just maintenance. I let these people... They're cleaning up the ditch. I thought they had like... They looked like really kitted up, and I thought they were gonna have like telephoto lens. Condor, that's the one. Yeah, it's gotta be one of the stranger direct flights in the world. You like Japan? I've been there 3 times, all on hitchhiking trips, and I've loved it every single time. Need more sugar. Such a unique country for when I'm hitchhiking from like small town to small town. I think it's interesting being in Tokyo, but Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, like the main hotspots. But like, what really got me going, what interested me, the really cool experiences I've had were when you get away from that into the places where you usually don't see tourists like myself. Hey, some iced coffee, too dry for eating candy only. I got water for liquids. Generally throughout the day I just drink water. And then we might have a Mekju, Soju, Mekgoli with dinner. Ah. Was there a bridge back there? I don't think so. My map thinks that I was supposed to cross back there, which isn't really a thing. I don't think it was a bridge. Anyway, there's a bridge here. We're crossing it. Tried Jeonju yet. Braised chicken dish with glass noodles and potatoes. I don't think I have. I would like to. It's like, see, you haven't been to yet hitchhiking and biking. There's been several trips where I've been meaning to go to Finland, and I haven't gone to Finland. And I really want to go to Finland, and maybe that's a weird answer. But just because I keep meaning to go there and I'm not going there, it's like, give me that Finland trip. Answer was the truth. You mentioned it before. Okay. Yeah, just most people when they list like places they want to go, I just feel like Finland usually doesn't like make the short list. But for some reason, I like northern places. I have a thing for them. And I've been through like Norway, Sweden, Canada, Russia. I've been up north a lot. But yeah, Finland has not been explored at all by me. Can the trip be the solar panel? Like that logically would make sense because my solar panel's still in Tromsø, Norway, like way up north. So our rescue mission would make sense to pick it up and ride south through Finland. But I'm not sure yet. One of those hotels expensive. It's like the rest of Northern Europe, like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, like they're all expensive if you have to get motels, hotels. Eat at a restaurant, very expensive. I spent all last summer riding through Norway, and I just didn't go out eat at restaurants, and I didn't really sleep inside, nor did I feel like I needed to. But yeah, Scotland has that like right to roam, right to use the land, right to camp. Norway does. I think Sweden does. A few countries do. When you're on the newspaper in Norway. I was in so much media in Norway, it was a crazy time. There was a weird amount of media attention for just some dude riding bike through Norway. It was also funny because like NRK, the national radio and television provider, like in Norway. They do like a slow TV broadcast every year. Like one year it's just on the Gruten, the boat that goes up and down the coast. One year they did like a hiking trip where they're live streaming some hiking trails in Norway. Anyway, this year they decided to do cycling, like touring. And they spent like, I think it's like a couple $1,000,000 equivalent US dollars to do like, it's like 10 days or something like that of touring in different places in Norway with their they had a crazy setup. They kind of do like blog posts about like how they do it, and it's very involved. So oh my god, shit. All right. Ah, there's more. No. Let me get to where the cones are. No. Okay, he turned. For once, I'm like, why is there a railing? Actually, I usually don't really care about having a railing. I prefer to just... If I fall, let me fall. Am I crossing here? I think I am. Wait, am I? My thing's all messed up because I think we are. Yeah. Mine had me going further down there and crossing later on, but this accomplishes our goal. Is this new? Doesn't look particularly new. But, I'm supposed to go right, but it's closed. Is that a list of detours I can make? Okay, so that's under construction. How long? Anyway, this is how they build their bike paths. So let's get down there. That didn't actually go down. This just looks like it goes to this business. Do. Part of the fun, exactly. Navigating around construction. It's like kilometers from the campsite. Oh, it's rude. Were we that close? Probably could have almost seen it. That didn't look possible. How far am I gonna have to go this way before I can get off this? Here? Guess. We can also go up here. There's one. Just gotta get to that actual road, not these farmer roads. Oh, to my east here. There's a variety of ways we can do that. But we go not this junction, but the next junction up. Let's go a straight shot east, and we just take that actual road south, bypass it, and get to our stamp. So you can also take that one, but I'm like, oh, that one's good. And it's like it's covered in machinery over there. See some cyclists on the next one. I'll take that way. I think this sign is actually showing us the detour. Because now it's saying turn right here. That's helpful. This chicken. Those are ducks, I think. A duck farm? Alright, and here is our road that we'll turn south on. Should take us to where we need to go. And the little detour sign also shows the same thing. Oh, it's a little steep. Our final push to this checkpoint has been complicated. Now I'm curious how much of this is under construction, because if construction went on for a while, it might make it difficult to access the certification checkpoint, or that could even be under construction. I'm not even gonna be able to get a stamp. We'll find out soon enough. It says we can go back right this way, according to this detour sign, so I assume the construction's over by this point, and it's telling you can turn this way. It's a good sign. I feel that was the first time they actually had like guided detour signs that are just like, this is closed, this is the way around. Oops. Smell like little water and agricultural area. Like, I don't smell any like too strong smells as I've been going through here. The strongest smells we've had is when we've been going past like cattle farms and it just smells like a farm. You know, the occasional like water runoff will have kind of like that sewagey smell, but not around here. Alright, now it says left. And there's the next one. Well, right now, if I do get to smell something, it just kind of smells like spring. I'm smelling like more like, oh, cows. Now it smells like a cow farm. It smells like plant life becoming alive. Can I smell like nothing? Is that what I smell? The cow farm has like a distinct smell. I never minded it. I never thought it was a particularly pleasant nor unpleasant smell, but it just smells like a farm. My grandpa had like a hobby cattle farm. He just had a few cows. So I got to be around that when I was younger. All right, this is that was actually really clean. They did a good job of marking that. Which I haven't seen in Korea yet. Let's see how close we are to the stamp, but we are very close here, so almost stamping town. It got delayed a little bit due to construction, but oh, should be. There's a sign for it. 15 meters. That's awfully close. There it is. Hey, number 4 for the day. Oh, it's the self-inking one. Although they have another ink pad next to it, so maybe it's not working that well. Oh, what's our distance at so far? Been doing well today. It's felt nice. Yeah, this one has a light too. I feel like I haven't noticed that in different places. I wonder if they actually turn it on. At some point they probably did. 89. All right. At 3:40, still got 3 hours to sunset. Once again. Gotta show it every time because a lot of times people come and go and have never seen the whole passport section of this. This is my passport. It's issued to me by the Korean government, specifically the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. It's connected to my Canadian passport. Everything's very official here. Anyway, Korea's cross-country cycling road tour passport. So we've done a lot of pages. I'm not going to show all of them. These are all different stamp points that all look very similar to this. We've done all over Korea. We've done 63. This is 64. We're currently on this page, and this should be Jeonju. Let me double check. Jeonju. Yeah. So, let's get it. I actually really need a thing to like do a test stamp on this. Do I have any paper in here I can sacrifice? I don't think I do. Into the inside of this. I'm gonna repurpose as a test stamp. If I tear it open. You can't see what direction the stamp actually goes. Maybe there's a way to tell, but I can't tell. So it's that way. That one's pretty faded. It's the self-inking kind, but it's legible though. Jeonju. And then Hwangtang. Not the best, but legible. Just enough. passport come in different languages on the cover. They have Korean and English. I don't think they have other languages. So the Korean one's all in Korean, the English one's all in English. Okay, let me look at a map here. Oh, it's actually the end of this specific bike route. And we're on to the next one. The next one is called Seseonggam. Seseonggam? Of course I'm saying that very incorrectly, but let me just actually find that page. Is it just across here? Yeah, it's just the next page. On our way to Bayeldo Waterfront Park. Cool. So, where are we at? There. I'm looking for points of civilization. I think like if we go to the next one, that might be a good spot to finish. There's the stamp, and then there's a town right next to it, but probably like just before, would probably be some good camping along the river or something like that. Does it say how far between them? Quite often they do, but this one, because this is technically a different route, doesn't say how far. So, if I just eyeball it, a little bit further than the last one. That was the last one. 25. Like 30. Put us at 120 kilometers for the day. Okay. We'll take off the drawers. Yeah, I might actually go pantsless. It's gonna start cooling down relatively soon because it's getting late in the day. But I might feel I think I do want to take off my pants. As you do. I think I'm out of good snacks though. I have to stop next time we see something good. I also got like some chocolate bars and stuff like that, but where do I want to de-pants at? There's a little covered gazebo over there. Let's do it over there. Oh, cart. This one. Put that one. Which one do I want to take my pants off at? What's this one? What is this? I don't know. What are you? The other one looked more like a de-pantsing place. Definitely camping here. Oh. Don't worry, I have shorts on. All right. Grab my wallet from there too. I don't like getting change in Korea. Currency's so weird, it's just like, it feels useless. Right. Full cycling mode. Well, actually, I'm not wearing my cycling jersey, just my shorts.
Hungry just resubscribed for 30 months.
Hungry. Or hungry, rather. Thank you for the 30-month resale. Okay. I'm warm. I should get riding. I'll actually cool off riding just from the airflow because there's a lack of wind at the moment. Actually, I should tighten this a little bit. I feel 20 degrees has never felt so warm before. Just in contrast to the cooler weathers we've had. It's like, I just feel so toasty. Yeah, I guess before this I was in Edmonton in winter, so. Oh yeah, shirts feel good. It's been a while. So I might end up with 5 today. Potentially just before, but we'll see. Stamps, that is. watching a cycle with red top and bike gloves. Was it me? What was that? Was that bugs? It was. I just flew through like a absolute cloud of bugs. Tiny, tiny little things. So we're gonna have until 8 a.m. here in Britain. Yeah, what the heck, Sarah? No, but she's been staying up late. So, rational that she'd sleep in a little bit. And she's trying to stay up late enough to stream until I get on. But like I have to get on like quite early. Like for her, 10 p.m. is 6 a.m. for me. So I started at like 6:30 or something. Not far from Sarah. The weather here today's dreadful. Oh no, poor Sarah. If tomorrow, if we're finished today, like the forecast looks the same. It looks like tomorrow has a high of like 24 degrees, like smoking hot. We're gonna be wearing my short sleeve cycling jersey, which I haven't had to wear in quite a while. For cycling hitchhiking, they're just different. I like some aspects of cycling, like the way I usually describe it is cycling, I'm more like out in nature and experiencing like the geography, the topography, the lay of the land, experiencing nature of a country more. Hitchhiking, I'm experiencing more of like the culture of it through meeting local people who are willing to pick me up. So, like hitchhiking is held closer to my heart because starting hitchhiking set my life down a path that has led me to what I'm doing today and has essentially meant that I've been able to have so many interesting experiences, including starting to bike tour. So I'm more sentimental towards hitchhiking, but I've done it for 10 years and it's nice to switch it up. Very leisurely riding these paths like this. Camping that one. It's a nice one. Very clean. It's like recently stained or something. Collapsible touring bikes, kind of they collapse down similar suitcase and become your towable trailer. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Is it collapsible touring bikes like something like Brompton style? It's like one of those fold up small bikes. I've even been like tempted to like have something like that, a very small version of that that's like kind of light enough to also just like attach to a backpack. I'm like, just bring a tiny fold-up bike on a hitchhiking trip. Then when I'm like passing through cities, I don't care about how much walking I'd have to do, because I'll just ride my little Brompton, get to the edge of town, fold her up, attach to my bag, and then we're good to go. I think they still weigh like 30 pounds still, like a touring bike weight, because of all the, I don't know, just heavy duty joints and hinges they've got. Not been good all week for Sarah there in Wales. That's sad. Is what she got like. Doesn't she just have like 100 and something kilometers remaining to finish and get to like Manchester, Liverpool area? Those are straight range. She'll just want to get there so she can get a flight to Greece. Because it'll probably be closer to this than Wales in the spring. Thomas's bike tour. It's really tough to say because it's not like riding across Canada where you just like ride on the Trans-Canada Highway for 7,000 kilometers. The way you link up the entire country of Korea with the official bike routes, there's many different ways to do it, and there's some more efficient ways to do it, but it usually involves like, because some of the paths like are detours that jut out and they dead end, and you either ride back or you take a bus back to continue en route. Like I'm not taking a bus back, I'm riding back. So that adds a lot of distance that can be avoided while technically still riding all the sections you have to ride. I'll be over 3,000 kilometers by the end of this, I think. Yeah, we could probably kind of calculate at its minimum how many kilometers Grand Slam bike tour would be. Well, actually, like, even my passport, like, for each individual route, I think it kind of gives you, like, how many hours, how many kilometers, so you just add up the kilometers for each specific route. It's another detour for construction. Yeah, that's going to slow me down. Wait. But that side says we can go that way, then turn left. Oh, it doesn't matter, we'd be crossing up there anyway. I think it's 6 and 1/2 dozen the other. I think. But yeah, we can't go that way. Trying to figure out why I like bike streams. Like you, but I don't like your hitchhiking streams. I think it has to do some with your interaction with chat. There's more to it than that. I don't know. But yeah, with the biking, like, I'm pretty much always available to chat, so it's more interactive that way. The hitchhiking, I'm quite interactive when I'm like walking or actively hitchhiking, but once I get picked up, chat is very much a passenger and not a participant in the conversation, at least. Unless someone seems like extremely interested in the stream and wants to learn more, but yeah. Right, and right. Just let these guys pass this way. Traffic. It's rush hour in these parts of Korea. I think if you did a survey of like my entire Twitch audience, I think you would find that the majority of people prefer the hitchhiking content, which makes sense. That's what I built my entire stream on, and I think there's a certain level of spontaneity and unknown nature that hitchhiking has that cycling has a bit less of, and the social interaction with just random people. It's this way, don't go that way. But of course, there'll still be plenty of people that prefer cycling. Oh, looks like we reconnect up here. That's a short detour. Nice. It's a little steep for that little short climb out of here. Yeah. Cycling is good to see more of the nature. Yeah, that's a big thing for me. I like the physicality of it. I feel it being all under my own power is satisfying to me. And ever since I started hitchhiking, I've grown a large appreciation for just being outside in nature. And cycling is just so much more, because it's all day outside in nature, for better or worse. So I really like the natural side of it. So bumpy. Which is the best road infrastructure? For cycling? Or just like roads for driving? For cycling, Netherlands. For roads? I don't know what I'd say for roads. Not Canada. Last time you hitchhiked? Like a month ago, just over a month ago. February. The Streamer Awards. But yeah, I get very frustrated with a question that just constantly comes up, or it just seems to, when I'm on a biking trip. They'll be like, will you ever hitchhike again? And I'm like, I literally was just hitchhiking. And I'm talking about the hitchhiking trips I want in the future. They're just like, the mentality is if I'm not hitchhiking, then I'm just giving up hitchhiking. Some gaming streamers switch games. Yeah, it probably is the same thing. When are you going to play this game again? And it's probably the exact same thing. Ooh, that looks steep. Oh my lord, look at that. What the heck? Just decided to pave that wall and turn it into a road. I could find a nice spot to camp out here somewhere, probably. Again, we're not looking yet, but, well, I'm kind of always looking. Can't turn that part of my brain off. Oof. Maps do I have? Here I don't even bother having maps up most of the time because it's so well signed. I just have my Stream Buddy app, which is my chat, and Stream Elements Alerts app. That's it. And then I'll, like, in the background I have Google Maps with all the official bike routes like loaded onto it. Just like showing all the certification centers and the routes that go between it, and I just look to see generally what I have to look forward to in the next little bit. So every once in a while, peek at my map, look for the next several kilometers, see if there's any big moves we're going to be making, or if it's just follow the same path. It's usually follow the same path, and then go back to my chat app. Whole different view, countries, places than riding a vehicle on the highway. Yeah. So yeah, with hitchhiking, once like I spend more time in towns and cities. Well, I really only spend time in towns and cities, and then you see a highways view of the spaces between the cities. The biking gets you the more rural view of between towns and cities. That's where we spend most of our time, is between towns and cities. We're hitchhiking most of the time we're in a town or a city. That's where we get dropped off. Oh, the bumpy reds. If it's red, it's sure to be bumpy. Hitchhiking is always from like a place of civilization to a place of civilization, so we don't spend too much time away from that. It's already loaded onto your Google Maps. So I went to a website called careerbybike.com. I think it's just a private website run by a guy that I think just bike toured in Korea and liked it. And he just has a very informative website. I haven't paid like for a subscription for a few extra things, but also just because it was a very valuable resource, and I have no problem paying a little bit to thank someone for having a very valuable resource like that. So even without paying, you can essentially one of the web pages, it's like a Google Maps link of all the official bike routes, and it just pulls up Google Maps with essentially all these pins and colored routes loaded up onto it all over the country. Well, it looks like it's been phenomenal for you today. It's essentially like what I say is my ideal travel temperature. It's 20 degrees and sunny. It's not too hot, it's not too cold. Although to me it feels really hot. I think I'm just used to cooler weather because I'm just like, wintered in Edmonton. And the last time I rode my bike was in Korea in the winter. And we're getting, well below freezing every night. Nor pedal is epic. Like outside of Canada, because that was my first bike tour, and that one felt special just because it's like my home country and it was my first one, and it's the second largest country in the world, so it just feels like impactful to my life. Norway is the trip I'm most impressed with with myself as a physical accomplishment, because Norway's tough. Norway's tough. And it was beautiful, but it was tough. I was dragging a lot of weight, extra rolling resistance with that solar panel trailer, and I'm proud of that one. There's not too many things that I actually will physically say I'm proud of that I've done, but I'm proud of that one. Australia. I'd like to at some point. As one of my ideas for incorporating a Starlink into a long distance touring trip is Australia seems like a perfect candidate because it's big. A lot of the routes will be sparse foliage, so we won't have the tree coverage, which would block the satellite internet. And you need satellite outside towns because the cellular is really bad in the far out there places. But I've hitchhiked in Australia twice. Gold Coast to Perth through the outback once, and then Melbourne to Brisbane, then up to to meet up with Shook and go to Fraser Island a little further north. Recently cycled through China. Sound interesting? Super interesting. I did ask them if they, that'd be a good spot to post it anywhere, so I could you guys could look at some of their adventures, because a lot of people seemed interested in the trip. It was an epic trip. From Netherlands to Korea, like across Europe, across Asia, through China, went through Southeast Asia. It was pretty epic. But the trip was just for them. They didn't post on social media, so, which I respect. Yeah, big spiders going to Australia. I never really saw much of the spooky things that people say are out to get you in Australia. The only snakes I saw were down on the side of the road. The biggest spider I saw was on my way between Brisbane and Rockhampton, on my way north. I was walking on the I was walking on the right side of like a metal railing, and when I looked back at the railing that I was walking alongside, there's these big colorful spiders, and I think them being colorful means they're like completely harmless, but they're just very large, and to my Canadian sensibilities, spooky looking spiders with really, really thick webs, and the webs were like going from the railing off into the bush on the right. So I decided to walk in traffic instead because I was intimidated by said large spiders. That's ridiculous overhyped. Yeah, probably in general. I didn't feel particularly, like, most I was doing is once I got, past Brisbane and stuff like that, like, here I might camp right next to a river, but there I'm like, I probably shouldn't camp right next to a river. Taken by a freaking crocodile. And then I did have it in my head, I'm just like, well, it'd be really awkward if I was camping out in the bush somewhere and like a snake decided to crawl into my vestibule. On a normal two-man tent, a lot of times you've got a door on either side, so you could like go out one door of the snake's on the one door, but I only got one door. What I do is just like a proper snake I shouldn't be messing with just in my vestibule of my tent. Never was. I only, again, like saw snakes dead on the side of the road as roadkill. Cherry blossoms. When is Florida cycling? I did my Florida trip spring. What was that? 2022? 2020 was Canada. I didn't really stream until fall 2021. That was finishing Canada. I think it was the next spring. So yeah, it should have been like March 2022. Yeah, get out of my ear. Little buzzing insect. Oh, that's one of the things that bothered me the most in Australia of all the wildlife. When I was in the outback, there's like these flies that just, because the thing's so dry, they just go for your eyes, your nose, your mouth, and your ears, and they're just buzzing around you constantly. And it's just, I could handle the eyes and nose and the mouth, but them like trying to fly around your ears, I hate that feeling. Like that sound is just like, it penetrates into your soul. Now it's the only place I've actively like been hitchhiking where I wear headphones and just listen to music. Because I didn't have to deal with the flies going in my ears. statue. Is it steep? Yeah, classic bumpy red. You're going slow. I'm like, wow, this is quite bumpy. Car. Hi. Where are these cars coming from? What the heck? It truly is rush hour. Yeah, cross, how's it going? Freaking red roads. It just like covers up the big like crevices in the road. When they paint it red, it makes it like harder to tell how I should be riding over it. If it's just like this, I can see the imperfections in the road better. Ah, the good old "don't ride your bike into the water" sign. My favorite Korean bike sign. Ah. Random smooth section of red. I'll take it. I don't trust it though. Can change at any moment. That's pretty good. That's real good. Wow. Huh. What a surprise. Oh, this is pretty. I like this. Got the occasional cherry blossoms to keep me company. Got my nice river to keep me company. Got a decent little path here. Life is good. Yo. Got occasional bumpy roads to keep my butt company. Oh, this road looks beautiful. This is how I envisioned this trip to be. When I thought about coming back to Korea in spring, this is exactly it. This was my daydreaming. This was it. Oh. Wow. Gotta love it. See, when I left Seoul, it was still full winter. As far as the trees were concerned, they were not. They were dormant. They weren't doing anything. As I head south, and it's a week later, things are coming alive. People reaching out from Denmark. You got this. Thank you very much. I love me some Denmark. Me and Sarah, when we rode the tandem bikes, were there. We're a huge fan of the shelter network. The generally free shelters spread all over Denmark. We stayed in some amazing ones in some beautiful places. And they were barely like used. Like, it was rare we saw anyone else at them. We just had these entire places to ourselves. Looks like left. Looks like right. Oh, we got some rainbow blocks. So back to Denmark. Like one time, me and wait, no, that wasn't even with Sarah. It was when I was hitchhiking to TwitchCon Paris. There was a shelter just outside Aarhus. Aarhus, is that right? What's the second largest city in Denmark? That was like a themed like a Viking village thing with like a Viking tower thing and shelters next to it. Anyway, I slept in the Viking tower. That was sick. And there was like a zip line there. And like an obstacle course thing there. Loved it. Someone painted these. No, these are natural rainbow colored stones. Korea just has colorful stones. Oh, I'm surprised there's still standing water here. I'm trying to avoid it so I don't splash my feet. $100K? Man, we've been doing good since I've been back for part 2 of Korea here. Like, we've been like averaging 100-kilometer days. But it's not like I'm like trying. I'm not like pushing hard. I'm just enjoying the ride, and I have more hours than December as well. So, of daylight, that is like 3 extra hours of daylight. I think that's where the increase in distance comes. Because I'm really not trying to push for distance. I just am enjoying riding, and then I keep riding until we get close to sunset. Because, well, I'm still enjoying riding. Nice day to ride too. Yeah. Yesterday was also gorgeous. A little bit cooler, but like still stellar. Yeah. Today and yesterday were like perfect days. Can't all be that good, but past couple have checked every box for what I'm looking for. I just want to. That tent is so Korea. Oh, you can see it. That tent, how it's just like, you've got like a large tent body for hanging out in, but the actual sleeping part is like randomly elevated on stilts with a hammock underneath. It actually looks pretty freaking sick, but it's so unnecessary. And to me, that is just peak Korean glamping. Youth and leisure camp. Okay. Spot looks a little busy. Where's that place? Oh, more cherry blossoms. That's an astronomical observatory. Oh my god, these ones are like full cherry blossom bloom. I agree. Lady in that convertible is enjoying it. I'm enjoying it too. Wow. We made it into spring. Oh. That's very exciting. Loving this. Oh, it keeps going. Oh my god. It's just so nice. It stopped for a photo, understandably. Very understandable. That guy's filming on his cell phone from his Porsche. Also understandable. Also life goals. I want to drive a Porsche convertible through this road. Oh my god, it does go on for a long time. I can see around the bend of the river. I'm like, it just keeps going. Full Energizer Bunny style. Downhill. I think we're going slightly downhill, but honestly I can't even tell. See it from the International Space Station? What? The Cherry Blossom Road? I guess if the yeah, you know what? I probably can. Sarah said hi. Sarah's here. Sarah, look at this freaking road. Look at it. I was saying earlier, like, a road like this is what I envisioned coming to Korea to finish the bike tour in spring was like. And when we left Seoul, everything was still like winter and dead. And now, now it's this. Oh, this section up here looks so wonderful. It's so pretty. Or the police. They're here to protect the cherry blossoms. Yeah, I was not expecting this today. Had not heard about this. This is epic. It just keeps going. They're getting that gram photo. Understandable. If I was here with Sarah, we'd be pulling over and I'd be getting that gram photo for Sarah. think I made it in their shot. It's forever commemorated. Hopefully they won't notice. They'll like print it off and they'll like be on their wall somewhere, and they'll have a guest over. I'll be like, where's that? Why is there a weird foreign man on a bicycle? They're giving a big cheesy wave. Well, this gazebo, that's a premium camping gazebo. Yeah. That's where Las Vegas like sick now. Yeah, potentially, but like everything will like kind of work its way slowly north, right? As the south just warms up a little bit faster than the north part of Korea. So probably like in Seoul, any cherry blossoms probably haven't really done their thing yet. The lag behind a bit. Hey. Oh no, am I turning off? I think I might be. Oh wait, never mind. It's just doing like a weird thing. Maybe I'll just take a quick selfie. Do the duck face? Of course. It's the only face worth making. I don't usually take selfies, but I feel like this one warrants a selfie. I'll get my bike in here. How do I take a selfie? Bike has to be in it? That's kind of what I was thinking. So I'm trying to just position the bike so you guys are in it. Okay. Me and the bike and the cherry blossoms. Ooh, I nearly dropped my phone. Ah. Oh, no. No, I don't want the bokeh. What did I do? I dropped the phone. Okay. Hey. Smile. Oh, you guys did some smiles. Gosh, these photos. Got the cherry blossoms. Wait. I'll try and post it on Discord. No, but this one doesn't have Discord. I have to email it to myself and send it from my phone. Or just download Discord, but right? I don't think it has Discord. There's probably a better way to do this, but sometimes I'm socially inept.
Jesse_Impact just resubscribed for 9 months. Good morning.
Guess the impact with the 9 months. Thank you very much. Gmail. Download. Look at it. Seems to be struggling. Why aren't you downloading? There you go. Okay, posted in Discord channel. That was a lot of work. Alright, water, then we can keep going. Give you a thumbs up for Discord.
Thanks. Thumbs up back.
What's going on up here? Why are there dogs just running down the street? You look like siblings. I think you're in danger. This is just so nice. But yeah, how long? The blossoms don't like stick around that long, right? How long are they around once they bloom like this? Off and ride the bike on the right side of the white line? Yeah, there's space. I hear it widens up and it's fine. But then up here it narrows up. Four to 7 days after peak bloom begins. Oh, yeah, really short period. Right, just past the red phone booth. There's a stamp eventually. I just didn't think it was yet. It's good 30K, I think, from the last one. No, not yet, but it's not too far from here. We'll definitely get it. We'll probably be, yeah, well, definitely be our last one around. Well, yeah. Well, we'll see. Good evening to you. $13K next time. All right. Do I want like a glamour shot of my bicycle too? here though. I want to glamour shot just my bicycle, like, and you guys, with the cherry blossoms in the background. Unfortunately, there's trash there, but I can put the bike in the way. Show us the cherry blossoms. Haven't you been staring at it the whole time? Close. Let's see what we can get. Hey, ruined my shot. That's rude. Hey, now I'm sad. My glamour shot. You guys look beautiful. Oh yeah. I wish I had a way to like hold my hand. Yo, this is so cute. Ah, my butt. My brain can't handle this, okay? My brain can't handle this. It's too much. I'm dancing. This is my brain can't. Take it. Ah. Oh God.
What was that? The top?
I think so. Oh fuck, that's, oh no.
Trevor.
I just need to pull it out a little bit because it was out of sync and now it's in tall grass.
Wow, great. Wait,
The goal of the trip is to go to all 50 states. After that, who knows? I'm going to go to other countries and do it there as well. We'll just keep it going. There's a lot of world to see. There's a lot of people to meet, so just keep it going. Now you scroll through chat.
Looks like they're girls. She's way too drunk.
Who knows? Are you? Yeah, okay. Chat was right. You guys are right. She's way too drunk.
I mean, I'm fine, okay?
I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Guys.
Really rude.
Be polite.
Bill's daughter.
Guys. Thank you. Be polite.
No. Where are you sleeping tonight?
I have no idea. I just show up and do what I do.
Goodbye, beef. It was wonderful tasting you. And are you just driving home right now?
No, actually, I'm going to. I don't know what it's called, but it's fucking place.
I hitchhiked on ice roads. I've been on Alright, we're back. Do 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 do. I think. Save. Get your photo. Glam photo, but we're gonna get another one over here. The whole bike on there. Now the whole bike. Yeah, I'll try one without the helmet off. We'll see how gross my hair looks. Chicken. What do they sell here? Oh. Wow. Guys, we got the bike, we got chat. Someone's there. Someone made it.
Fido_TW rated my stream with 50 views.
Fido, thanks for the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome to Hitch and welcome to Korea. We made it. We found the cherry blossoms. Came back to finish a bike tour in Korea in the spring, and when we left Seoul, everything was dead. Nothing was alive, and now it's all alive. Let me spin the bike around and show you. Thank you very much for the raid, Fido. I hope you did a good stream. Okay. Bike doesn't want to go this way. Stay. Hey, isn't it nice? Snack booth. I feel like we should probably try the snack booth. Should we try the snack? Let's make something. Is it still open? I'm guessing. What does it say? It has a Korean something on there. What was it telling us they're selling? Steamed corn and roasted chestnuts. Oh, they did roasted chestnuts in Japan, didn't they? Where were we? That was a popular thing. Can I camp in this one? Hold up. With the little gazebo? I'm a big gazebo fan, sorry. The cars kind of ruin it, but I just don't take many pictures. But I don't know. It's just I dreamed about our cherry blossom experience. Focus on the sky. Focus on the sky. No, that's oversaturated. Focus just on the sky. Did I exposure lock it? I think I did. There we go. Yeah. According to their light at night, if the trees are lit. I haven't noticed like lamps like where we were yesterday at that reservoir. There was like one section of walking path that had lamps shining up at the cherry trees. I don't know if you know what? When in Rome, let's go buy some chestnuts and corn. You think they'll take card? It'll be a cash only place. I just want to point out this little truck here. It's like Porter High Super, but below, to the right of that, its branding is automatic LSD. This is a psychedelic Hyundai. Is that worms? Bandeki? Is it?
캔서트는 번데기.
I think it might. Looks like the silkworms. Silkworm pupil. Silkworms. Can I try?
괜찮아요.
Yeah? I want to eat some more worms. yeah. 감사합니다.
냄새.
No?
맨들 좋아.
So gross. Good for protein. I want to buy something, but I don't think I want. It's like 3 cobs of corn, or like a thing of. What was that? Oh, the chestnuts. How about Powerade?
아니다.
Just buy. Thank you. 감사합니다. Just want to buy something after they let me eat their worms. Like the worms don't really have particular any like unappealing flavor to them. I think it's more a mental thing. They're not, it's just not very strong. We're just gonna walk over here and drink some and then keep going. Yeah, I wouldn't say like, I'm like, that's delicious, but it's also like, not bad. Just gonna go past this garbage and hang out and have a drink and chat. Maybe just face this way. I got so much garbage accumulated. What a beautiful day. Just gonna mix it with my water and then I'll have watered down Powerade. Okay, Powerade. Internationally, blue seems to be the most common flavor. They do blue. Hey. Get off of my... Just shaking the tree down to get the picture with falling. Hey, get out of my ear.
Stage 2 at Cucaraca just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Stage 2 Cucaracha. I don't know what that means. Stage 2 Cucaracha. Thank you very much for the Prime. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. I appreciate it. 106K tonight. Yeah, we've been. It's just been a lovely day on the bike. We got a nice early start. Started streaming at like 6:30, and I haven't been trying to go far. We've just been enjoying the day, and here we are, making it pretty far. Not kidding, Sarah's weather's not looking good. Is she live now? I feel so bad for her. definitely had some weather woes. But like, people be like, "Well, you expect in Wales in spring?" But anyway. Sarah, one more hitch on the other. 24/7 hitch spread around here. We have been going for like, I don't know, because I started one day, raided Sarah one night, then she raided me back, then I raided her back, then she raided me back. Is that where we're at now? Is that our current? I think that's our current thing. Summer cherry blossoms good stuff because it's warmer. But like, they're in full bloom now, right? And people said they're only around for like 4 to 7 days, kind of thing, then they fall off. So like, clear in this region, it's like the good time to do it. If we head further south, we might, you know, we'll get to a point where they're gone again. We're fine. I don't expect them the whole trip. It's just nice while they're here. Daegu is full of cherry blossoms right now. Alright. Well, yeah, let's continue. We'll get one more stamp today. And then find a place to camp, find a place to eat, find a place to charge. My batteries are looking a little sparse right now. Morning, this looks nice. Yeah, we found the cherry blossoms, TTC. We found them. But yeah, it's been kilometers of of this road just having cherry blossoms on either side. Because already it was quite aesthetic. They're just like falling off the tree like snow. See, the shots I like the most is just like if we got a nice shot with the cherry blossoms and then the winding river in the background. I feel like that's super aesthetic. Good progress day. Yeah, 100 plus kilometers, 4 stamps. We're doing good. We found cherry blossoms. Life is good. Life is good. Cherry blossoms feel like even better than the ones in Osaka right now. Do they? Oh, it's so nice. Oh, is this the end? You been to Gimpo? What do you think of it? Maybe I have, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. But I have a pretty bad memory for places here. True smell. I don't think they have much of a smell. Someone said they smell really nice. Maybe if you like get in there and start huffing them. I wouldn't say I've particularly noticed a smell going through this area. Oh, we keep going. It's just not like the dual-sided. Oh no, never mind. It comes back. But wait, there's more. More. And they got the same on the other side of the road too. Yeah, never mind. They're back. We just had a town to break it up for a second. Good time to have a convertible. I've seen a few rocking through here. My convertible's cheaper. It's permanently a convertible though. You never get a roof on this thing. Good to have a bicycle? Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, I saw that. You guys timed up for the shruggy little dude. I don't know what part of it triggers the auto mod, but something in there did. Weather looks nice. It's about as perfect as I could ever ask for. It's not a windy day, it's a sunny day. I was about 20. And we're mid full cherry blossom bloom in this region. That's checks a lot of boxes for good days. Definitely a good one. And I thought the cherry blossoms had ended. At least the road. Timed out left and right. They're self-timing themselves out. You use the vanish thing and essentially time out all your messages. The sunset there, 6:50, I believe, so hour 20. But yeah, we're close to our next bike certification passport stamp, which will be our last for the day. It will be number 5. I think 4, 5, 5. I think 5. Anyway, it's a good day. And then near that, there's a town and stuff. So hopefully we'll find a place to camp, a place to eat, and wherever the place to eat is, gotta charge. Kilometers away. Give me a sec. I'll check in a sec. Streamcast has 1 behind. Yeah, sometimes mods will change it, but otherwise I have to change it, and I just forget to change it. Okay, let me see. 5 kilometers, give or take. Tesla 64. That should be accurate. Oh, did it just change? Or you just changed it? I don't know. Hey, we started at 60 today. We got 4. Should be at 64. Tree to the right, past the Korean pear trees. Okay. Someone was saying the other day I should try a Korean pear. And it's quite different. I'm guessing, you know, they're not in season right now. Live action Ghibli movie. It's certainly something. I don't know how to describe it. It's a good feeling. It's like a perfect day. Everything's been so nice today. with like gigantic yellow apples. Oh, don't we have them in Canada? Just called like an Asian pear or Asian, yeah. My mom used to buy them sometimes. Strawberry milk instant end. Like the guy just kept talking at me, like not even trying to like translate and not recognizing that I don't understand what he's saying. And then kept asking me for food after I gave him that kimbap. He took a bite, spat it out, and then threw out the rest. So I'm just like, okay, I'm leaving now, bye-bye. But I was like mid-eating, so I was planning to eat more there. I just kind of like haphazardly chucked my stuff onto my bike and rode to the next convenience store and continued eating and bought another kimbap because he wasted one. It's whatevs. Cause this is my United States of whatever. Cause this is my United States of whatever. I'm kind of digging like the mix of natural and cherry blossoms and river with the modern looking bridges up here. I'm a fan of contrast in general. That song is just so funny. I went down to the beach, I saw Kiki, she was like, and I'm like, whatever. Do we have to play that song? I think we might. Is my speaker still working? I don't know what it is. All right, next town. Even in town, this one's got the cherry blossoms over. All right. Dinner soon. Yeah, we're getting one more stamp. Very close. And then we'll start sorting out camping and place to eat and charge. You didn't get the worms? Oh, I had 2 worms at that little roadside stand. Knows where we're going. I just know I want to get that one last checkpoint. It'll be a nice tie up the day here. And it's kind of close to some towns, but then hopefully also close to some bush to potential camping. If I can, I'm going to try to scout out a camp spot first, then go eat. And then charge and then go back to the camp spot that I pre-scouted. So I going today, I think we've settled it's like the perfect day of bike touring. Everything's been amazing. The weather's been perfect. The riding's been great. We've got a bunch of stamps. The cherry blossoms are fully out here. Is this one? Okay, I'm gonna double check, make sure I'm on the right path. I'm gonna pass this maybe first thing. Oh, I see the blue line. Okay. I think we just ride on the road though, not this. I think this ends up here anyway. It's gotten busy. Patient blockers, yeah, I'm not in a rush. Says we go up here just a little bit, then we turn left and do some fancy footwork. Alright, let's see. Wait for our gap. It's rain and cherry blossoms. I'm convinced I'm never going to be able to cross. I'll just be here forever. This is my own fruits of whatever. Squeezing here. Ugh. I should have gone. I'm weak. Alright. We made it across the street. Biggest challenge of the day. Oh, there's a good hot camp around here. Maybe. Down there. Oh, I could do down there. Ooh. How close to river level is safe? It shouldn't drastically change. It's dry right now. The total number is reset at the end of the day. We add the current day's total to the total number, so the total number isn't live updated. To know exactly how far I've gone up to date throughout the day, take the total number and add the current day's number, and I'll give you a yeah, we're still far enough away from it though. We wouldn't backtrack this far. That gives you the running total. Addition. I believe in your arithmetic skills. Have faith. Don't make me play George Michaels again. Because you gotta have faith. That's a cool little tiny bike there. He has like some neat handlebars on there. Endorphin rush when cycling. Is that like the runner's high thing, but cyclist high? I feel like, yeah, but like when I'm actively live streaming, it keeps me more like present, actively like reading, chatting, and interacting, where I don't just like, I've heard it more described as just like you lose your sense of just like time and everything's just automatic, but feels good. Just I'm doing multiple things at once, so I don't really ever get into that state. Big Phil Collins fan? I like Phil Collins, yeah. What of him? Why are we talking Phil Collins? Ooh, these are like proper mountains in the distance there. A lot of times it's just like these. They're kind of like decent sized hills. Those guys up there, that's pretty big. The bike trails there, really nice in general. Most of the time you don't have to ride on roads, you just ride on separated bike paths like this. and it's a very enjoyable endeavor. Not like Liverpool, no, not quite the same. Going to southeast first. Yeah, so we have two choices for how to do these final stamps, including Jeonju. Is we can go southeast to the southeast terminus, and that's close to a ferry that we can take to Jeonju. We can do a lap of Jeonju, get our 10 stamps on Jeonju, then take the ferry from there to Mokpo, which is the end point of the full southwestern bike route. You didn't even slow down, like, why? He's narrow enough. I feel like it's just like nice to go down to a nice, polite, slow level. I gave you lots of space, and you're just like, I'm going. What were we talking about? The route. Oh yeah. But then we'd finish on that southwestern route heading north, and then once we head north, we can take a bus or whatever and get back to Seoul to get everything certified, or just ride all the way back up north. We'd have choices. Or the other option is to do the southeast route, backtrack, and then do the southwest route, and then take the ferry from Mokpo to Jeonju, and have our final stamps be the 10 on Jeonju. That requires just more backtracking, I guess. We just kind of like the idea of having the final stamps be Jeonju. Seems like a nice finishing point. This is really nice. No media share? It's disabled, yeah. Just ripping. I don't have to decide till we finish the route to the southeast, though. So. Wow, pretty. You tired? I feel alright. I did a flat tire in my 30,000-ish kilometers of touring. I average like one every 2,000 kilometers. So, infrequent. On this whole Korea tour, we just have one so far? I don't know. My tires are quite puncture resistant. But they have their limits. I mean, tubeless? No, there's normal tube tires. It's with decent touring tires that are decently puncture resistant. I'd like to try it at some point. Just try tubeless because it seems to be the hot thing in cycling right now. And I'm just curious if I like it or not. Spares you heat. 2 tubes. And if I get really unlucky, then I got a patch kit on top of that. We sleep during the hour, during the 2. I camp most nights. So I've camped every night since I've been back for part 2 here, so it's been 7 days. Except for one day we got drenched. So we went inside on that one. Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, especially right now. And there's like extra contrast between the white blossoms and the trees themselves. Yeah, did I even say tent? I just said outside. Anyway, yeah. The tent, just wherever I find a spot that looks decent enough. Seems to get a passport and or not. Well, I'll try to. They might not let me. I don't know. It's a government office. We're gonna get food. I'm just gonna get this stamp first, and then we'll consider our options for both accommodation and food and charging. Ah, this is so nice. She's so beautiful. Yeah, this is just like even better than I imagined it when I imagined. I just figured like you get some cherry blossoms here and there. I didn't think I'd have just so many. No one's supposed to park there, but they did anyway. Let's see what we're doing here. Oh, it's in here. Says here.
어디 안 간다고 하는 거 보니까 어땠어?
5 for the day. All right. Gotta do this every time. Just fill in the people that are new here. This is my cycling passport. Korea's cross-country cycle road tour passport. Brought to you by the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Interior and Safety. Fully government recognized. When I got this, like I had to go to a government office. They took my passport and like wrote down my passport number, attached it to the barcode and like the serial number in this thing. It's like very official. This is what they kind of look like. Some are more faded than others until I got my own ink. There's some like random unofficial ones that I would stop at too, like that one. Just finished that one like yesterday. Now we're on to this page, onto, I believe this one, but I'm going to double check. Make sure this is Sesongam. Sesongam. Yeah. Okay. Test this with their ink. Just here. It's hard to see which way's up on these. I just have black ink, so it's more fun to have some color. Can't even, what way's up? Okay, I'm gonna use my ink then. I can see what the stamp's supposed to look like. I'm trying to look at the picture and figure out what it looks like. I still don't know what way's up. Alright, I'll just... Okay. I don't think that's the right way up, but I have the Sesongam in a direction that makes sense in my head. Is this way? I think it's this way. It's technically the way it's supposed to be. Yeah. Anyway, it's sideways. Okay, that's 65. Next is Namdo Bridge. Oh, it's only 19 kilometers. That's tomorrow. Now I gotta find a place to sleep. I gotta find a place to eat and charge.
look. If there's, I assume there's a spot to sit down somewhere here. I'll just camp down at the riverbank. How about this big gazebo? I'll just sit there. It's probably almost time to put the pants on too. Yeah, no, it's got stairs up. Oh well, let's down the sun do it. But this is from Busan. It'd either be from Mokpo or from, I forget where the other one is. How many stamps today? 5. 5 stamps today. So yeah, there's like one restaurant like right next to this. So if I could camp somewhere near here, that would be like pretty ideal. Korean barbecue restaurant. It's a bamboo forest trail on the other side next to the riverbank. That could be a, maybe take us out to the coast somewhere. I feel like that could work. It's the closest bridge to do that, though. A little bit backwards, a little bit forwards. I think the other side of the river looks much more campable than this side, at least at this region here. Further up the trail, you see? How far up? This isn't much like, usually I've been like on the riverside, like that's where I'll do my camping. There just isn't much. There's a little bit here, but we're at a very busy spot. Oh, like at the kind of next little town-ish thing? Classification of Riverside. Oh, it's pretty busy. I don't know if I want to try to get over there to the bamboo forest thing on the other side. 5 more minutes of the trail? There's woods next to the path. Well, maybe there's more of a bank over there, yeah. Check it out. And then just backtrack, because there's a few food options in the next little bit here. Well, let's start riding and just keep our eye out. Oh, bamboo forest pretty flat now. Just the highway on the other side looks, the road on the other side looks quite busy. It's like a 2-lane each way kind of highway, which I can actually hear from here.
Horse getting buggy out. Family photos where I proposed to my wife? Really? Now I feel like I should camp in it.
KateCo56 just resubscribed for 18 months.
Kate Cope. Thanks for the 18 months. Oh, I appreciate it. Okay, this is cold. No, today's been really nice. I can feel it cooling off substantially already. Like I feel on the cold side of things till I start creating more heat. But I'll be putting my pants back on pretty soon here, and my vest and stuff. Can't take anything serious anymore.
Johnny Collett just
I suppose.
subscribed. Thank you.
Johnny Claire. Johnny, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the Twitch Fighters. Oh my god, there's so many of these little bugs. Yep. I don't know if these bite or these like crane midges.
3L6 just resubscribed for 6 months.
Oh, all of a sudden all the subs. Triple 6, thanks for the 6 months. I really can't open my mouth much. It's like, it's thick with bugs. Tiniest little dudes, but they're just everywhere. What color are they? I don't know. They'll smack into me and then fly away. I can't tell. If they go into my hairline and start biting, I'll know what they are. Take food over there? In Korea? Oh, I love the food here. It's wonderful. Yeah, I promised not a few days ago I didn't have these insects. But I'd randomly fly through like a random felt like haze for like half a second and then be gone, but this is pretty consistent. But also like, it's much more like into spring here, like things are more awake, alive, so it makes sense that the bugs are too. Cherry blossoms are blossoming here, but they're not up north. Korean barbecue 10 out of 10. I've had lots of Korean barbecue, and I don't think I've had bad Korean barbecue. Me up with Che again? Hopefully. I'm still touring and stuff like that, but potentially when I finish, if he's still around, if he hasn't started another trip. It'd be fun. Or maybe even there's a... If there's like a gazebo right here, like just next to the farms, then I would totally just sleep in that, but I'm not getting one apparently. These are far enough away from the little tourist center there with all the stuff. Ooh. Instruction maybe. just feels like it's like I don't even know, like it was windy and you can feel like the sand like blasting, like especially my legs right now. I just feel like this like speckling of what feels like potentially like sand blowing into my leg hair of the bugs. But it's just, there's so much, it feels weird. It's like constantly getting tickled. Is it closed? Let's camp under the bridge here. Oh my god. Yay. So much. I think I definitely want to set up my tent. Oh my god. There's a full, a full haze of them. Oh, there's a gazebo. Set my tent body in that gazebo and sleep in there. Or just set my tent right next to the bridge. Like they're just everywhere, but there's like one haze that was just like dense that you just like see it as a, like in the video games when there's like a swarm of bees. It was like that. They're certainly following me. I feel like they must bite. Can I get away camping in this one? It's kind of like right in front of some people's houses, but like, how bad could it be? I wouldn't need the tent fly, just the tent body for the bugs. Like that would be nice, right? Just set up the tent body. Nice river view. I can get away with that. As long as I get up early. Okay, where am I? Yep, the path is not a gazebo, that's more private. How far though? We can cruise along. There's like one apparently restaurant here, but it doesn't come very highly regarded. So I'd probably be riding a little bit to find some food. By the rapids? I guess you're saying from satellite view you're seeing rapids? Ah, yeah. It's kind of past any food points though.